Bachelor Games in Good Hope, a Good Hope novel, written by Cindy Kirk, narrated by Amy McFadden. Chapter 1. Clay Chapin strode into Book and Cup, the small bookstore he liked to frequent on the edge of Good Hope's business district, when his girlfriend, Stella Bryant, texted she absolutely must meet him at 4. He'd paused before responding. With Stella insisting on meeting so early, Clay had been forced to scramble. As he made every effort to keep his personal and professional lives separate, he didn't want her stopping by the school where he was the principal. He briefly considered meeting her at Muddy Boots or Bloom's Bake Shop, but even in early May, those shops would be hopping. Whatever Stella had to say must be important and likely required some privacy. Book and Cup had gotten the nod. The place was close to his work and never seemed to do much business. Clay often stopped here after the school day ended. He'd grab a coffee, find a table in the back, and pull out his laptop. Every 3 or 4 visits, he'd buy a book to take home with him. The bells over the door jingled as he pushed it open. Beatrice Appleton sat on a stool behind the counter, a cup of coffee in front of her and an open book in her hands. Last year, when owner Judy Kuntz had grown weary of running the bookstore, Bea had assumed the day-to-day management duties. Bea had attended Good Hope High with Clay's younger sister, Greer. As Greer and Bea hadn't run in the same social circle, and Bea had graduated early, Clay's memories of her during those years were hazy at best. Today, Bea's mass of light brown hair was pulled back in a messy twist. Her graphic tee showed a stack of books and proclaimed, "My weekend is all booked." Clay smiled. He liked this tee almost as much as the one she'd worn the last time he'd stopped in. "If I can't take my book, I'm not going." She glanced up from the large leather-bound tome. Her dark eyebrows lifted. "This is a pleasant surprise. You never stop by on a Thursday." Because he was meeting Stella, who likely wouldn't see the charm of the shop, Clay made his smile extra warm. "My girlfriend, Stella, will be stopping by around 4. Clay jerked his head toward the back of the shop. "If you could send her back to my table when she arrives, I'd appreciate it." Curiosity flickered in Bea's blue eyes, but he knew she wouldn't dig. "Sure, no problem." As always, Bea's calm demeanor soothed and steadied. Clay liked that she didn't seem to feel the need to fill every second with aimless chatter. If he asked about a book or a series, she'd give her opinion. They also talked about current events. Clay found her extremely knowledgeable on a wide range of topics. "Want coffee?" Bea's expression turned speculative. "Blueberry muffin is today's featured flavor." "You know how I look forward to my jolt of caffeine." He rubbed his chin and pretended to ponder the option. "Is the blueberry any good?" "It's a book club favorite." "Then you might start seeing me on Thursdays." "I'll get you a cup." She favored him with a quick smile that lit up her face. "I'll send your girlfriend back as soon as she arrives." "Thank you." "You're welcome." Clay made his way to his favorite spot at the back of the store. He wished he knew what was up with Stella. The urgent need to meet was definitely a puzzle. Clay placed his laptop on the familiar scarred wooden table situated between science fiction and horror. He'd barely settled in when he caught the enticing scent of blueberries. He glanced up to see Bea approaching, a cup of steaming coffee in one hand. "You looked like you could use this. I already added the cream." She set the cup carefully on the table. Her lips quirked. "We're fresh out of whiskey." He chuckled. "I'll make do." The fact that Bea didn't hurry off told Clay customers were in short supply today. Not totally true, he reminded himself. On his way in, he'd held the door open for a group of 10 to 12 ladies exiting the store. Clay offered Bea a persuasive smile, knowing Stella wouldn't show for at least another 15 minutes. "Join me?" She hesitated. "You're meeting someone, remember? You can keep me company while I wait." She considered his offer, then sat. Clay settled back in his chair, wrapping his fingers around the ceramic mug. He wore what he thought of as his school uniform, gray dress pants, a cotton shirt that buttoned up the front, and a tie. The kids loved his novelty ties. This morning, Harry Potter had gotten the nod. Though the dress code at school was decidedly casual, Clay had grown up with a father who wore a suit to work every day and felt underdressed without a tie. Silly ones had quickly become his thing. Bea cocked her head. "What did you think of the Gladwell book?" "Blink made me think. I'm glad you suggested it." Clay sipped the coffee and found he liked the taste. He'd been surprised when Bea had handed him a copy of Blink. The book hadn't been on his radar when it was originally released in 2005. As he'd read it, Clay realized the content was still relevant today. "Though I'm having difficulty with Gladwell's assertion that intuition beats out our rational brain, the premise is intriguing." They spent the next 10 minutes discussing the book and Gladwell's suppositions. As always, Bea's comments challenged him, and the discussion turned spirited. She sat across from him at the table, her blue eyes appearing violet in the light from the store's vintage fixtures. It was at moments like these that he wondered how he could have only vague memories of her during his high school years, especially since he remembered her twin sister Brittany so vividly. Yes, it was odd, he thought, gazing across the table as she made a stabbing gesture with one finger to make a point, that he'd never noticed her. He liked the way her eyes sparkled when she pressed a point. The jingle of bells over the door had Bea shoving back the chair with a clatter and springing to her feet. "That's probably your girlfriend." "Or a customer," he murmured to her retreating back. He glanced at the clock on his laptop. It was still too early for Stella to make an appearance. Shifting his gaze to the screen, Clay focused on the proposed additional safety measures the district could implement before the start of the next school year. In his mind, student safety was paramount. He was deep in the middle of an article on best practices when the next jingle of bells barely registered. Seconds later, Stella's husky, confident voice shattered his concentration. Closing the laptop, Clay pushed back his chair and stood. Stella stepped out between two stacks of books. "You found me," he teased, then leaned over and brushed her cherry-red mouth with his lips. "Trust me, it wasn't difficult." She chuckled, but two lines formed between her brows as she surveyed her surroundings. "This seems an odd place to meet." "It sounded as if you wanted to speak privately." Clay gestured to the chair across the table. "This is about as private as it gets when meeting in public." Stella cocked her head as if listening for voices or movement. "I believe you and I are the only customers. I don't know how this place stays in business." Clay had wondered that too, on more than one occasion. "You look lovely today. Is that dress new?" Stella had a closet full of clothes, which Clay figured was to be expected, considering she worked in a clothing store. "It is." Her lips curved as she took a seat. "Thank you for noticing." Clay sat across from her. Leaning slightly forward, he gave her his full attention. "What's up with this sudden need to meet? I admit, I'm intrigued." Her chestnut brown eyes settled on him. "When we met, I misjudged you. That's on me." She puffed her cheeks, blew out a breath. "I once had high hopes for our relationship." "Had?" Clay took her hand, playing with her fingers. "Not anymore?" She slipped her hand from his and sat back. "That's why I'm here." The fact that she didn't offer him a teasing smile had unease slithering up Clay's spine. Still, he kept his tone light. "Now I'm seriously intrigued." Stella moistened her lips with the tip of her tongue. "I'm not sure where to begin." "Why don't you start by telling me one thing that's turned out differently than you hoped?" Clay kept his gaze firmly fixed on her expressive face. "Well, when we first started dating, I thought we'd go out more." Whatever he'd expected her to say, it wasn't this. He and Stella usually spent both Friday and Saturday nights together. Sundays were reserved for family. Though he always invited Stella to go with him to church and family dinner, she refused more often than not. "We go out every weekend," he reminded her. "I meant to nice places. Last weekend, you said you were taking me out for a special dinner. I was super excited. I bought a new dress. A tiny smile hovered at the corners of her lips as if she was recalling her anticipation. Then her eyes went flat. You took me to Egg Harbor. Mexican food is a favorite of yours. Everyone knows Sombreros has the best Mexican food on the peninsula. Clay adopted a teasing tone. You adore their pomegranate margaritas. I remember how upset you were when they took them off the menu. I heard they were back on, and thought it'd be a nice surprise. It was a nice surprise, Stella grudgingly admitted. But I hoped you were taking me somewhere a bit more upscale, like that Asian fusion place in Green Bay. I've told you numerous times I want to go there and see for myself if the buzz is warranted. Remember? Now that Stella mentioned it, Clay did recall those conversations. The new place, the one on North Broadway. Yes. Her gaze remained firmly focused on his face. It's been getting rave reviews. Apparently the hype is well-deserved. Wyatt and Greer ate there last week. Stella's lips lifted in a tight smile. Of course they did. He wished she'd made it clear that going there was a big deal to her, and he wished he'd done a better job of listening. But he had a sinking feeling that whatever was going on with Stella went far beyond him not taking her to a new restaurant. Clay felt like he was up to bat. The problem was, he wasn't sure of the rules. Heck, he didn't even know the game. He cleared his throat. I'm having difficulty figuring out the point you're trying to make. Over Valentine's Day, your brother took his wife to Paris. Stella's tone held a wistful quality. Your sister is going to Tahiti for her honeymoon. All true, Clay thought, still having trouble making a connection. From her expression, he sensed she wouldn't make him wait long before clarifying. Why don't you and I go to Paris, or Tahiti? She gave a little laugh. Heck, at this point, I'd settle for San Francisco or New York City. Clay cocked his head. Was that what this was about? She'd been bitten by the travel bug and wanted them to see the sights together? He reached across the table and covered her hand with his. You know it's difficult for me to get away when school is in session, but the semester is winding down. My summer is pretty booked, but I'm sure I can fit in at least a quick trip to Chicago. Stella sighed. You just don't get it. Clay thought he'd hit a home run, but the edge in her voice told him he'd struck out. He glugged lukewarm coffee, wishing for whiskey. Enlighten me. He considered himself an easygoing guy, but he didn't much care for game playing. That's exactly how this felt. I remember the day you strolled into my shop looking for a gift for your mother. Right away, I liked what I saw. Wary now, Clay merely inclined his head. I asked my coworker who you were, and she told me you were one of the Chapins, the family who owns the banks. She hesitated. I admit I was surprised to later discover your sister is the one with her fingers in the banking pie. Clay shifted in his seat. I like you, Clay. Stella's expression turned earnest. I like your smile and how you're always happy and upbeat. Plus, you're seriously hot. The last comment had him chuckling. This was good, Clay told himself. Whatever was going on, the air must have needed cleansing. Every couple had difficult times. Was this the watershed moment that would lead to a deeper intimacy between them? Bring it on, he thought. In addition to your hotness, your privileged background is a point in your favor. Okay, he could live with that, just like he could live with the fact that her initial attraction was because she thought he was hot. Clay couldn't help but smile. Appearing nonplussed, she gazed at him. That doesn't bother you? The way I see it, a person is a sum of their parts. Clay smiled. My family heritage is part of the whole. Relief washed over her pretty face. I thought you'd be angry. I appreciate that you feel comfortable enough with me to be honest. He resisted, barely, the urge to reach across the scarred tabletop that separated them and once again take her hand. Clay could tell this conversation was important to her. He wanted to encourage more of this openness, rather than shut it down. Too many times in the months they'd been together, physical intimacy, whether a touch, a kiss, or more, had taken the place of honest communication. He thought of Bea and their brief chat about Gladwell. Honest dialogue was a way to build true intimacy. Clay resolved to make more of an effort in that direction. My parents' lifestyle. Clay realized with chagrin that while his mind had been wandering, she'd been talking. So much for keeping the communication channels open. He cleared his throat. What does your parents' lifestyle have to do with our relationship? Though he'd kept his tone easy, her dark eyes flashed. Like a bird with her feathers ruffled, Stella drew herself up and tossed her hair back over one shoulder. I was about to explain. Because he felt bad for not listening, Clay didn't point out that her tendency to get easily riled stifled, rather than encouraged, honest dialogue. My parents like to camp. She spoke without preamble. Clay brightened. I love to camp. Stella muttered something under her breath. Their idea of a perfect vacation is a fishing trip to Canada. We could go there this summer. Clay made no effort to curb his enthusiasm. I know the perfect spot. It's... Stella held up a hand, cutting him off. She closed her eyes for a second, breathed out. My parents are satisfied with yearly fishing trips to Canada and hosting backyard barbecues. That's fine. For them. Me? I prefer more exotic locations and activities. When she hesitated, he offered an encouraging smile. Let me just say, I have zero interest in staying in a cabin or a tent, even less in holding a fishing pole or baiting a hook. She brushed a strand of hair back from her face, then leaned forward. I want to experience the best the world has to offer. I want to stay in luxury hotel suites. I want to dine in the best restaurants. Based on your background, I assumed the love of the finer things in life was something we shared. One beat of silence, then two. Why are you telling me this? He gave her the benefit of the doubt because he didn't want to assume. I don't believe we're on the same page. Stella blew out a breath, shifted in her seat. I'm not sure we ever were. I enjoy spending time with you, Clay told her. A ghost of a smile lifted her lips. We've had some fun times. We have, he agreed. Unfortunately, the kind of life we each ultimately want is very different. Sadness skittered across her face, then vanished as she squared her shoulders. After considerable thought, I feel it's best that we don't see each other anymore. Clay studied the face of the beautiful woman who'd captivated him all those months ago. Stella had a certain type of man in mind for herself. That man wasn't him. He also had a certain type of woman in mind for himself, one who understood that his passion wasn't traveling the world and staying at five-star resorts, but educating young minds. A woman who embraced simple pleasures as well as the finer things in life. That woman wasn't Stella. You're right. Clay pushed back his chair and stood. It's best we go our separate ways. When she rose with that easy grace he'd always admired, Clay extended his hand. I hope you know I appreciate your honesty. I wish you only the best. Stella's fingers lingered on his for a heartbeat longer than necessary before she withdrew her hand. She cocked her head, and puzzlement filled her eyes. You don't seem upset. I thought you'd be upset. Had she thought he'd try to convince her to give him another chance? Perhaps had even envisioned him begging? If so, that would only show she didn't know him at all. Chapter 2. Bea tried not to listen. Truly, she did. But the shop was small, and the music system glitchy, and Stella's husky voice carried. She was breaking off their relationship. Clay didn't appear to catch on, at least not right away, but Bea knew instantly. The second she realized that, she really didn't want to eavesdrop on what should be a private conversation. But, as if oblivious to Bea's presence in the store, Stella made no attempt to modulate her voice. Well, Clay didn't need to worry about her telling tales. Bea didn't gossip. She also subscribed to the belief that some things should remain private, and in this case, that something was a breakup. She took her time reshelving books at the front of the shop, then went to work on the already clean windows and doors. There was nothing like sparkling glass to bolster her mood. The quick click of heels on hardwood coming in her direction had Bea straightening and stepping away from the door. Stella didn't spare her a sideways glance, simply strode past her in red 3-inch heels, as if the place was on fire and it was every woman for herself. "Have a good evening," Bea called after her, retreating back, though the door had already shut. "I don't think she heard you." Clay's voice had her jumping. She turned, and he was right there, looking better than any man had a right to look, and smelling terrific. Unlike when he'd strolled into her shop 30 minutes ago, his smile was nowhere in sight. "How'd you like the coffee?" It was an inane remark, but the only other topic that popped into Bea's mind at the moment was the weather. "It was good." He gestured with the cup he held that was nearly half full. "I let it go cold." "I'll give you another," she offered. "On the house." She assumed he'd turned that down, but he surprised her by flashing a smile. "I'd like that," he said. "But I insist on paying. It isn't your fault I let it grow cold." No, Bea thought, it was Stella's fault. She only smiled. Taking the cup from his hand, Bea moved behind the counter where the stainless steel coffee machine sat. There were 4 rarely used swivel stools at the counter. If customers ordered coffee, they most often took it to one of the tables. Clay dropped down onto one of the stools, and when she turned, his gaze was fixed on her. "I suppose you heard?" "I did." Bea knew it'd be foolish to deny it. "Please no, I won't say anything. What happens in Book and Cup stays in Book and Cup." Gratitude flashed in those warm gray eyes, and he nodded. When he pulled out a couple of bills and handed them to her, Bea took them. The way she saw it, he'd had enough hassle today. Clay took a sip of the steaming brew, then glanced around the bookstore. "You've got a nice place here." "I believe we fill a need in the community." Taking her cue from him, Bea poured herself a cup, then sat on a wooden stool behind the counter. She could take a break for one of her regulars. "Storytime for preschoolers is quite a draw. The 2 book clubs have been going for 5 years now and average 10 members each. The book clubs will break for the summer in a couple weeks. Everyone gets busy. Then start up again in the fall." Bea stopped when she realized she'd been rambling. Clay sipped his coffee. "Running a bookstore in today's digital age can be difficult. It sounds like you're doing a lot of things right." "We try." "Is Judy very involved?" Bea hesitated. "She's active in both book clubs, and she comes in to work the weekends." "That's probably why I never see her. I only stop by during the week." His gaze drifted to the doorway before refocusing on her. "My sister and the town board are constantly looking for ways to promote the merchants." That's right, Bea thought. His sister was the mayor. "Are you speaking about the expansion along Wrigley?" she asked, knowing his brother was one of the 3 men developing the area on the outskirts of Good Hope. Bea hadn't been certain that was the road to take for this conversation. Now, as she saw the tension ease from Clay's shoulders, she realized taking his mind off his breakup with Stella had been exactly the right move. "Yes, changing the zoning from ag to commercial allowed the Triad Group to develop that area for retail shops." "I was surprised to learn the land along that stretch was originally ag." Bea reveled in the warmth of the ceramic cup she held. "What with the ding-a-ling being along that road?" Clay shrugged. Apparently, back when the bar was built, the owner got an exemption that allowed a business to go in there. Your brother has a big stake in the development of the area. David is 1/3 of Triad. A smile lifted the corners of Clay's lips. I don't know how he handles everything, but he does. Bea knew that everything included not only a successful architectural practice and the Triad group, but a wife and 2 kids, one of them a baby. Are you looking forward to the wedding? It was a change of topic, but how much could you talk about someone's brother? Might as well move on to the sister. It should be quite the spectacle. Clay shook his head. I never thought Greer would be someone who'd want a big wedding, but she seems to be enjoying the planning. My mother? Well, she's having a ball. It's in 3 weeks? He paused, thought for a moment. 4. That will be here in no time. She sipped her coffee. Even though Wyatt, Greer's fiancé, had brothers, he'd tapped David to be his best man and Clay for one of the groomsmen. What are you and David doing for a bachelor party? Since Clay and his brother were the only groomsmen living in Good Hope, it was up to them to plan the event. She wondered if Stella had forgotten about the big wedding just around the corner. Breaking up with Clay so soon before the high-profile event didn't seem her style. Clay laughed aloud. You won't believe it. His good humor was contagious, and Bea found herself smiling back. Tell me. Wyatt and Greer have opted for a joint party at the Ding-a-ling. Seriously? Neither are wild and raucous types. Since the reception will be over the top, they opted for something more personal. Karaoke at the Ding-a-ling. Bea shook her head and grinned. That should be fun. The bar holds a lot of special memories for the 2 of them. Bea thought a joint party sounded like fun. Stella thought it was ridiculous, he said out of the blue. Another reason the bride and groom should do what they want. Everyone has an opinion. Bea kept her tone light. When Stella marries, she can have her reception at the members' clubhouse in Egg Harbor and go to Paris for her honeymoon. Recalling what Stella had said about Paris, Bea wished she could pull the words back the second the destination left her mouth. If Clay noticed, he gave no indication. Instead, he simply nodded and lifted his cup in a mock toast. Absolutely correct. They talked for several minutes more about upcoming events, until Clay finished his coffee and stood, shouldering his book bag. I've got a meeting to prep for, so I better head out. He hesitated and looked at her, really looked at her, as if he was seeing her for the first time. Thanks for the coffee, Bea. Why was it that her name, plain old Bea, sounded different on his tongue? You're welcome. And for the conversation. The smile he flashed didn't quite meet his eyes. A hint of sadness lurked in the gray depths. Bea realized he'd cared for the brunette a little more than he was letting on. Bea wanted to tell him he'd dodged a bullet, that Stella was a conniver, and he was lucky he found out what she was really like before it was too late. But that, she knew, was something he needed to realize on his own. I enjoyed it, she said simply. I did too. His gaze settled on her face for another long moment. Then he lifted a hand in farewell and walked out the door. Bea brought a finger to tingling lips when he'd disappeared from sight. Something about the way he'd looked at her had her wondering what it'd be like to kiss him. She laughed at the ridiculous thought. Gorgeous guys like Clay Chapin didn't want to kiss women like her. Those kinds of men were interested in women like Stella, or Bea's sister Brittany. Even though Bea and her sister were twins, and she thought Britt quite lovely, it was Britt's vivacious spark that had boys, and now men, flocking to her since middle school. Bea, well, she'd been content, or mostly content, to live in Britt's shadow, to enjoy high school life vicariously through her sister's adventures while focusing on her own studies. Even now that they were adults, her sister's career as a social media specialist for an East Coast NBA team seemed far more exciting than Bea's job at the bookshop. If Bea had envied Britt, coveted the life Britt had built for herself, their relationship might have faltered. But Bea was happy for her sister, and satisfied, mostly, with her own life in Good Hope. She had friends, she had a job she enjoyed. Her sister didn't understand how Bea could be content in Good Hope. Britt was always telling her she needed to spread her wings and soar, which was what her sister had done. Britt had left for college, vowing she wouldn't come back. She'd kept that vow. Bea had remained close to home, attending the University of Wisconsin in Madison. She'd looked forward to spending summers in Good Hope. But when she'd returned after that first year of college, she'd come back to an apartment, not a home. The spring of her freshman year, her dad's job as a general manager in the hospitality industry had taken him to Philadelphia. Her mother had been enthusiastic about the relocation. Her parents had built a solid life for themselves in Pennsylvania. The jingling of bells over the door had Bea glancing up. Looking big city chic, Marigold Rallis strolled into the bookstore. "Marigold," Bea called out with a teasing smile. "I thought you'd be busy making people beautiful." The perky blonde with the mass of golden curls had been Bea's lab partner in high school. The youngest of the four Bloom sisters, all with lovely flower names, had been as popular as her older sisters. Marigold and Britt were friends. Now Bea considered the award-winning hairstylist to be a friend of hers as well. Marigold, a well-known hairstylist in Chicago circles, brought many of her celebrity clients with her when she'd returned to Good Hope. The temporary move, several years ago, had turned permanent when she'd married the town sheriff. Marigold owned a shop only a couple of blocks from the bookstore. Lines of fatigue edged Marigold's eyes, and her normal vivaciousness was nowhere in sight. "I had a doctor's appointment, so I blacked out the rest of the afternoon." Marigold sniffed the air. "Am I hallucinating, or do I smell blueberries?" "It's the coffee flavor of the day." Though Bea normally tried to limit her afternoon caffeine intake, she'd make an exception. "If you'd like a cup, I'll take a break and join you." Marigold hesitated. "I could use a boost. Since you don't serve alcohol, I'll go with door number 2 and take the caffeine." Bea waved her over to a table near the window. She hoped the sunlight streaming through the glass would bolster Marigold's mood. "Have a seat. I'll get the coffee." "Are you sure I'm not keeping you—" "You're not." Bea's tone softened. "Even if you were, you look as if you could use a friend right about now." Marigold's lips quirked up. "I thought I hid it so well." It didn't take long before Bea slid into the chair opposite her friend. The blonde took a long sip of the steaming brew and briefly closed her eyes. "This is good." Bea smiled, pleased to see her friend relax. "Was that Stella I saw coming out of here?" This time it was Bea's turn to tense. "Yes, she was just in here." Marigold's gaze grew thoughtful. "I thought it was her, but I was far away. Then I ran into Clay outside your store." Bea considered what to say. Clay's story wasn't hers to tell, but she also didn't want to lie to her friend. "Yup, they were in here together. I don't know her personally, though." Marigold wrinkled her nose. "Count yourself lucky." "You don't like her?" "None of us do." Marigold paused and appeared to consider her words, as if she'd spoken too quickly. Then she shook her head. Nope, it's true. None of us like her." Bea realized none likely included everyone in the Bloom and Chapin extended families, excluding Clay, though how he felt about his former girlfriend at this moment was anyone's guess. "What is it about her you don't like?" "She's superficial." As Marigold took a long drink of coffee, she closed her eyes for a second. "I've been avoiding caffeine. I realize now just how much I missed it." "Why were you avoiding caffeine?" "Trying to be as healthy as possible during all this fertility stuff." Marigold made a face. "A lot of good that's done me." Bea was aware that Marigold and her husband had been trying for over a year to get pregnant. Marigold heaved a sigh and set down the cup. "We've done everything, including IVF, which costs a fortune. And still nothing." "I'm sorry." Bea reached across the table and gave Marigold's hand a squeeze. "I wish I could do something." Do you happen to have any spare magic wands lying around? Marigold gestured with one hand toward the shop. Or some fairy dust? I think Kate and I are at that point. Though her words were light, the sigh Marigold expelled told Bee the toll today's doctor's visit had taken on her friend. Fresh out of magic wands and fairy dust. Bee kept her tone equally light because she sensed that's what Marigold wanted. I can't believe my sisters get pregnant like that. Marigold snapped her fingers, and her eyes filled with sorrow. I try everything, and it still doesn't happen. Bee might have pointed out that Marigold had a very successful career and had built a good life, but that wasn't what they were talking about. Wanting a child and being denied that desire was very different. It was something Bee couldn't relate to, other than she knew her friend was hurting. Have you looked at other options? Surrogacy, fostering, adoption? Yes, yes, and yes. Marigold sighed. We completed all the paperwork for adoption months ago, but waited to turn it in. We wanted to see how the IVF went first. We could try in vitro again, but, well, it costs so much money. I've heard it's really expensive. It is, and the drugs take a toll on the body. Marigold expelled a breath and lifted her cup. Like I told Cade, we gave it a try. Now we can move forward with adoption. But we've been warned that someone choosing us to adopt their child, well, that might take years. Again, no guarantee. As Marigold didn't mention surrogacy or fostering, Bee didn't bring them up. Are you looking to adopt a baby, or will you consider an older child? We'd love a baby. A soft look stole over Marigold's face. But we're open to an older child, too. Kate and I just want to be parents. We have so much love to give. That may sound corny, but it doesn't. Bea offered a reassuring smile. You guys will be fabulous parents. It will happen for you. I hope so. You're way ahead of me. Bea's tone turned teasing. You already found the love of your life. I'm still on the hunt. As Bea hoped, Marigold's smile widened and reached her eyes. I seem to recall offering to fix you up. You have, many times. Bea gave an exaggerated sigh. I guess I'm just hoping to find Mr. Right on my own. The trouble is, I haven't run across anyone who gives me the slightest buzz. Even as she spoke the words, Bea realized they weren't entirely the truth. Every time Clay walked through the door of the shop, her heart gave a little leap and her palms grew sweaty. You'll find him, Marigold assured her. Just give it time. I'm not in any hurry. Marigold's phone chimed. She glanced at the display and smiled. Cade wants me to stop by the station. Go. Bea rose and made a shooing motion. Tell him hello from me. Standing, Marigold grabbed her bag. How much for the coffee? It's free. Bea. Marigold's tone held a warning. I've set you back on the road to caffeine. That's payment enough. Thank you. For the coffee and for the ear. Marigold wrapped her arms around Bea and gave her a quick squeeze. Talk soon. Bea watched her friend leave, then turned the open sign on the door to closed, relieved she hadn't had to answer any more questions about Clay and Stella's visit to the shop. Marigold wanted a baby so badly. Bea glanced down at her flat belly. What would it be like to be in love, to want a child together? She gave a little laugh. She was years from that happening, if ever. Right now, she was content with her life and in no hurry for anything to change. Chapter 3. After returning to the school for a meeting, Clay drove to Wrigley Road to meet his brother. David had big plans for this land and wanted to show Clay the progress he and his partners had made. It wouldn't get dark until 8, so they had plenty of time. As he pulled behind David's new Jeep Grand Cherokee on the side of the road, Clay realized again just how thankful he was that his brother had moved back to Good Hope. There were enough years between them that they hadn't been close growing up. Now, with David settled and both of them firmly entrenched in careers they loved, they'd become good friends. David's wife stood beside him. Hadley was blonde and as beautiful on the inside as she was on the outside. She was as different from Whitney, David's first wife, as two women could possibly be. Their daughter, Bryn, ran to Clay's SUV. "Look, Uncle Clay!" Bryn, a pretty girl with her mother's blonde hair, pointed. "They're putting up walls." Clay would have had to be blind not to see the studs and rafters. "Last time I was here, they'd just broken ground." "The weather's been good," Bryn told him, obviously repeating her father's words. "That's why things are moving so quickly." David and Hadley watched him approach. His sister-in-law jostled his fussy baby nephew in her arms. "Give him to me." Clay held out his arms, and the baby lunged forward. "Carter adores his uncle." The baby was chubby, with pink cheeks and his father's dark hair. From the time he'd been an infant, he'd taken a shine to Clay. Holding him made Clay wonder what it would be like to have a son or daughter of his own. "First things first," he reminded himself. "Love, then marriage, then children." The boy instantly quieted. Clay gestured toward the construction site. "Amazing progress." "The crew is ahead of schedule," Bryn repeated. "They want a bonus." "Exactly right, sweet pea." David planted a kiss on the top of the 10-year-old's head. Clay furrowed his brow. "How did I miss this much progress?" "We talked about it at the last couple of Sunday dinners at Mom's house." "And at Sunday breakfast at Muddy Boots," Hadley tossed in. Breakfasts, Clay realized, he'd missed. Stella hadn't liked getting up early for church and then meeting with his friends at Muddy Boots afterward. He couldn't count the number of times Stella had told him she preferred to do something fun rather than attend the Chapin family dinner on Sunday evening. Because he'd sensed their relationship faltering, he'd made more of an effort to do everything she wanted during the past couple of weeks. All for naught, he thought. The strange thing was, instead of being broken up at the thought of not seeing her anymore, he felt only relief. "I've been out of the loop." Clay gazed over the building that was beginning to take shape. "What's the completion date?" "September." David nodded in satisfaction. "That allows the businesses being displaced to move in after tourist season ends, but before the weather turns. Assuming, of course, they elect to take one of the spaces." Displaced? Clay really felt out of the loop. "The 300 block of buildings on Main. When we saw that the 5-year leases were expiring, Mom made the decision last year not to renew them. The businesses were notified." Clay pictured the street in his mind, then narrowed in on the 300 block. His heart gave a ping. "That's where Book and Cup is located." "That's the block." David nodded. Book and Cup, along with Echoes of Yesterday and Swoon, were given the opportunity to move into this new space. "For the same rent?" David shot him a surprised look. "At a fair rate?" "That doesn't seem fair." David appeared puzzled by the comment. "I'll show you the figures. These businesses have been underpaying for years, Clay. We're offering them prime space in a new building with new wiring, plumbing, and lots of insulation. They should recoup the increased rent costs in utility savings alone." Clay thought of Bea. She'd never brought up the move or her feelings about it. "What does Judy Kuntz think?" "Who?" David asked. "Judy Kuntz, Cal's widow," Hadley answered before Clay could. "She owns Book and Cup." "That's right. Mom and Greer have been involved in the specifics regarding the leases. I do recall her mentioning Echoes is on board. I'm not sure about the other two." "Do you think Judy realizes she'll be tossed out at the end of the summer?" Clay asked. "How could she not?" David leaned over and tickled his son's belly, producing a baby giggle, then glanced up at Clay. "The wording in the letter I saw was clear." When Clay opened his mouth, David continued. "There have been several follow-up letters since." "You're worried about Judy." Hadley voiced it as a comment, not a question. "Who's worried?" Bryn returned from across the road. She'd obviously tired of staring into the hole in the ground. "Just business," David said. "Can I climb on that?" Bryn gestured to a large caterpillar. Clay wasn't surprised by the request. His niece might love pink, glitter, and sparkly nail polish, but she was also athletic and curious. David and Hadley exchanged looks. "I don't know anything about equipment like that," Hadley told her husband. "Just be careful." Her father's okay had Bryn emitting a little squeal as she headed toward the big cat. "As long as they took the key from the ignition, she should be fine." Hadley gestured to the baby. "I can take him if you want." Carter's head rested against the front of Clay's shirt. His eyes were closed, and dark lashes fanned his chubby cheeks. His small mouth moved in sleep. "We're okay. Just doing some uncle-nephew bonding." "You'll be a great father," Hadley told him, a soft smile lifting her lips. "Someday, maybe." Clay glanced down at his nephew and missed the glance Hadley shot her husband. "How are things going between you and Stella?" David's voice was casual, too casual. "We broke up today." Clay shifted the baby in his arms. Or, rather, she called it quits. "She broke up with you?" Hadley sounded shocked, as if the thought of any woman doing such a thing to her brother-in-law was unthinkable. "She did." Clay gave a little laugh. "Things have been rocky for weeks, but I was surprised she ended it." Hadley placed a hand on his arm. "I'm sorry." "How do you feel about the break?" David asked, his gaze on Clay. "I'm actually okay," Clay admitted. "It's strange how I could date her for all those months, yet not really care that we're no longer together." "I never thought you were a good match," Hadley shrugged. "I don't know what you saw in her." "Hadley?" David's voice held a warning. "Come on, David," Hadley shot back. "You didn't like her either." "She was important to Clay," was his brother's response. Clay rocked back on his heels. "I don't know what it is with me." Though he wasn't amused, Clay offered a little laugh. "I always pick the wrong women." "We all make mistakes." David's eyes grew distant, and Clay assumed his brother was thinking of Whitney. Then his gray eyes cleared and rested on his wife. "Then we find the one we're meant to be with forever, and the past fades away." While Clay appreciated his brother lumping the two of them into the same mold, it wasn't the same. "You made one mistake. Granted, it was huge. Me? I keep making the same mistake over and over." "You didn't marry any of them," Hadley pointed out. "When you find the right one, you'll know." Would he? Clay wondered. He wished he could be so confident. On Saturday morning, Bee stepped into Marigold's studio and came face to face with Clay's sister. Greer stood in the small salon, chatting with Marigold. The girl Bee remembered from her high school days had evolved into the cool-eyed businesswoman who ran the Chapin banking empire with an iron fist. Bee found herself hesitating. The letters Judy had shown her regarding the termination of Book and Cup's lease bore Greer's signature. Bee really didn't want to see her old classmate, much less engage in a conversation with her. Even as Bee's feet itched to back out the door, she stepped farther into the shop. Her sister would be in good hope soon, and Bee knew the always stylish Brit would have something to say about the hair she'd neglected for months. Bee had never liked being primped over. Still didn't. The shop, while oh so cute, was also oh so small, so there was no way to back out without looking like a scared rabbit on the run. Bee raised her chin and smiled brightly. "Greer, Marigold, nice to see you both." The two women turned. A bright smile lit Marigold's face, while Greer's was more subdued, but still, Bee realized, friendly. She hadn't had much contact with the mayor of Good Hope since her engagement, but the woman somehow appeared more approachable. Perhaps Bee should encourage Judy to set up a meeting with Greer, or had her mother taken back the banking reins when Greer was elected. "What do you think?" Marigold gestured to Greer. Bee blinked. "About—" She flushed when the two women laughed. "I think we lost her for a minute." Greer's comment, though not said unkindly, had Bee's flush deepening. "Greer's hair." Marigold gestured with one hand toward the brunette. We're trying out various hairstyles before the big day so she can decide which one she likes best. Of course. Bea chewed on her lower lip and studied Greer's dark hair. I wouldn't guess this style to be wedding hair. Dear God, could she sound any more inane? To her surprise, Greer chuckled. You nailed it. That's the look we were going for today. Everyday hair? Bea blurted. Greer's hand rose to the silky dark strands. My dress is fairly fussy. For me, anyway, although I adore it. Greer glanced at Marigold. It's an amazing dress, Marigold assured her. You look like a princess. Anyway, Greer continued, because of the detail in the dress, I wanted to see if going more casual with the hair would... She paused, as if searching for the right word or words to convey her thoughts. Balance out the fussiness of the dress? Bea offered. Exactly! The approving smile Greer bestowed on her warmed the chill that had set in when Bea spotted her. You still haven't told us what you think, Marigold prompted. Bea studied Greer again. Your hair always looks great, but if it were me, I'd want something a tad more sparkly for my wedding day. Some pearls or maybe some combs with crystals. Hair half up or half down. I'm not a magician with styles like Marigold is, but I think you need more than everyday hair for your special occasion. Marigold gave a decisive nod. Well said. The pleasure that rippled through Bea at the words reminded her of when a teacher had singled her out over her science project. The classroom had been the only place Bea could best Brit. I believe pearls woven through my hair in a casual updo is my new favorite. Greer offered Bea a warm smile even as she addressed the comment to Marigold. For the exact reason Bea mentioned. I loved that style. Marigold stepped back and cocked her head. Then again, I've loved all the styles we've tried. You have fabulous hair. With a familiarity only a relative or a seasoned hairstylist could get away with, Marigold ran her fingers through Greer's dark hair. Thick and lustrous. Then, as if recalling this wasn't simply three women chatting, but one of them a waiting customer, Marigold shifted her attention from Greer's hair to Bea's. What are you thinking of doing today? Marigold asked. I have you down for a cut and color. You're getting your hair cut? Greer's eyes lit up. Short? Before Bea could answer, Greer continued. I always wished I could go short, but the shape of my face is too round. Bea has the bone structure to go short. Marigold studied the mousy brown hair that hung in limp strands just past her shoulders. Or to leave it long. You're so lucky. Greer expelled a sigh. Then her watch pinged, and the sigh turned to a yelp. Well, meeting in 10 minutes. Have to dash. For just a second, Greer paused, her gaze returning to Marigold. We'll see you and Cade tonight? Beerfest and brats was a big event in Good Hope. Though the tourists wouldn't arrive en masse until after Memorial Day, a larger-than-normal crowd was expected for the festivities because of the nice weather the peninsula was enjoying. Wouldn't miss it. Marigold turned to Bea. How about you? It was really more of a statement than a question, but Bea nodded. Well, Wyatt and I will see you both there. Wiggling her fingers, Greer hurried from the shop. I don't know how she gets everything done. Fondness filled Marigold's tone. She's formidable. That was the word that formed in Bea's mind any time she thought of Greer Chapin. Marigold laughed, a pleasant sound, like the tinkling of bells. She is indeed. Now, what are we doing with your hair? Cut it off. Probably wouldn't be the best thing to say to a stylist with itchy scissor fingers, but Bea was tired of having her hair hang in her face. Because she was already feeling reckless, it made sense that she'd given Marigold the green light in terms of color. What had been her exact words? Ah, yes. Whatever you think. Bea watched as Marigold did just that. When the chair turned, Bea found herself staring in the mirror at a stranger. By the time Marigold had shown her how to properly dry her hair and given her some styling samples, Bea felt dazed, and reality hit. For a second, Bea forgot how to breathe. Who was this gorgeous creature with a tousled hairstyle that suited her angular face and fell just above her shoulders and made her eyes look huge? The color, too, was different. No longer a boring brown, the strands were the color of deer hide, with varying shades of blonde and brown. "What do you think?" Marigold searched her face when Bee didn't immediately respond. "I realize it's different, but I look—" Bee swallowed against the lump forming in her throat. "Beautiful." "You've always been beautiful," Marigold insisted. Bee shook her head. "You're thinking of Britt. You're identical twins." "I know, but she's always been the pretty one." Bee lifted her chin at Marigold's assessing gaze. "She ran in your crowd. You and I were lab partners our sophomore year, but she was the one you hung out with, the one all the boys liked. You weren't into parties and bonfires on the beach back then." For a second, Marigold's eyes went distant with memories. "Otherwise, you'd have come too." "It was a long time ago." Bee dismissed those painful years with a flick of her wrist and returned her attention to the mirror. "You're amazing, Marigold." "I love it too." A broad smile lifted Marigold's red lips. "Sassy, just like you." "I don't know about sassy, but—" Bee lifted a hand to touch one of the silky strands. "I love the color, and my hair is so soft." "That's due to the conditioning treatment I put on after the color." Marigold gestured to a cute, sparkly bag that held a sample of products. "What I put on should last through at least 10 washes, but I suggest you start using conditioner." Marigold had nearly reached the end of her instructions on how to keep Bee's hair beautiful when the bells over the door jingled. Marigold had mentioned she had back-to-back appointments all day long, and Bee realized she hadn't been kidding. Bee's breath caught in her throat at the sight of the tall, blonde man who'd walked in. "It'll be just a minute," Marigold told Clay. "I'm finishing up here." "That's no problem. I'm a few minutes early, but—" His eyes widened when he spotted Bee. "Bee? Is that you?" She laughed, feeling lighthearted and, well, sassy. Or as sassy as she could manage. "Who else?" "Wow, you look amazing." With one hand, Bee gestured in Marigold's direction. "It's easy to look good when you have a master magician in your corner." "It's easy when you have someone with good hair and fabulous bone structure." Marigold stroked Bee's hair. "I love it." "It's very flattering." Clay paused, then hurriedly added, "Not that you didn't look good before." Marigold swept off the cape, and Bee stood, feeling slightly unsteady with those gray eyes so firmly fixed on her. Still, she managed to make casual conversation with both Clay and Marigold while she paid and dropped the sample bag in her purse. Marigold lifted a hand. "See you at Beerfest and Brats." Clay's eyes lit up. "See you then." As Bee walked out the door, she thought maybe she would attend the festivities tonight after all. Chapter 4. After his haircut, Clay headed straight to his mother's house. The family meeting was to discuss the plans for the 300 block. It wouldn't last long. Everyone in his family, especially Greer, had a lot going on. Not only was her wedding just around the corner, Beerfest and Brats was on tonight's agenda. Still, based on what David had told him at the construction site and his friendship with Bee, Clay wanted information. His stepfather, Steve Bloom, greeted him at the door, then disappeared into another room. Even though the entire family was close, Steve preferred to stay out of any decisions concerning the Chapin Foundation. As it was a gorgeous spring day, his mother suggested they gather on the back terrace. The assortment of wicker patio furniture easily accommodated the four of them. With a bottle of beer in hand, Clay took a seat between his mother and David, with Greer on the other side of David. "I'm going to let Greer take the lead." His mother took a sip of the lemonade she'd brought outside with her. "Even though I took over the financial aspect once she was elected mayor, your sister is more knowledgeable if either of you boys want any history." Clay exchanged a smile with his brother. He had a feeling they'd still be boys when they were 60. I can't believe May is here already. Greer slipped easily into business mode. At the end of the month, the official notices advising the tenants they need to vacate their space by September 1st will go out. That doesn't seem like much time. Clay thought of the bookstore and all its inventory. Greer met his gaze. We began this process nearly a year ago. The tenants all knew the lease would be up as of August 30th this year. We did that to give them time to prepare and consider all their options. How have they responded? The fact that Clay was the only one asking told him the others were obviously more well-informed. Echoes of Yesterday has already committed to new space on Wrigley, David told him. Book and Cup and Swoon are still unknowns. You saw B today? Clay shifted his attention to Greer. Did she mention anything about it to you? Surprise flickered across Greer's face. I would never mention something business-related in a public area. I get that, Clay conceded. I know she and Judy are tight. What happens to the bookstore will also impact B. Greer tapped a pen against the glass tabletop. B. Appleton is a strange one. That's not a nice thing to say, Clay shot back. The vehemence in his tone had his mother's brows rising. Greer blinked, clearly startled. I didn't mean it negatively. I like B. I simply meant she can be difficult to read. He nodded grudgingly, recognizing the truth in the statement. I've got several other businesses interested in leasing the spaces I'm holding for Book and Cup and Swoon. David's gaze shifted to his mother. I'll contact Judy and Piper directly. I'll get an update and report back. Don't trouble yourself, David. His mother waved a hand. I'll handle it. It might be easier if David was the one to contact them, Clay interjected. It'd be cleaner that way, especially if he's offering space in his new building. When Lynn opened her mouth to protest, Clay held up a hand. You and Greer are the ones dealing with the issue of terminating her lease. That doesn't have anything to do with the opportunity the Triad Group is offering. It seems to me that keeping the two separate would be wise. His mother thought for a second, then nodded. Greer tapped a pencil against the tabletop. Mom could follow up on the lease termination, although I'm not sure what there is to follow up on. I know Judy and Piper received the notifications. Greer paused and glanced at her mother. Lynn nodded. We've done our part, Greer continued. Frankly, Piper's hesitation surprised me. Swoon has continued to grow since it opened. The bookstore, on the other hand, continues to struggle. Judy may be planning to close the store. She doesn't seem to have the same zest for the business since Calvin passed away. Clay opened his mouth, then shut it. His overwhelming desire to defend the bookstore surprised and puzzled him. What his sister was saying was spot on. He himself had wondered on more than one occasion how Book and Cup drew in enough customers to stay in business. I remember when Judy first opened the bookstore. Lynn's lips lifted in a fond smile. That was long before the days of e-readers and online purchases. I loved browsing the shelves. My mother used to tease me that I came out of there with an armful of books each time I went in. Times have changed. David's tone was matter-of-fact. The way people shop has changed. Business owners need to be creative to survive. Clay frowned. What are you saying? David rubbed his chin. Ethan, Kyle, and I have discussed Book and Cup. Even if the business moves to Wrigley, I'm concerned about Judy's ability to turn a profit and keep current with the rent. Anger spurted like hot lava inside of Clay. A need to defend B's employer reared up. I assume she's always paid on time before? Clay glanced at his mother, seeking confirmation. She has. Lynn's brows furrowed as she took another sip of lemonade. But, Clay, I understand and share David's concerns about renting to a business that may be doomed to fail. It doesn't have to fail. A thoughtful look crossed Greer's face. But in order to succeed, Judy needs to get creative. You don't like her. Clay's accusatory tone had his sister's eyes widening. Greer's mouth opened, but shut almost immediately. His sister was someone who weighed her words and rarely spoke without thinking through her response. I like Judy, and I like B, What I know of her, anyway. We had a very pleasant conversation at Marigold's salon this afternoon." Lynn pinned Clay with a steely look. "Our comments concerning Book and Cup have nothing to do with Judy or Bee. It has to do with the way Judy runs the business. Or, rather, the way she doesn't run it." Clay narrowed his gaze. "Go on." "She's coasting." Greer, never one to mince words, spoke up. "Judy has coasted for years. It worked for her back in the day when the public bought a lot of books, but running a bookstore in today's world is a challenge. From what I've seen, instead of attacking the problem, Judy has chosen to stick her head in the sand." "It's true." Lynn nodded her agreement. "I was in there a couple of weeks ago. Other than the coffee bar, it looks much as it did 20 years ago." "That's part of the charm," Clay protested. His brother shot him a pitying glance, and Clay saw he was fighting a losing battle. "If she doesn't make changes, the store won't survive." Greer's tone was flat and all business. "Even if changes are made, the business may not survive." "Perhaps," his mother said. "Moving the business to Wrigley Road could be the shot in the arm Book and Cup needs." Clay lifted the bottle of beer to his lips. "I hope so. For Judy's and Bee's sake, I hope so." Though many of the merchants chose to stay open Saturday night to capture the business of those attending Beer Fest and brats, Bee locked the front door of the bookstore promptly at 5. Judy had left at noon, eager to spend the rest of her Saturday with friends in Milwaukee. Only a handful of customers had walked through the door since she'd left. Bee's lips lifted in a wry smile. The bookstore wasn't exactly a lure for people in a party mood. Through the window, Bee could hear the music from the town square and smell the distinct aroma of funnel cakes. The streets were already filling with those determined to wring every second of pleasure from the event. She lingered by the window, staring out at the residents enjoying the event. It had been the same way in high school. On the outside, watching her popular older sister, by 3 minutes, get ready for her latest adventure. Either a date with her latest guy or a party where anybody who was anybody would be. Pulling down the shade on the door, Bee sighed and headed up the steps to her apartment over the store. Judy couldn't afford to pay her much, but being given an apartment rent-free made up for the low salary. Over the past 3 years, Bee had made the space a home. Warm-colored walls had replaced the stark white paint, shades hung at the windows, and the dust-catching drapes were history. It wasn't a large area, just 1 bedroom, but it was plenty big enough for her. If she could change one thing, it would be the tiny kitchenette, but she was still proud of all she could do in the small space. Bee glanced at the television as she dropped down on the sofa. Her plan had been to spend the evening munching on popcorn and binging on her favorite series. Yet the scent of the shampoo Marigold had used on her hair teased a yearning for something, well, something more than a night in front of the television eating popcorn. She was 28, not 80. Her hair looked amazing. Why shouldn't she get out and mingle? She could grab a bratwurst and a beer and wander. How long she stayed out would be up to her. Perhaps after she'd mingled and wandered, this strange restlessness would ease. After pulling on a summer dress the color of newly mown grass, she paused to add a bit of color to her lips. To her surprise, coral appeared the perfect complement to green grass. Her phone buzzed with a text as she scooped up her bag. It was Britt. "Can you talk?" Bee blinked and read the message again. She and her sister primarily texted. Given Britt's fast-paced lifestyle, texting was the easiest way to connect. Giving the message a thumbs up, Bee started down the stairs. She had no doubt the conversation would be short. She'd reached the main floor when the song Best of You began playing, her ringtone for her sister's calls. "Hi, Britt. This is a nice surprise. I only have a few minutes." The excitement filling her twin's voice had to be because of one of 2 things: a new guy or a new job. Bee's money was on the latter. "You found a job?" Last month, Britt had learned the NBA team she worked for was consolidating its social media staff. She'd been one of the last hired and had been the first one laid off. "Not yet." The happiness in her sister's voice dimmed, but only for a second. I have possibilities. How would you like a guest? You're coming to Good Hope? Bee's voice reflected her shock. Despite growing up in a small town, Britt loved big city life. It didn't matter which city. She thrived on hustle, bustle, and noise, all of which drove Bee crazy. No, silly. Britt gave a laugh. I'll be in the area, and I'd like to see you. When? I'll be covering a celebrity golf tournament, then helping out a friend in Milwaukee for a few days. Her sister paused. I might need you to pick me up, or I might just grab a rental car. I'd be happy to come and get you. While you're here, you can save money by using my car. Since I can walk nearly everywhere, it sits in the garage out back most of the time anyway. Might I hope you've gotten a new vehicle? Nope, I'm still driving the Buick. An audible sigh sounded on the other end of the line. At least it's dependable. Voices sounded in the background, and her sister replied to them before saying to Bee, I need to go. I'll be back in touch. Can't wait to see you. Ciao. Bee dropped the phone back into her bag with a little smile. She'd been right. The conversation with her sister had been short and sweet. Though she realized her sister hadn't given her a date for her visit, Bee experienced a surge of excitement. It had been nearly a year since she and her sister had spent any length of time together. Britt always brought excitement and fun with her. Bee couldn't wait to see her again. Gladys is giving you the eye. Wyatt McConnell, Clay's future brother-in-law, lifted the bottle of beer to his lips. Better watch your back. Clay laughed at Wyatt's melodramatic tone and lifted his face to the sun. The organizers couldn't have asked for better weather for Beer Fest and brats. He'd run across his future brother-in-law soon after he'd arrived. Clay liked the dark-haired man with the broad shoulders and serious brown eyes. He enjoyed Wyatt's sense of humor and easy manner. As far as Clay was concerned, his sister had made a good choice. Clay took a pull of beer. He narrowed his gaze. Across the square, he caught sight of a woman who looked a lot like Stella. He waited for regret to come. Instead, he felt, well, nothing. Stella was fun to be with, until she wasn't. Clay now realized they'd connected on only the most superficial levels. As if thinking of his former girlfriend had conjured her, she sauntered over, looking very fine indeed in a stretchy blue dress with silver threads. Hey, you. Stella smiled broadly, her lips a vivid hot pink. She slanted a glance at Wyatt and winked. Tic-tac. Wyatt appeared as confused as Clay. Excuse me? The clock is ticking? Stella gestured with the beer bottle she held. You've only got a couple of weeks left. Enjoy your freedom. It'll soon be gone. It appears you and I don't share the same view of marriage. Wyatt's tone remained easy, but a decided coolness filled his dark eyes. Good for you. Stella gestured once again with her beer. Everyone is buzzing about your wedding. It's the event of the summer. Wyatt took another pull of beer and said nothing. Her lips formed a little pout. Now that Clay and I aren't together, I suppose I won't be able to attend. Silence filled the air. She was wrangling for an invitation, Clay realized in amused horror, trying to push Wyatt into telling her she could come anyway, and likely hoping the invitation would include a +1. The crazy thing was, Stella's audacity didn't surprise him. When she glanced at him as if asking for his support, Clay kept his face expressionless. If Wyatt wanted to invite her, that was up to him. When Wyatt remained silent, Stella shifted gears. It makes me incredibly sad to think about not being there. She shot a faux smile in Clay's direction. Clay and I were together for so long, it felt as if I was one of the family. I was so looking forward to watching his sister start her life with the man she loves. A better tactic, Clay thought. It was one she should have led with, but that ship had sailed. Not that it would have worked. Wyatt had seen from the beginning that he and Stella weren't a good match. It had taken Clay longer.
I appreciate the good wishes.
Wyatt smiled politely.
I'll be sure and pass them along to Greer.
Confusion blanketed Stella's perfectly made-up face.
Greer is motioning to us, Clay.
Wyatt pointed in the direction of a crowd of people where Greer might or might not be waiting.
Let's see what she wants. Good to see you again, Stella. Enjoy your evening,
Clay told her. When he walked away, he didn't look back. Chapter 5. Clay looked up from the picnic table where he sat nursing a beer and let his gaze sweep the crowd. Until a minute ago, he'd been surrounded by family, his mother and Steve, Greer and Wyatt, and David and Hadley, but one by one they'd gotten up and left him alone. Last man sitting, he thought with a smile as he took another gulp of beer. Wyatt's words while he'd been sitting at the picnic table kept circling in Clay's head, about loving Greer, about being eager to marry. Clay had hoped to be married by now, maybe even have a child or two. That dream might have been realized if he hadn't kept picking the wrong women. That's exactly what his sister had told him bluntly only moments earlier when Wyatt brought up Stella.
Mind if I join you?
Clay looked up and found himself staring into the pale blue eyes of Gladys Bertolf. She wore a red and gold caftan. A dozen bright bracelets encircled her bony wrists. She might be a nonagenarian, but the woman had sharp eyes and an equally quick mind. Clay liked her. He stood.
Please, have a seat.
Once she settled on the bench opposite him, Clay smiled and gestured to her street clothes.
I thought you'd have set up your tent tonight and be decked out as Madame Gitana.
Though the event this evening was billed as Beer Fest and Brats, there were several staples of any event held in Good Hope. Izzy Deschler doing caricatures, Lindsay Vaughn selling crafts and flowers, and Gladys with her crystal ball telling fortunes.
Madame Gitana is taking the night off,
Gladys said, referring to herself in the third person.
That's too bad. I could use her insight.
Many doubted Gladys's ability, but Clay wasn't one of them. He'd seen too many of her predictions hit the mark.
You're not with that woman anymore.
Gladys lifted a red Solo cup to her lips.
Is that over for good?
Yep, done and over. Inclining her head, Gladys studied him.
You don't appear to be pining for her.
Our split is for the best. Clay took another swig of beer. This was his second, and as he rarely drank, he had a slight buzz. He planned to walk home, so finishing this one wasn't an issue. The noncommittal sound Gladys made had him frowning. He arched a brow.
You don't think the break is for the best? I absolutely do.
Gladys studied his face.
Yet, I sense you are troubled.
During the conversation, she'd switched to the tone associated with her Madame Gitana persona. Her blue eyes, normally eerily pale, now appeared as dark as midnight. Clay blinked. He was definitely stopping at 2 beers.
Clay?
She prompted.
I pick the wrong women.
Clay tightened his fingers around the neck of the bottle.
Stella was the most recent in a long string of bad choices. You're looking for love, the kind your brother and sister have, but you can't seem to find it on your own.
Madame Gitana, Gladys, intoned.
Is that what I hear you saying?
He gazed down at the scarred wooden top, then back up at her. I've got time. I'm not even 30.
The pool we fish from gets smaller the older we get.
Gladys's expression grew thoughtful.
What if I told you there's a foolproof way for you to find the right woman?
Clay rubbed his forehead.
I'd say you're crazy.
She cackled. That was the only way to describe the laugh. He found himself chuckling with her.
If such a way did exist, you should market it. You'd make a fortune. But if it involves starting up one of those online dating services, I've already tried those. My services are personalized. I reserve my efforts for individuals who are special to me.
Reaching across the table, Gladys covered his hand with hers.
Ones I know will appreciate what I can do for them. There's only one thing you need to do.
Suddenly wary, Clay glanced at the woman.
What would that be? Put your faith and trust in me.
Gladys's tone turned persuasive.
It's not much to ask. In return for participating in my Bachelor games, I'll deliver the love of your life right to your front door.
Bea was on her way back to her apartment when she spotted Clay standing under a leafy oak. He was alone. That in itself was strange because he always seemed to be surrounded by people. Though her place was in sight, she decided it would be rude not to stop and say hello. Before she made it 5 feet, Piper Ambrose fell into step beside her. I saw you earlier by the bandstand, but by the time I got over there, you'd disappeared. Piper, owner of the business adjacent to Book and Cup, had also attended Good Hope High. Unlike most of the graduates still living on the Door County Peninsula, Piper had left for nearly a decade before returning home. I love baggage claim, Bea said, referring to the wholesome, if you could call any rock band wholesome, playing this evening. But they were just too loud. I thought they were loud too. Piper laughed. Though simply saying that makes me feel really, really old. Bea laughed too. Until she'd started managing the bookstore, she hadn't known Piper very well. Back in high school, Bea had been focused on her studies. She'd been determined to show her parents she was as brilliant as they and her teachers believed. She often wondered if her success in high school hadn't been because of intelligence, so much as determination. Determined to get the top grades, determined to graduate at the top of her class, determined to show that her lack of a social life was because she had more important things to focus on than bonfires and parties. Back then, Piper had been just another classmate who'd moved away after graduation. Bea still didn't know much about Piper's past life in Atlanta, but they shared a love of running, and she admired Piper's normally sunny outlook. Not to mention they were both unattached. Finding a single friend in a town overrun by happy couples had become increasingly difficult. How are things going? Bea knew Piper worked hard to keep Swoon, a boutique that had recently taken on wedding apparel, moving forward. I'm concerned about losing my lease. I know. She broke off suddenly. We'll talk later. Ladies! Clay smiled warmly. No longer by the tree, he stood so close that Bea caught the intoxicating scent of his cologne. She inhaled slowly and savored. When Clay's gray eyes flicked to her, Bea saw pure masculine appreciation in his gaze. His gaze locked on hers and held. I know I said it before, but your hair looks good. Her hand rose self-consciously to the shorter strands. Bea wondered how long it would take for her to look in the mirror and recognize herself. I noticed it right away. Piper cast Bea an approving glance. I was about to tell you how much I like it. The blonde streaks add a nice pop for summer. I agree. Clay might have glanced at Piper and offered the pretty brunette a smile, but his attention returned to Bea. Being the focus of such a handsome man was a heady experience, but Bea was savvy enough to realize that it meant little. Have you enjoyed yourself tonight? Bea stumbled over the words. She couldn't believe how tongue-tied she'd suddenly become. This was Clay, she reminded herself, the one with whom she debated everything from Malcolm Gladwell's assertions to the treatment of Marie Antoinette in Sina Jeter Naslin's novel Abundance without missing a beat. Now she could barely get a question out about his evening. The band is good, but I could barely hear myself think. Clay's lips quirked up. My students certainly don't seem to mind. Not if the way they're crowding around the stage is any indication. The shyness that had wrapped around her eased. I was just telling Piper the same thing. Not about the students, but about the noise. The smile she and Clay exchanged had Bea going warm all over. Before either of them could say another word, a familiar figure strode up. You're closing up your crystal ball a little early tonight. Piper's comment brought the woman's attention to her. Bee turned and saw Gladys gazing at Piper with a curious intensity. She knew Gladys. Everyone in Good Hope knew the queen of the Good Hope Community Theater stage. But something about Gladys's pale blue eyes always made Bee feel like she'd been caught with her hand in the cookie jar.
As you can see by what I'm wearing, I left my crystal ball home this evening.
The older woman's gaze flickered dismissively over Bee, lingered once again on Piper, then rested on Clay.
I have planning to do when I get home, and I'm eager to get to it.
Home to Gladys was the Good Hope Living Center. Gladys lived, or so Bee had heard, in a luxurious 3-bedroom apartment, top of the line and decorated by professionals out of Milwaukee. 2 of her friends, Ruby Rakes and Catherine Spencer, also had apartments in the independent living section of the new building owned by the Chapin Foundation. "What kind of planning?" Piper flashed the older woman a bright, interested smile. Unlike Bee, Piper didn't appear to be the least bit cowed by Gladys. Britt would be the same way. Bee didn't think there was a woman or man alive who could intimidate her twin.
Oh, just a little project I've undertaken.
Was it only Bee's imagination, or did Gladys's gaze shoot to Clay before returning to Piper?
I like to keep busy,
Gladys continued with a sly smile.
You know what they say about idle hands.
Piper's brows pulled together. I don't believe I've heard that saying.
Idle hands are the devil's workshop.
Clay and Bee spoke in unison. Bee looked at Clay, and they exchanged a smile. Piper shrugged good-naturedly. I'm not much of a reader. Bee thought she saw a pained look cross Gladys's face, but it was gone so quickly she might have imagined it.
Where are you 3 headed this evening?
Gladys's bright eyes glittered. Maybe it was the moon bathing her face in light that gave the older woman's smile a sinister edge. Or maybe Bee's nearness to Clay had her a bit off kilter. Whatever the reason, it took everything in Bee to stifle a nervous giggle. I was headed back to my place when I ran into Bee. Piper met Bee's gaze in a look that said they'd talk later. You 3 have fun. Do you want me to walk with you? Bee asked. Stay, have fun. I know my way. Piper once again turned to Clay and Gladys. Good seeing you both. Wiggling her fingers in a gesture of farewell, Piper strolled off.
A lovely young woman, Gladys murmured. So many positive qualities.
When Clay said nothing, Bee agreed with enthusiasm. She's wonderful.
Well.
Gladys let her gaze linger on Clay for another couple of seconds.
You have a pleasant rest of your evening. I'll be in touch.
It was nice seeing you, Bee called out.
Oh!
Gladys turned back as if she'd forgotten all about Bee.
Lovely to see you as well.
Clay stood, his hands in his pockets, an enigmatic look on his face as he watched Gladys sweep down the walkway. She's an interesting lady, Bee commented in the lengthening silence.
I have a feeling I'm going to regret giving in to her,
Clay murmured, almost to himself. Bee cocked her head. On what? Clay hesitated, then gestured to a nearby picnic table.
I'll buy you a beer and tell you all the sordid details.
Tempting. Bee tapped her lips with 2 fingers. Make it an iced tea, and you've got a deal.
Iced tea?
His brow lifted.
At Beerfest and Brats?
I've had 2 beers already. She had to smile. She couldn't help it. Just being around him made her happy. That's my quota. He studied her thoughtfully, his lips quirking ever so slightly.
What happens if you go for 3?
Bee lifted her hands, palms out, and waved them back and forth. You don't want to know. He grinned, and his tone turned teasing.
Now I really want to know.
Rolling her eyes, Bee gave in to the nearly non-existent pressure. I tell all my secrets, even the deep, dark, ugly ones. She spoke the last in a melodramatic tone. His smile faded, and concern filled his gray eyes.
I'm sorry.
Startled from her perusal of his lips, Bea lifted her gaze. Sorry for what?
For whatever caused you pain in your past.
The warmth in his words had her heart swelling with unexpected emotion.
But I understand and respect you not wanting to share something so personal with a stranger.
You're not a stranger, she blurted. You're my friend. Some of the worry left his eyes at the fervor in her voice, replaced by a softness. His hand rose, and he brushed her cheek with his knuckles.
Yes.
He spoke softly, so softly, she wondered if he'd even said the words.
We are friends.
Just for the record, I don't have any secrets. Deep, dark, ugly, or otherwise. She shrugged. My life is way too boring for any of that.
I'm glad.
Now, are you going to get me my iced tea? Since she rarely drank alcohol, the 2 beers had Bea feeling, well, loose and a little bold. I'll keep your seat warm, and when you get back, you can tell me what you and Gladys are cooking up, because there's definitely something in the oven.
Here's something else, Bea Appleton.
The way he said her name and the look in his eyes told her that wasn't such a bad thing. Or maybe he was feeling a little loose himself. I kept my end of the bargain, Bea called out to him when Clay approached the picnic table, 2 cups in hand. She patted the spot next to her on the bench. Your seat is toasty warm, and it's right next to me. Clay had planned on sitting opposite her, but she smiled so expectantly that he took the seat she'd indicated. She looked cute tonight, he realized, pretty in a girl-next-door kind of way. Like many of the women attending tonight's event, she wore a dress in bright spring colors, hers in a mint green pattern. Apparently, she was as eager for spring as everyone else in town. But Bea was also a realist and knowledgeable about weather on the peninsula. The vivid blue sweater that had likely hung around her shoulders earlier now covered her arms as the temperature had begun to dip. His long-sleeved Henley, worn with jeans, kept him plenty warm, as did the heat radiating from her body. When she gazed into his eyes, he found himself drowning in the violet depths.
Thank you.
Her voice was husky, sultry. Clay cleared his throat.
For...
She gestured to the cup and offered him a slightly lopsided smile that brightened her entire face.
Yes.
Cute, he thought.
Very cute.
She lifted one of the red Solo cups and toasted him before taking a long, noisy sip. Ah, that's good. My throat was so dry my voice was turning frog-like. Sultry was how he'd have labeled it, but he wouldn't argue. Clay lifted his own cup and returned the toast. Happy to oblige. You're a good guy, she told him. The earnest quality to her voice had him wondering who she thought she needed to convince. Clay accepted he was a good guy, just one who managed to pick the wrong woman time after time. Hey. Her hand reached up to cup his face. What's the matter? Her fingers against his cheek were there for only an instant, but he felt them even after she lowered her hand.
Nothing is the matter,
he lied. I don't believe you, but like I said, we all have our secrets. Except for me. She punctuated the comment with a laugh and a long swig of tea. There was really no other word to describe the way she brought the cup to her full red lips and guzzled. He found himself unable to look away. Setting down the cup, she swiped a hand across her lips. Clay waited for a belch that didn't come. Smiling, she made a come-ahead motion with one hand. Come on, lay it on me. What kind of scheme are you and Gladys cooking up? Clay hesitated. All Gladys's points had made perfect sense, but having her matchmake for him gave Clay an uneasy feeling. Still, he reminded himself, there was no contract. If he decided that the Bachelor games, he grinned at the moniker she described to her matchmaking efforts, weren't working for him, he'd simply quit playing. No harm, no foul. Is this going to be like 20 questions? Bea's voice broke through his thoughts. Clay refocused on the woman sitting beside him.
Huh?
Okay, so maybe it wasn't the most articulate response from a man working toward a PhD, but it was the best he could come up with at the moment. Are you going to make me ask you a bunch of questions? Pry it out of you with a crowbar? Instead of grinning, as was his overwhelming urge, Clay lifted his hands in mock surrender. I draw the line at anything that involves bars made of thick metal. Then tell me! Her violet eyes remained focused on him, and she seemed to quiver with excitement as she awaited his response. Something told him she was truly interested, not just nosy.
Well,
Clay took a contemplative sip of tea before continuing.
when Gladys discovered Stella and I were no longer together, she came up with a solution.
Shock had Bee's eyes widening. She has a plan to get you and Stella back together?
Clay shook his head. That's over and done.
Her gaze searched his face. You're okay with that? The concern in her voice touched him.
Very okay. I can see now that we weren't a good match.
Better be careful saying that word aloud. Bee leaned close, the light floral scent of her perfume teasing his nostrils.
What word?
Match. Bee lowered her voice, though there was no one even close. Even if there had been, he'd still have to strain to hear her. Gladys is a matchmaker.
Is that right?
Clay resisted a crazy urge to brush a strand of hair back from her face as she leaned even closer. She and her friends. Serious and intense, Bee's eyes turned dark. Ruby, Catherine, and Oakley. He played along.
Oakley, too.
Bee nodded. You need to be careful, or you just might find yourself the object of their machinations. The alcohol she'd ingested had her stumbling over the last word. Clay didn't feel the urge to crack a smile. He found her concern for his welfare both touching and humbling. Not for the first time, Clay found himself wondering if he'd made a mistake in accepting Gladys's offer.
Too late. Gladys is determined to find me the perfect woman.
Confusion skittered across Bee's face. She blinked, long dark lashes over wide violet eyes. Say what?
She's got some crazy idea about what she's calling Bachelor games.
Clay hated, really hated, that name.
That's what she's calling her efforts.
The Bachelor? Like the television program?
Clay nearly groaned aloud. No, definitely not. No roses and definitely no gaggle of women vying for one man. That'd be demeaning to everyone involved. Surely some kind of group thing couldn't be what the older woman was planning. Or could it? A chill traveled up Clay's spine.
Bee's thick brows furrowed. Then what?
I'm not sure exactly. It's still early days. The details haven't been solidified.
Why would you do that? Bee startled him by covering his hand with hers. You've never had trouble getting women? This was the time when he could have brushed off her concerns with some pithy one-liner that answered her questions without really saying anything. But Bee was his friend, and he wanted to be straight with her.
In case you haven't noticed,
Clay's lips lifted in a wry smile.
I have an unfortunate habit of picking women who are not that into me.
You're too good for Stella. This time, it was Clay's turn to blink.
I'm not sure about that, but it's nice of you to say.
The hand that still rested on his squeezed. You'll find the right woman, and she'll be lucky to have you. Touched by her generous nature and kind words, Clay flipped over his hand and laced his fingers with hers. Her hand, small, soft, and incredibly warm, fit perfectly in his. She didn't pull away. Neither did he. Clay realized this woman he'd thought he knew was a stranger in many ways. Her violet eyes seemed familiar yet mysterious in the waning light. His heart stumbled. While there was much about Bee he didn't know, he knew one thing. This was someone he could trust implicitly. I mean it. Her eyes never left his. Any woman would be lucky.
Coming from you, Bee? That means a lot.
Clay paused.
I wonder if...
What? Her gaze didn't waver as she offered an encouraging smile. Ask me anything.
Would you be my post-date confidant?
Chapter 6. 97-year-old Gladys Berthoff loved attending Sunday services at First Christian. Not only did Pastor Dan Marshall give the best sermons, but the sanctuary was a see and be seen kind of place. She usually sat with her good friend Catherine Spencer and the pastor's sister, Oakley. Occasionally, Gladys's other bestie, Ruby Rakes, would join them. Today, Ruby sat near the front in the Rakes' pew with her grandson Jeremy, former Good Hope mayor, and his wife Delphinium. Ruby was crazy about her great-grandson Eddie and never missed an opportunity to spend time with the happy family. This morning, Catherine had decided to sleep in, and Oakley was at home, hard at work on some reconnaissance for Gladys. Gladys wasn't sure what excuse she'd given her brother for missing Sunday services. Gladys glanced down at her phone and studied the picture Oakley had just texted her of a pretty brunette. The shot showed a little too much cleavage for Gladys's tastes, but the woman was a knockout, and just Clay Chapin's type. She gave the pic a thumbs up.
Let us pray.
The minister bowed his head, and 99% of the people in the pews did as he asked. Gladys figured she could pray later. Oakley was running hot, and Gladys wanted to encourage her efforts. She studied the next pic Oakley texted. This one got a thumbs down. The woman looked like a clown with all that makeup. While the congregation prayed, Gladys continued to review pictures. With everyone's heads bowed and most eyes closed, this was the perfect time to keep her eyes lowered and focused on her phone. She could get this work done without being obvious. She, former community theater star turned director, had mastered the art of subtlety. Excitement surged at the thought of finding the right woman for Clay. Gladys's marriage had been a happy one. In her mind, there was nothing as lovely as finding your true love. Pulling her gaze from her phone, she glanced across the sanctuary and caught Albert August's gaze. Apparently, he also had more important things to do than close his eyes. Lifting one hand, she wiggled her fingers in greeting. He smiled back. The simple gesture sent her heart fluttering. Before she and Albert had connected, Gladys believed each person got one true love. Albert had her reconsidering that absolute. Knowing that at any moment his son and daughter-in-law might glance up and give her the stink eye, they didn't approve of octogenarian Albert dating an older woman. Gladys scanned the bowed heads. She and her crew had already matched a good number of singles in Good Hope. In fact, the upcoming wedding of the town's new mayor, Greer Chapin, to Wyatt McConnell would be the culmination of her most recent efforts. Gladys smiled. Yes, she definitely had a knack for ferreting out true love. The sight of Greer's head leaning against her fiancé's shoulder filled her with satisfaction. They made a lovely couple. Greer's brother David and wife Hadley were another perfect match. Her gaze landed on Clay and lingered. Gladys experienced a familiar tingle. Bachelor games. The name had come to her while she and Clay had talked. It fit perfectly. When she'd heard the principal and his girlfriend, Stella from Sturgeon Bay, had called it quits, Gladys had lifted a glass of her finest scotch in celebration. The young woman was pretty, but ill-mannered. Last month, Stella had bumped into her outside Bloom's bake shop. The snooty brunette had been in such a hurry she'd nearly knocked Gladys off balance. She hadn't bothered to stop to see if Gladys was okay. No matter, Stella was gone. Clay was available. Best of all, he'd put his future happiness in her hands. His trust wasn't something she took lightly. A tingle of excitement traveled up Gladys's spine. Her amen resounded when the prayer ended. She would find Clay Chapin the right woman. Of that she had no doubt. Gladys Berthoff didn't tolerate fools or failure. The only reason Bee had rolled out of bed so early on a Sunday morning was because she and Piper had a standing date at Muddy Boots. The popular cafe filled up quickly, and both knew they needed to grab a booth before nearby church services ended. "Thank you, Helen." Bee smiled as the waitress flipped over her cup and filled it with steaming coffee without being asked. The older woman had been working at the cafe for as long as Bee could remember. Her bright orange hair and clashing red lipstick were as much a Muddy Boots fixture as the mural on the far wall of a young girl with an umbrella kicking up water. "Did you two have fun at Beer Fest and Brats?" Helen asked, filling Piper's cup while keeping one eye on the tables in her section. "How did you know we were there?" Piper asked. "You're single." Helen chuckled. "Where else would you be on a Saturday night?" "True," Bea agreed. Sorry, gals, my group is headed in." Helen hurried off without a backward glance. "She didn't take our order," Piper huffed. Bea shot her a look. "We're here every Sunday. We order the same thing every week. Maybe I want something different today." Piper glanced at Helen's retreating back. "Do you?" Piper suddenly grinned and lifted her cup. "Nah." The door opened, and Bee's gaze shifted to the familiar parade of Good Hope's movers and shakers to the large rectangular table in the back. For a number of years, it had been tradition for this group of friends to gather for a quick breakfast in the gap between church and the time their kids got out of Sunday school. Some were single, though over the years most had married and now had children. Clay was part of the group, as was his brother and sister and their partners. He strode in beside David, holding his young nephew in the crook of his arm. Clay and his brother were laughing about something and didn't even glance in her and Piper's direction. When Bea turned back, she found Piper staring at Clay. Piper lifted her cup. "I hear Gladys is going to be matching him." Bea took a drink of coffee and kept her face expressionless. "Really?" Piper cocked her head. "It's all over town." "I may have heard something about it." Bea waved a non-committal hand. "She won't have any trouble. The guy has money. Lots of women think he's hot, though he doesn't do anything for me." Piper pursed her lips. "I've never cared for his type." The vehemence in her friend's tone took Bea by surprise. "What type is that?" "You know." Bea shook her head, truly puzzled. "If I knew, I wouldn't ask." "The kind who grow up with silver spoons in their mouths and don't understand what it's like for the rest of us lowly peasants." Piper's lip curled. "The only thing the Chapins care about is their money." A sick feeling filled the pit of Bea's stomach at the disgust in Piper's voice. "Greer bought her wedding dress in your store." "You're right. That purchase put Swoon on the map. A lot of brides who'd been going to Green Bay or Milwaukee decided to give me a chance. Still, I'm sure Greer shopping local was more political than anything else." Piper shrugged. "I'll admit she seems nicer than in high school. Then again, she's a politician." Bea sat back, stunned by what she was hearing. How had she not known Piper held such animosity toward Clay and his family? As if sensing Bea's distress, Piper leaned forward. "I know you consider Clay a friend, but frankly, I've never understood what you see in the guy. Look at the women he dates. It's like a revolving door of vapid supermodel types." "He's a good guy, Piper." Bea considered Clay a friend, and she wouldn't let anyone, not even Piper, diss him. "If you'd take the time to know him, you'd see it." Piper shrugged, then her gaze turned speculative. "I wonder how he kisses. Maybe that's the problem." "Piper? Oh, don't look so—" Piper waved a hand as if she couldn't come up with the right word. "You know as well as I do that some guys are wet and sloppy kissers." Bea grimaced. "That's an image I could do without." Piper lifted her hands, then dropped them. "I'm just wondering if that's why he hasn't been able to keep a woman." Bea thought of Clay's firm, sensual, and dry lips. She shook her head. "It's not that." She had a feeling that Clay knew how to kiss and would be good at it. In fact, she had a feeling he'd be good at all that followed. The mere thought of what it'd be like to do everything that followed with him had heat sliding through her veins like warm honey. There has to be a reason he can't keep a woman. As if the thought cheered her, Piper smiled broadly when Helen set a bowl of oatmeal and a side of fruit in front of her. While healthy eating was Bee's way most days of the week, Sunday was her day to indulge. "Strawberry crepes for you." Helen set the plate in front of Bee. "Extra whipped cream, the way you like." Bee gazed in awe at the plate. "It looks amazing." "I'll be back with more coffee in a bit." Helen glanced at the table. "Anything else for right now?" "We're good." Piper was already folding the blueberries into her oatmeal. "Thanks." The older woman left, making a beeline for the table in the back. What would it be like, Bee wondered as she forked off a bite of the crepe, to be part of such a group? The people at that table were more than a group, they were a family. Even though not all were related by blood, the unit they formed was just as strong. When Bee turned her attention back to her own table, she found Piper staring at her. "I wonder that all the time." Piper's spoonful of oatmeal hovered halfway to her mouth. Only then did Bee realize she must have said out loud what she was thinking. She kept her tone casual as she glanced down, making sure she got plenty of whipped cream and strawberries on her fork. "Wonder what?" "Why them? Why not us?" Piper's tone might be offhand, but Bee knew her friend well enough to know it was a serious question deserving of a serious answer. After chewing and following the deliciousness with another sip of the wonderfully hot coffee, Bee inclined her head. "You have to wonder." Piper leaned forward. This morning, she'd secured her dark hair at the neck with a tortoiseshell clasp, leaving her beautiful face unframed. "I understand why I didn't run with the popular crowd back in high school. The extra 30 pounds I carried back then were enough to ensure I couldn't wear the cute clothes everyone else wore. You were pretty then, and you're pretty now." Bee reached across the table and gave Piper's hand a squeeze. "Even more important, you're beautiful on the inside." Piper squeezed Bee's hand in return, then sat back. "Spoken like a true friend. Anyway," Bee waved a now empty fork in the air. "High school was a long time ago." "True," Piper acknowledged. "But I remember sitting in trig and thinking, why your sister and not you? Surely you had to wonder why Brittany was so popular while you lived in the library?" Bee's lips lifted in a wry smile. Though she told herself she was cool with those years when Britt had soared and she'd, well, languished, Piper was right. Sometimes she did wonder. "My sister has so much energy, such a zest for life." Bee relaxed against the cherry-red vinyl of the booth, her fingers curved around the ceramic cup filled with amazing-tasting coffee. "The positive is, Britt is happy with the direction her life has taken. I'm happy with mine. I've got good friends." She gestured with her cup toward Piper in mock salute. "And a job I love. Most days, that is." A shadow slid across Piper's face. "I'm worried what the change in location will mean. Has Judy spoken to you much about it?" A lump formed in the pit of Bee's stomach. "Only that the lease is up at the end of the summer, and that the Chapins won't be renewing it." Now, that might be a reason for me to cozy up to Clay Chapin. Bitterness ran through Piper's voice. He might be able to get his family to change their mind and let Swoon stay where it is for the same amount of rent. Bee set her cup down with a clatter, 2 lines forming between her brows. "You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't use Clay like that." It was a statement more than a question, but Bee saw Piper heard the censure. "You're right, I wouldn't do that." Piper blew out a breath. "I know what it feels like to be used. I wouldn't do that to anyone else." Piper had alluded to being used in the past by a man, but she'd always deflected any questions Bee asked. "I'd think the new space would be perfect for Swoon. I know Frank is excited about moving Echoes." Turning the conversational ball over to her friend, Bee refocused on her crepes. "Having an antique store in that location makes sense, especially since they're aiming to make it a destination for tourists. Frank tries to carry items from families in the area because it's the kind of stuff visitors to the peninsula love. Piper lifted her coffee, but didn't drink. My clientele is mostly local. Swoon is convenient for them. I hate the thought of moving my shop out to the boonies. Bea offered a sympathetic smile. I don't think Judy is keen on moving, but I don't believe she sees another option, other than closing the store. Piper's eyes widened. Would she do that? Bea hesitated. I sure hope not. Piper's expression darkened. Beck told me there's no good in fighting it. Nothing can be done. Why did you consult with him? Granted, Beckett Cross had a stellar reputation as an attorney, but Beck's father-in-law was married to Clay's mother. That was a strong Chapin tie. Why wouldn't— Oh. Understanding dawned on Piper's face. Because Steve is married to Lynn. Bea nodded. I didn't see that as a conflict. Piper shrugged. Beck is an honorable guy. Movement across the room caught Bea's eyes. The group was headed out. Unlike her and Piper, most of them had kids to pick up. They didn't have the luxury of enjoying a leisurely Sunday breakfast. Don't look now, but we're about to have company. Bea spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. She set down her fork and smiled at the man approaching their table. Your honorable attorney is headed this way. Chapter 7. When Clay saw Beck veer off as the rest of the group left the table and headed for the door, he hurried to catch up, then fell into step beside him. Did you forget about Sarah Rose? Beck and Amy's oldest was in the preschool class at Sunday school. I'd never forget my angel. Amy is picking her up. Beck glanced at Clay as if surprised he hadn't headed out the door with the rest of the group. I'll do refills. Beck grabbed a coffee pot from one of the wait staff before turning back to Clay. We're short-handed. I'm staying to help through the rush. Attorney, restaurateur, bakery owner, as well as husband and dad. A true Renaissance man, Clay joked. The truth was, Clay was continually amazed by how much both Beck and Amy accomplished. Amy is the force behind Bloom's Bake Shop. Beck slanted a quick glance around the dining area. I take no credit for its success. But he would, Clay knew, take credit for the resurgence of Muddy Boots. When Beck had moved to Good Hope 5 years ago, the iconic cafe had been in desperate need of renovation. Beck had brought it back to its earlier glory and, with Amy's input, had spiffed up the menu. Ladies? Beck stopped at a table by the window and flashed a smile at the customers seated there. I trust the food and service have been to your satisfaction? Sitting across from Piper in the booth, Bea gestured to her half-eaten plate of strawberry crepes. Amazingly good. No one makes better oatmeal than Muddy Boots, Piper chimed in. That's what I like to hear. Beck waved away Helen, who was hurrying toward the booth with a full pot of coffee. He held up a hand. I've got refills covered. Dakota will be in any minute to take Marie's tables. Praise the Lord, Helen said, then hurried off. Dakota is in town? Bea couldn't hide her surprise. Last year, the young woman's mother had married NFL standout Cruz Slattery, who was now a coach. Not long after, the family had moved to Green Bay. She finished her second year of college at lacrosse this week, then watched her dad play in a celebrity golf tournament in Milwaukee yesterday. Now you're putting her to work? Bea said with a smile. She offered. You know she worked here in high school. Dakota is an excellent waitress. Piper absently stirred her oatmeal. Ignoring Clay, she kept her gaze focused on Beck. Will the family be in town long? The family included Crew, his wife, Cassie, daughter, Dakota, plus 3 boys, 2 who were in high school and a preschooler. Bea thought of all the ups and downs Cassie's life had taken. The woman had made mistakes, lots of them, but Cassie had found a way to get past them. Some of the change had to do with the man having breakfast at another booth by the window. Liam Gallagher, a psychologist, had founded Connections, a counseling service located at the outskirts of Good Hope. Cassie gave the psychologist credit for pulling her out of the quagmire that had become her life. Having Crew, her first love and Dakota's father, re-enter the picture when she had gotten her life together had been the icing on the cake of change. Bea had silently cheered for Cassie. Though Cassie was older and they weren't friends, she knew what it felt like to be lonely. She still missed her parents and sister terribly. Thankfully, her friendship with Piper helped fill the void.
"How are you doing after your night of revelry?"
Clay might have addressed both women, but his gaze lingered on Bea. He'd walked her to the door of her building last night and hadn't left until she was inside and had flipped the deadbolt. Though Bea hadn't been drunk, far from it, she had been buzzed, and while the streets of Good Hope were safe, she knew Clay had worried about her safety. Bea had to admit that, when she leaned back against her door and smiled up at him, she'd hoped for a goodnight kiss. She hadn't gotten it. Bea sighed.
"When Amy and I saw you, you were on your way home."
Beck's gaze rested on Piper.
"It was fairly early."
"My night of revelry ended at 9. Piper pointed to Bea. "This one didn't get home until midnight." "I'm sorry if I woke you." Bea expelled a breath. Was it the shower? Darn clanging pipes. Clay's brows pulled together.
"You two are roommates?"
Piper laughed. "No, our living quarters are both above our stores. There isn't much insulation in the walls, so it's like one big apartment sometimes." Clay grinned.
"You won't have that problem when you move to Wrigley."
Bea nearly groaned aloud when a shadow rippled over Piper's face. "No." Piper's curt tone appeared to go right over Clay's head. "I guess I won't."
"Coffee makes everything better. Or at least makes you feel better."
Beck filled their cups.
"It's good to see you both. If you need anything, just give a wave to Helen or me."
He moved off to the next table, leaving Clay standing there alone. "Won't you join us?" Bea asked, not thinking for one moment he'd accept.
"I don't want to intrude."
Clay glanced at Piper. "Please." Piper offered him a bright smile that didn't come close to reaching her eyes. "Join us."
"Thanks."
Though there was equal room on each side, he waited until Bea moved over to make space for him. When he slid in beside her and those amazing lips curved in a smile, Bea knew Piper was wrong. Clay would be an amazing kisser. Clay settled in beside Bea and let himself fully relax. He enjoyed having breakfast with his family and friends, but lately it seemed all the talk revolved around kids. Not that he didn't like hearing about his nieces and nephews' antics as well as his friends' children, but he wished they'd talk about something else for a change. He'd regretted the wish when the subject had turned to Greer and Wyatt's wedding. Love, marriage, kids. For Clay, that progression had never seemed more out of reach.
"What have you two been discussing?"
he asked when the silence at the table lengthened. "We were discussing how we're soon to be homeless and the rumor that Gladys is back playing matchmaker." Piper arched a brow. "Either of those topics interest you?" Clay shot a quick look in Bea's direction. Had she mentioned the Bachelor games to her friend? The subtle shake of her head reassured him.
"Intriguing topics for a bright and sunny Sunday."
He sipped the coffee Helen had brought, then refocused on Piper. "It isn't fair what your family is doing." Piper's words held a venomous edge. "You do what you want. You don't care about us and what we want."
"Piper!"
Clay heard the warning in Bea's voice. "This isn't the time or place," Bea began. When is the time and place then?" Piper pushed her oatmeal bowl to the side and leaned forward, her hands grasping the metal edge of the table. "Swoon is my life. This move will likely destroy my business." "But Bea began, then stopped when Clay laid a hand on her arm.
"It's okay. I can speak for myself."
Clay felt sympathy surge that Piper was on edge about the upcoming changes.
"First, I need to make it clear, I'm not heavily involved in the family business."
"You have a vote, like all the others," Piper shot back. Bea opened her mouth, then shut it. Clay was grateful Bea trusted him to hold his own. Spending so much time with teenagers had taught him how to deal with anger and disappointment.
I do, but I rely on my family's expertise. Cop out!
Clay inclined his head, not sure he'd heard correctly.
Pardon?
Claiming ignorance is a cop-out. You have a responsibility to be an informed voter. We all do. Piper's brown eyes pinned him. Voting one way because your family tells you to, rather than taking the time to learn the facts for yourself, is a cop-out.
On that point, I must agree with Piper.
Bee's voice sounded soft but firm beside him. Considering for several seconds, he nodded.
Tell me why you're concerned.
He listened while Piper reeled off a laundry list of issues and Bee finished her crepes. I'd be willing to find a temporary place to do my wedding business while you're updating the heating, electrical, and plumbing in my current location, Piper told him. When it's done, I want my space back.
I'm sure that can be arranged if you're willing to pay the increased rent.
Clay's tone remained matter-of-fact.
As a business owner, you know the extensive renovation costs will be passed on.
Piper winced. Yeah, well, paying more would be a problem.
From what I understand, the reason you've been offered the space in the new building out on Wrigley at a good rate is to thank you for being a good tenant and to make up for the inconvenience of the move.
Clay tried to recall all the particulars that had been discussed at the family meeting. When he couldn't, he realized he hadn't been paying as close attention as he should have.
I believe you've also been guaranteed that rate for 5 years.
Piper nodded, shifting uncomfortably in her seat.
I understand change is difficult.
Clay gentled his tone.
Have you voiced these concerns to my other family members?
Your mom and Greer are busy with a wedding. Piper chewed on her lower lip. I spoke with David. He only reiterated what a good deal I was offered regarding the rent on the new space. Piper's concern had Clay wondering if the family had explored all options for merchants who didn't want to relocate. He'd simply assumed that the three would be thrilled to move into brand new quarters on a 5-year lease with an extremely fair rate per square foot.
Let me do more research.
Clay met her suspicious gaze with a steady one of his own.
I'll speak with my family and be back in touch.
Thank you. Though Piper's gaze remained skeptical, she offered an apologetic smile. I didn't mean to ambush you. When Bee and I got to talking about the move, it just stirred up all these feelings and…
I understand. We want to hear your concerns and address them, though I can't guarantee anything will change.
Clay realized he'd switched into we mode, the one he often used when discussing the family. The Chapins were a unit. Clay turned to Bee.
What about Book and Cup? Do you share Piper's concerns?
Bee shrugged. I'm just the manager. Judy is the one handling all this. Or maybe not handling. I think she's hoping it will all go away. Judy has always been a head in the sand gal. Piper's comment and dismissive tone appeared to spark Bee's temper. Judy has been through a lot this last year. The potential location change is one more thing on an already overflowing plate. Bee's tone remained even, but Clay saw the fire in her eyes. Cal's unexpected death from a heart attack rocked her world. She's been trying to find her rhythm ever since. She needs support, not condemnation. Piper flushed. Clay didn't have to feign sympathy for what Judy was going through. He understood.
It's difficult to lose someone you love unexpectedly. Even harder when you didn't get the chance to say goodbye.
He'd been away at college when his dad died. It had taken a long time for him to find his rhythm, too. On to happier topics. Piper's gaze turned assessing. Give us the inside scoop on Gladys's matchmaking efforts. They're the talk of Good Hope.
Not this morning, please.
Clay waved a hand.
It's way too early.
Sympathy filled Bee's eyes. You may not have a say. Clay cocked his head, met her gaze. Gladys and her crew just walked through the door. Too late, Clay realized he should have walked out the door with the others. He liked Gladys, and the woman's heart was in the right place, but right now he wasn't in the mood for her and her friends.
Good morning, all.
Gladys paused by the booth while her companions followed the hostess to a foretop. Gladys was the only one Clay knew who could pull off wearing purple and silver before noon, and pull it off with panache. "Good morning, Gladys," Clay said as Piper and Bee murmured their greetings. "I saw you in church. By the time I made it to the foyer, you were gone. My friends and I," Gladys waved a hand in the direction of the table, "stopped by the Living Center to do a little strategic planning. There's no privacy here, and I know how you value your privacy." So they'd been talking about him, strategizing, plotting, planning. Clay wanted to find a woman, the right woman, that hadn't changed. So why did he suddenly find himself weary of a game that hadn't even started? Gladys pushed herself into the booth beside Piper. "I hear your sister is coming back for the wedding." For a second, Clay thought that Gladys was speaking to Piper, though he didn't recall the boutique owner having a sister, until he saw the look on Bee's face. Surprise mixed with hurt. The urge to clasp her hand and give it a comforting squeeze had him pressing his hands against the table. "For the wedding? I know she's covering a celebrity golf tournament in the area." Bee's voice remained calm, and no one looking at her, well, no one who didn't know her well, would think she was anything other than curious. "I never considered she'd be around long enough to attend the wedding, or that she'd be invited. Where'd you hear that?" Gladys touched a finger to her bright red lips and pretended to ponder the question, when, no doubt, the answer was right there on the tip of her tongue. "I believe it was Greer who mentioned it." Bee cocked her head. "Uh, I remember now." Gladys shot a glance at Clay. "I asked Greer several days ago if there was anyone coming from far away for the nuptials. She mentioned Brittany." Gladys's gaze slid back to Bee. "Such a lovely woman, your sister. Busy and successful, yet I understand she still finds time to mentor youth." Bee cleared her throat. "Yes, she belongs to a group called UP that works with inner-city youth. It's one of the things she likes most about working in Philly. The city is very supportive of such programs." "I'm eager to see her again." Gladys smiled. "Will she be staying with you while she's here?" "Where else?" Bee's smile seemed unnaturally bright. "Well, from what I recall, Brittany had many friends when she lived here." "That's true." Bee nodded. "But if she comes, she'll stay with me." "If she comes?" Gladys's brow arched. "It sounds as if you were unaware of her impending visit." "Britt is on a job hunt." Bee's tone remained calm and carefully measured. "If she gets another position, and they need her to start immediately, she'll cancel her trip here." Only for a second, Gladys's expression fell. "Of course. I was just thinking how nice it would be for you to see your sister again. It's been a while." "It has," Bee acknowledged. Her position with the Silverhawks kept her busy. Gladys studied Bee for a long moment, a puzzled look on her face. "You're twins." "Yep," Bee smiled. "That's us." Chapter 8. Once Gladys and Clay left, Bee couldn't sit any longer. She turned to Piper. "Feel like a run?" "Sure. Give me 5 to change. I'll meet you by the back door." When they were young, neither she nor Piper had been involved in sports. The extra weight Piper carried had made her self-conscious. In Bee's family, sports had been Britt's thing. Bee had had her studies. Several years back, Bee discovered she liked outdoor activities, especially ones where she competed only with herself. She and Piper began running together, and Bee joined the Y to help her stay in shape during the days it was impossible to be outside. Inside 30 minutes, Bee and Piper were headed down their favorite trail in Peninsula State Park. They settled into a familiar, comfortable rhythm that allowed them to talk. "What did you make of Gladys stopping by the table?" Piper asked. The woman likes to be in the know. "What do you mean by that?" "She saw Clay sitting with us and got curious." Bee fought a surge of exasperation. "Which is crazy. Why shouldn't he sit with us?" Piper slanted a sideways glance at her as the path curved. We're not part of his group. His group, our group. Bea made a sound of impatience. What are we, back in middle school? No, of course not. But you know what I'm getting at. People, no matter their age, have their circle of close friends. People they like and who like them. People who share common interests. You're right. I shouldn't have snapped. I'm sorry. Bea picked up the pace. The tension that balled like a tight knot in her chest needed to be worked loose. She couldn't do that by cleaning her apartment or sauntering down the trail. It surprised you that Gladys knew Brittany was coming. When Bea remained quiet, Piper continued. You didn't know your sister RSVP'd to Greer's wedding. I didn't realize she was invited. Bea tried for a casual laugh, but it sounded weak. Did you get an invitation? Bea assumed Piper would have mentioned it if she had, but then again, she'd thought Britt might have mentioned it too. I did. Bea's head jerked to the side. Seriously? Because of the dress? Piper's tone remained matter-of-fact. Not out of friendship. I'm not buds with Greer or Wyatt. You'll have to tell me all about the wedding. They should have sent you an invitation. Piper frowned. It's a large affair, and you're a merchant. I don't think all the merchants got invitations. Bea shrugged. Besides, I'm simply an employee, one who doesn't have a clue what her future holds. You need to take care of that. Piper's tone brooked no argument. Bea cast her friend an incredulous glance and slowed. What Judy does or doesn't do is her business, not mine. It's every bit your business. Piper jogged in place as a mama duck and her babies waddled out of the woods and across the path. If Judy decides to shut down and go out of business, you'll not only be out of a job, but you'll lose your apartment. With Duck and Ducklings now off the path, the two resumed their jog. It took Bea a minute to answer. I've shoved my worries aside by telling myself there isn't anything I can do about the situation. For the moment, Piper gave her space, not advice. Several minutes passed as a path took them deeper into the gorgeous woods that ran alongside Green Bay. Spring was all around them, in the tiny purple flowers on the ground, in the leafy green of the large trees, and in the grass that had seemed to turn from brown to green in a heartbeat. The air even smelled like spring, fresh and clean with just a hint of pine. I love Good Hope, Piper. I want to stay. Piper nodded. Bea tried to put into words the thoughts and emotions whirling in her brain. I've tried pretending it will all work out, tried not to let myself get scared and think about what might happen if Judy does shut down. But you're right, the clock is ticking. I need to know where I stand. I hope you know that if you need a place until you find something, you're welcome to stay with me. A generous offer, but you'll likely also be looking for new living quarters. We'll figure this out. We're buds. Piper flashed a smile. I'm going to hold Judy's feet to the fire and... Bea's voice trailed off when she recognized the couple walking hand in hand on the path in front of them. That's Wyatt and Greer. She must have spoken more loudly than she'd intended, because the soon-to-be-wed couple turned and smiled, leaving Bea and Piper little choice but to stop and chat. Friendliness was the Good Hope way, which was only one of the reasons Bea loved her community and couldn't imagine living anywhere else. Here, people greeted you when they passed you on the sidewalk. If you had a flat tire or ran out of gas, someone always stopped to help. In the grocery store, shopping took twice as long because she was always stopping her cart to chat. Bea had never understood how her sister could have so easily left behind all the caring and connections. Of course, if Bea found herself without a job or a place to stay, she might have to go elsewhere too. The thought brought a sharp stab of pain to her heart. Bea! Piper! How nice to see you both! Greer's smile was warm and friendly. It's a lovely day. Wyatt swept an arm in the direction of the cloudless blue sky. Too nice to be indoors. That's exactly why we're out today. Bea gestured with her head toward Piper. I suppose a run would be better exercise. Greer smiled at Wyatt. But after the week I had, a walk with my fiancé seemed the perfect thing. I can't imagine planning a big wedding and taking on all the duties of being mayor. Admiration ran like a pretty ribbon through Bee's words. Just one of those would be enough. It's been a challenge. Greer laid a hand on Wyatt's arm. But this guy has been with me every step of the way. Jeremy has also been incredibly helpful. He made himself available to answer any questions I might have. Bee wasn't surprised. Jeremy, the former mayor, was part of Greer and Clay's inner circle. Piper focused her attention on Wyatt. Is what I heard true? Are you and Jeremy going into business together? Wyatt's eyes widened. Greer elbowed him in the ribs, a good-natured smile on her lips. Told you news travels fast in Good Hope. The announcement hasn't even made it into the open door, Wyatt said, referring to the daily e-newsletter put out by Katie Ruth Marshall, the pastor's wife. How'd you hear? I keep my ear to the ground. Piper cocked her head. Is it true? Piper, Bee realized, was a lot like Britt. If she wanted to know something, she asked. If she wanted something, she went after it. Bee was more like Judy, putting her head in the sand and not asking for anything. That ended today, Bee decided. It's true. Jeremy and I will be setting up a store across the road from where your new shops are located. We're planning to open a fruit market. Fresh fruits and cherries in season, lots of jams and jellies and other associated products the rest of the time. I thought that's what the building you just constructed at Cherry Acres was to be. Bee might not have her ear to the ground, but she'd heard about that plan more than once. Jeremy has acres of fruit trees at Rake's farm, and I have most of the cherry trees in the area. Wyatt seemed to warm to the topic. Opening a store on Wrigley will bring increased traffic to the area and help support other businesses. You've thought it out. Bee spoke while Piper remained silent. The building at Cherry Acres will still sell product, but that location will primarily be used for educating students and tourists on everything that goes on in the cherry industry. Wyatt paused, then chuckled. Didn't mean to give you a long-winded answer to a basic question. I don't know about these two. Greer leaned her head against his shoulder. But I could listen to you talk business all day. Bee's heart gave a ping. The softness in the mayor's demeanor hadn't been there a year earlier. In fact, if anyone would have asked Bee back then, she'd have said Greer was likely to spend her life alone, by choice. Clay's sister was the ultimate businesswoman and the driving force behind most of the successful Chapin ventures. She wondered, as Piper chatted with Greer and Wyatt, if Clay sometimes felt as overwhelmed by his successful family as Bee did by her sister. It's good to see you both. The comment had Bee refocusing on the couple. Greer's eyes twinkled as if she knew Bee hadn't been paying attention. If you need any final alterations on any of the dresses, don't hesitate to ask, Piper called over her shoulder as she and Bee took off. Looking back, Bee saw Wyatt pull Greer into his arms and kiss her soundly. It sounds as if everyone is doing their part to promote development on Wrigley. After they rounded another bend, Bee found her steps slowing even as her mind raced. Maybe this move would be a good thing. Not for me. Piper's chin jutted up. Swoon needs to be downtown. Her friend had a stubborn streak. Piper's mind, once made up, was difficult to change. Deciding not to ruin the beautiful day with an argument, Bee switched the conversation to something front and center in her thoughts. What do you think Gladys has planned for the Bachelor games? Gladys and the Bachelor games weighed heavily on Clay's mind when he arrived at the family home for dinner that night. It didn't surprise him that by now everyone had heard he'd committed to the games. His brother and sister expressed concern. His mother made no bones about her reservations. The good-natured teasing Clay endured through dinner from others in the family had begun to wear thin by the time they gathered around the pool for cocktails. Clay looked up when Steve placed a hand on his shoulder. I'd like to show you the vegetable garden I've started. Steve gestured with one hand. It's just over there. Clay's stepfather was tall, with graying hair, silver-rimmed glasses, and a penchant for cardigans a la Mr. Rogers. There was no one whose opinion Clay respected more. Lead the way. Clay didn't know much about growing vegetables, but he'd considered giving it a shot. Perhaps Steve wanted him to see gardening wasn't difficult. Or maybe, and this was entirely more likely, Steve was simply offering him the opportunity to get some breathing space. Either way, Clay eagerly strolled across the lawn with his stepfather to a small plot of well-tended ground. Clay gazed down at the green, twisty vines. "The tomatoes look like they're off to a good start. I took a chance putting them in so early." Steve's lips lifted in a wry smile. "We've had snow in May before." Clay lifted a hand, palm out. "With Greer's wedding fast approaching, don't even think the word snow, much less say it." "I hear ya." Steve's chuckle filled the warm evening air. "I'm praying for sunny and dry on Greer and Wyatt's special day." Across the yard, they watched Wyatt sling an arm around Greer's shoulders. Clay shook his head, even as a smile lifted his lips. "Something tells me those two would be happy even if we got a foot of the white stuff. Their positive outlook is only one of many reasons your sister and Wyatt are a good match." Steve straightened from the green leaf he'd been inspecting. "Speaking of matches, this deal you made with Gladys sounds interesting." The words, spoken casually, gave no indication of his stepfather's thoughts on the matter. Clay's smile disappeared. "I told Gladys I'd play her Bachelor games, but I'm already having second thoughts." Steve motioned to a nearby bench. "Let's sit for 5, and you can tell me what about the deal troubles you." The more Clay got to know Steve, whom his mother had married last year, the more he appreciated the qualities that attracted her to the unassuming math teacher. Clay told his stepfather how Gladys approached him shortly after Stella dumped him. "I was glad Stella broke it off," he told Steve. "I believe if she hadn't, given time, I would have." Steve merely offered an encouraging smile. For several seconds, Clay focused on a bird splashing in a concrete bath, another Steve addition to the lawn that had once been too perfectly landscaped. "I don't have a problem finding dates, but it's frustrating to keep picking the wrong women. When Gladys insisted that she can find me the right one, I thought, sure, why not? Knock yourself out. How exactly will these games work?" The not knowing, Clay realized, was at the heart of his discomfort. "We didn't get down to the details level, and I realize now I shouldn't have agreed without clarifying." A ding announcing a new text had Clay stifling a curse. He already knew what he'd find when he opened the text. How many pictures was the woman going to send him? Clay pulled the phone from the pocket, pulled up Gladys's texts, and shoved the phone into Steve's hand. "This is the kind of thing that worries me." Steve scrolled through the headshots, one after the other. "Grass doesn't grow under her feet." "They just keep coming." Clay chuckled, though he found no humor in the situation. "I didn't realize Gladys even knew how to text." The expression on his stepfather's face remained inscrutable. "This parade of women bothers me." Clay lifted both hands, then let them drop. "It feels disrespectful. I suppose that's the main reason I'm having second thoughts. I liked a few of the early pictures, then I quit replying when one or two became a deluge." His stepfather handed him back the phone. "She won't be ignored. I know." Clay expelled a breath as he pocketed the phone. He ignored another ding several seconds later. "You gave her your word." The simple reminder had Clay shoving his hands into his pockets. "I did." "It would be wrong to back out now," Steve continued when Clay remained silent. "Besides, I assume you still want to find someone special?" "I do." "Since you want the end result, and you gave Gladys your word, I suggest you take control of the situation and establish some ground rules." The sound of laughter had Steve's gaze sweeping the yard to where the others were gathered by the pool. Love filled the smile he exchanged with his wife. "What you have with Mom is special." Resignation swept through Clay. "I worry I'll have to settle." "You won't settle." The words, spoken so forcefully and with such assurance, had Clay blinking. "How do you know?"
I know you. You're an honorable man.
Steve patted his arm.
Settling is never fair, to you or the woman.
Chapter 9. Bea sat on Judy Kuntz's covered porch in a chair that glided smoothly back and forth as if freshly oiled. When Judy had called and invited her to stop over after Bea closed the shop on Monday, Bea had hoped Judy planned to talk about her plans for the store. Judy kept the conversation light until they were seated in the chairs and had tall glasses of homemade lemonade in hand. "I want to speak with you about the store." "I'm sorry about the lease," Bea began. "It doesn't seem fair that you've put so much work into building something just to have it—" "I don't mind." "What?" Bea set her glass down. Judy's backyard was as quiet as a church on a Monday afternoon. Only the faint rustle of leaves broke the silence. Still, Bea told herself she must have misheard. A weary smile lifted the corners of Judy's lips. She was an attractive woman, in her mid-60s, with sad eyes behind tortoiseshell glasses. The years since her husband died had etched more lines in her handsome face.
"I've lost my passion for the store, Bea. It was really more of a hobby than anything else. Since Cal and I couldn't have children, I needed something to occupy my time."
Bea picked up the lemonade, unsure how to respond. Though she hadn't thought it would happen immediately, she'd expected that after several months had passed, Judy would start working more hours and throw herself into the business as a way to fill the void. Since Judy appeared to be waiting for an answer, Bea said simply, "And now?"
Running a bookstore in today's world is a far different proposition than it was 25 years ago.
Judy pushed to her feet and began to pace the patio.
Back then, you got books at a bookstore or at the library. Now, so many people have e-readers and purchase books online. Even the book clubs that I've been running for years have started moving into people's homes.
Bea opened her mouth, then shut it. It appeared Judy had a lot to say, and her job, Bea told herself, was to listen.
"We offer coffee, but there are better options in Good Hope."
Judy's gaze shifted to a lilac bush that would soon bloom.
"We carry a few book-related gift items, but again, if tourists or locals want gifts, they go to the niche shops to buy items made by local artisans."
"Or they buy them online."
"Exactly."
Judy nodded and clasped her hands together. Bea noticed her wedding ring on her left hand. The sparkly diamond caught the rays of the setting sun. "What is it you're trying to say?" Bea offered Judy an encouraging smile.
"I wanted to tell you before you heard it from anyone else."
Judy blew out a breath.
"I'm moving to La Crosse. My older sister lives there. She lost her husband several years back and has asked me to move in with her."
Bea's breath caught. She'd sensed something big was coming, but this was even more massive than she'd imagined.
"What about your home?" "I called Tim Vanderkoy. He's coming over this week to list it."
"Your house should sell quickly."
"That's what he said."
"What about the store?" Bea pushed the words past lips that felt frozen despite the warmth of the sun.
"That's why I asked you here."
Judy's expression softened as she sat back down and shifted to face Bea.
"You've been like a daughter to me these past few years. I want you to know how very much I appreciate you stepping up and taking on extra duties at the store when Cal passed."
"I've been happy to help. He meant a lot to me, too." Impulsively, Bea reached over and squeezed Judy's hand. "I wish I could have done more." She'd never been as demonstrative as her sister, but Bea understood pain and loneliness.
"I don't want to worry about anything other than myself now. Admitting that was the most difficult part of this whole journey."
A tiny smile hovered at the edges of Judy's lips.
"Cal used to say it took me a good long while to make up my mind, then it was hell to change it."
"He was a good man."
"Yes, he was."
Judy took a deep breath and let it out slowly.
"I'd like to give you the store. If you want it, that is."
Surely, Bea thought, she hadn't heard correctly. The bookstore was Judy's baby, loved and nurtured for decades.
Oh, Judy, no, it's too much.
What it is now, Judy met Bea's gaze, is a lot of work and headaches, especially with so much changing.
You're referring to the need to move,
As well as changes in commerce.
keeping the store afloat has become more difficult.
Judy let out a breath.
That, in itself, has taken away the joy.
At least for me.
Bea opened her mouth to speak, but Judy waved her silent. I've given you a lot to consider.
Speak with an attorney or an accountant, maybe both. Then decide.
It sounds as if you've made your decision regardless.
I have.
What happens to Book and Cup if I don't take it on?
I sell off the inventory and walk away. Judy's tone was matter-of-fact. In that moment, Bea caught a glimpse of the savvy businesswoman she'd gone to work for all those years ago. Even before being notified about the lease not being renewed, I was considering closing the store. Now, it's up to you to decide if you want to take on the challenge or not. Judy had urged Bea to speak with an attorney and an accountant. On Wednesday, Judy covered the store while Bea met with both. Bea was intrigued by Judy's offer, but knew that, even with no initial cash outlay, she would be taking on something big. The decision couldn't be made until she had all the facts. Her meeting with Beck was straightforward. If she decided to move ahead, he would draw up a list of assets Bea would be getting, such as books, tables, chairs, even the cash register. A bill of sale listing all these assets would be prepared, showing a $1 purchase price, as money would be required to change hands. Once her meeting with Beck was over, Bea walked to Prim's office. Her head was still spinning as she sat across from the pretty strawberry blonde with a razor-sharp mind. Even though Prim had been married to Max Brody for a number of years, to Bea, she'd always be studious and scary smart Primrose Bloom.
I assume Beck spoke with you about setting up a new corporation, or LLC, and getting general business liability insurance?
The CPA tapped her pen against the table. Bea nodded.
The man is always thorough. Prim smiled. I appreciate you getting me these figures ahead of time to review. Judy is super helpful.
Bea resisted the urge to fidget, clasping her hands together in her lap instead.
She wants me to be able to make an informed decision.
I assume you've looked at the figures?
I took my share of accounting courses on my way to a degree in business. I have to say I found the numbers somewhat disheartening.
Prim smiled encouragingly and circled her hand in a tell-me-more motion. Bea liked it that Prim wasn't wearing a suit when she showed up for their meeting. Instead, her pretty fit-and-flare dress covered in tiny pink roses put Bea at ease.
I think the business is headed for trouble, and Judy is getting out at the right time, Bea told the accountant.
Prim's lips, as pink as the cabbage roses on her dress, quirked upward.
That's putting it rather succinctly.
Bea returned the smile, but then it faded.
Can it be saved?
Prim cocked her head. Her P&L statements show a steady decline in profits going back nearly 5 years. Prim sat back in her desk chair, her expression grave. If she didn't have such low rent, she'd be in the red. If the business continues the way it has been going, the store doesn't appear sustainable in the long term. Bea's heart dropped. Until that moment, she hadn't realized just how much she wanted the bookstore to succeed. She couldn't imagine there no longer being a Book and Cup in Good Hope. Bea couldn't let that happen. No way out of the death spiral? If she'd asked you to come up with capital to pay for inventory, my suggestion would be to run the other way. Prim's gaze grew thoughtful. Since she hasn't... A tiny flicker of hope burst into flame. There is hope? I'd say possibly, but only if you reimagine the future of the store. Prim leaned forward. I suggest drawing up a new business plan. Even though this is an established business, this is a case of if you do what you've always done, you'll go under.
I assume in one of your courses you had to come up with a business plan. Mine was for an ice cream shop. Ice cream shop or bookstore, the principles remain the same. Prim met Bee's gaze. Take some time to really think about how you see the store adapting to changing times and tastes, and to the ease of online shopping. It might be easier to walk away. Easier. Yes. Prim's eyes took on a distant glow. I'm not recommending either course of action. That choice is yours. I will say that, while walking away is often easier, it's not always the best option. They talked for several minutes, and Bee was nearly to the door when Clay walked into the office. Bee came to an abrupt stop. His eyes widened. He appeared as startled to see her as she was to see him. Clay. Prim smiled and gestured toward Bee. I believe you know Beatrice Appleton? Come on, Prim. Of course I know Bee. We've lived in the same town our whole lives. Despite his teasing tone, a swath of pink slashed across Prim's ivory cheeks. Oh, of course. I don't know why I thought you wouldn't. Bee understood perfectly why Prim wouldn't think Clay knew her. Not only had she participated in few extracurricular activities, the Clay Chapins of the world rarely knew the Bee Appletons. It must be the new haircut Marigold gave me. Bee touched her hair with her fingertips. I look in the mirror and barely recognize myself. I'd always know you, Bee. Clay smiled at her with such warmth that for a moment it felt like they were the only two people there. Prim's voice reminded Bee that wasn't the case. Do we have an appointment today, Clay? Clay's attention snapped back to Prim. We don't. I'm here because Max has been trying to reach you. Your phone is sending calls straight to voicemail. Concern blanketed Prim's face, and she immediately pushed up from her chair. Is something wrong? No, Clay reassured her. We were in a meeting at the courthouse, and he was running late. He asked me to tell you he'll pick up the kids and meet you at Amy's. I'm on my way there now and thought we could walk over together. Prim audibly exhaled a breath she must have been holding and turned toward Bee. The family has started getting together once a month on Wednesdays. Lynn coordinates this fabulous dinner for the family every Sunday, but Wacky Wednesday is an anything-goes affair. Bee blinked. Wacky Wednesday? Foods and activities that are fun for the children. Prim smiled. We want the cousins to be close as they grow up. The food is kid-friendly, and there are usually games with little prizes. I believe Amy is planning for this one to be outdoors, since the weather is so nice. It sounds like fun. A wistful note entered Bee's voice before she could stop it. Do you have family in town? Prim asked. Not anymore. Bee forced some cheer into her tone. But my sister is planning to come visit, and I'm hoping to see my parents at Christmas. If, Bee thought, they didn't book another cruise like they had last year. If they did, maybe this year she'd accept their offer and go with them to the Caribbean. Except then she'd miss Christmas in Good Hope. As far as she was concerned, there was no place better. With me. Bee's attention jerked back to reality with a snap to find both Prim and Clay staring at her with expectant expressions. I'm sorry. Could you repeat that, please? She'd have tried to bluff her way through if she'd had a little more to go on. Clay said you should come with us. Prim linked an arm with hers. It's nearly dinner time. I know everyone would love to see you. Bee gave Prim a quick hug, then gently disentangled herself from Prim's hold. It's a family thing. Crew Slattery will be there, and Cassie and the kids. Bee's acquaintance with the former NFL MVP and now receivers coach in Green Bay could be summed up as walking past him on the street. She knew his wife and kids better. I didn't realize the whole family was in town. Crew also mentioned bringing a friend. Clay flashed Bee an enticing smile. You won't be the only non-family member there. This time, there'll be a whole slew of them. Bee hesitated. Other than Clay and Marigold, who she assumed would be there, she wasn't really close friends with any of these people. But if she became a business owner, her path and theirs would likely cross more frequently. I'd love to join you.
Bee's gaze shifted from Prim to Clay. But first, one of you needs to call Amy and make sure another guest is okay. Bee sipped her iced tea and glanced around the yard. She was glad Amy had given the thumbs up to her coming. The food had been odd, to say the least. Pizza kebabs? She'd never heard of such a thing. They, along with the s'mores station, were a big hit with both the kids and the adults. Bee had seen a few curious looks when she'd walked up with Clay and Prim, but Prim's explanation that she'd been meeting with Bee about a business matter and invited her to come had stopped anyone from thinking she was with Clay. She sat by Marigold while she ate and enjoyed a lively discussion on books with her and Prim. Cassie's sister Lindsay and her husband and child were also there. Lindsay being at the cookout made sense, as she and Amy were good friends. The older children, finished with food, were playing badminton and making a lot of noise. The toddlers rolled a large ball on a blanket spread on the ground, with a great deal of help from the parents. When Prim got up to take Max's place on the blanket and Marigold headed in search of Cade, Bee wandered the yard. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Amy headed in her direction. Sensing her approach, Bee lifted her glass and turned. Brewed green tea and lemonade make for a refreshing drink. I prefer my lemonade to have some punch. It wasn't Amy beside her, but J.R. Driscoll, who'd been introduced as Crue's friend. He stood at least 6'2", with broad shoulders and hair so dark it could have been black. While his face was classically handsome and unmarred except for a tiny scar near his mouth, it was the startling blue of his eyes that she'd noticed first. The casualness of his shirt and pants didn't belie their cost. Shifting the drink to her left hand, Bee held out her right. I don't believe we've been introduced. I'm Beatrice Appleton. Most people call me Bee. J.R. Driscoll. His lips quirked in a smile, even as his gaze remained watchful. You can call me J.R. The weather lately has been gorgeous. Bee breathed in the scent of pine and tried to ignore J.R.'s scrutinizing gaze. Then again, I think Door County has so much to offer, no matter what time of year you're here. Bee pressed her lips together before she mentioned something about the average rainfall this time of year. He studied her for a long moment, appearing intrigued, though she wasn't sure why. You're a friend? He gestured widely with one hand, encompassing the scene on the lawn. Or part of the family? Actually, more of an acquaintance. She saw one of the Brody twins hefting his younger sister up to where his brother perched on a low tree branch. That looks like a disaster waiting to happen. If you'll excuse me. Without another word, Bee started across the lawn, calling over her shoulder, Nice meeting you, J.R. Chapter 10. When the bells over the door jingled, Bee looked up from the new display of suggested beach reads she was arranging. Her heart lurched. Clay strolled into book and cup as if he'd been coming here every Thursday. He wore her favorite blue shirt and looked handsome as sin. Setting down the book in her hand, she crossed to greet him. I hoped you'd come. Bee's attempt to keep her voice light fell short. Instead, it came out husky and flirtatious. The second the words left her lips, she wished she could call them back. Clay Chapin came to book and cup for coffee, books, and solitude, not for her. I mean, the blueberry coffee is ready. If he thought her comment strange or noticed the flirty edge, he didn't show it. He simply offered her that slow, easy smile that made her insides quiver. You should shake it up, Appleton. Mix up the daily flavors. Drive your regulars crazy. Bee laughed, wishing she had enough regulars who'd care. Do you want the blueberry or not? Absolutely. Instead of heading to the back of the store as he usually did, Clay took a stool at the counter. As he was the only customer in the store right now, he had his pick of the 4 stools. Did you get a chance to speak with Judy? Clay smiled his thanks when she set the steaming cup in front of him. That's why I was meeting with Prim yesterday. I wanted to tell you about it last night at Amy's, but things were too crazy. After pouring herself some coffee, Bee took a seat on the wooden stool behind the bar. What we all suspected is true. Judy has no passion for the store. Zero, zip. Bea wasn't sure why she was telling Clay something she hadn't told her twin or Piper, unless it was because, ever since her conversation with Judy, her thoughts and emotions had been in a tangle. For some reason, Clay soothed and steadied her.
Does this mean she'll be closing the store, rather than relocating the business to Wrigley?
Clay's gray eyes never left her face.
She offered to give me book and cup.
Bea took a long, steadying drink of coffee, wrapping her fingers around the warm ceramic as she set the mug back on the counter. She's ready for a change and plans to move to La Crosse to live with her sister.
Clay blinked. That's a lot of change for her.
I got the feeling she's been wanting to do this for a long time. She just didn't want to make any big decisions too soon after Cal's death.
She's giving you the store.
The incredulity in his voice had her smiling. With all the problems and decisions that come with such a gift. Bea sighed. If I don't accept, she'll close the doors.
Will you accept?
She stopped in this morning, and I accepted her offer. Bea expelled a breath. You should have seen the relief in her eyes, Clay. I didn't realize how much the store was weighing her down.
Now the ball is in your court.
Bea thought of the business plan she'd begun last night after she got home. Smack dab in my court.
I spoke with my family about the concerns Piper raised.
Clay met her gaze.
Once the buildings on this block are fully renovated, the rent charged per square foot will go up substantially.
I figured that'd be the case, and you did prepare her. Bea gazed down into her cup. Piper knows getting a lease with the same terms was a long shot.
Clay nodded. Piper is too much of a seasoned businesswoman to expect otherwise.
Bea forced a bright smile. Time for a happier topic.
Like the weather? It's beautiful today.
She wrinkled her nose. You and I don't talk weather. As she said the words, Bea realized they were true. Her discussions with Clay might not always be life-altering, but they rose above the level of the day-to-day.
How about we talk Bachelor games?
If he'd invited her to a game of strip poker, Bea couldn't have been more shocked. Sure. How's that coming? Clay raked a hand through his hair.
Ever hear the expression, take the ball and run with it?
She blinked. Is that what you're doing?
Not me, Gladys.
Clay pulled out his phone, made a few swipes, then placed it on the counter between them. Bea glanced at the screen. A picture of a pretty blonde smiled brightly back at her. The pose reminded Bea of what she'd seen on various dating apps. She glanced up. Who is she?
One of Gladys's potential candidates.
Clay motioned with one hand.
Scroll down.
Obliging, Bea picked up the phone. After 5 more of the same, each one beautiful and stylish, she stopped and glanced at him.
How many are there? At least a dozen. They just keep coming.
Clay took a long drink of coffee, then shook his head.
I don't know where she's finding them all.
She's got your look nailed. Clay's brows pulled together. They all fit the profile of women who've caught your eye in the past. The hair color may be different, but they're all gorgeous and classy, Bea acknowledged. These women appealed to him in a way Bea never would. No matter how well she and Clay connected intellectually, he wasn't drawn to her type. Her makeup, when she chose to slap some on, never looked expertly applied. She doubted the couple of women dressed in high-end workout gear ever broke a sweat. Different strokes for different folks, she murmured.
Pardon?
She slid his phone across the counter to him. You, Mr. Chapin, are going to be one busy guy. I can't see how you're going to find the time to give all these women a shot.
Unless,
he prompted. Group dates?
Not a chance.
His gray eyes darkened for a second.
Group dates are off the table. I'm going to make that clear when I meet with Gladys to establish ground rules.
Good for you. Bea brightened. When are you meeting with her? He glanced at the time on his phone.
In 20 minutes, right here at Book and Cup.
Bea forced herself to breathe past the sudden tightness in her chest. "Gladys is coming here?" Her voice rose, and she squeaked out the last word.
"She suggested muddy boots?"
Clay gave an incredulous laugh.
"Might as well post the conversation transcript online."
"You could have met her at your house." Bea didn't suggest the living center. Muddy Boots might be a prime spot for getting the latest scoop, but Gladys's home turf was command central for gossip in Good Hope.
"I prefer not to take this home with me."
He gave a little laugh.
"That probably sounds strange, but—"
"It doesn't." Bea swept a hand in the direction of the books. "This is a good choice. It's always quiet here." Not a good thing for any business, she thought, but for his purposes today it worked. Clay nodded, sipped.
"I knew you'd understand."
"You mentioned ground rules." She figured since he'd brought up the subject, she could do a little digging.
"I'm concerned that with Gladys directing the ship, this could end up being a parade of women, with me saying yes, no, maybe. That would seem very—"
He paused, as if searching for the right word. "Disrespectful?"
Clay pointed at her. "Nailed it."
"That was the first word that came to mind when I heard about Bachelor games," Bea admitted.
"I didn't think of the ramifications. And why didn't I?"
He shook his head in disgust. Bea inclined her head. "You must still be interested in moving forward, or you wouldn't be meeting with Gladys to work on rules."
"I am."
Clay took a contemplative sip of coffee.
"But I'm telling you right now, this will not be reality television-esque in any way, shape, or form."
"I happen to love watching that show." Startled surprise crossed his face.
"You're kidding."
"Purely for the entertainment value of looking at hot men." She burst into laughter at his face. The loud, robust sound filled the store. When he joined in, a web of warmth seemed to wrap around them.
"I need to consider all the angles."
Clay's gaze searched hers.
"Tell me, if you were a contestant, what concerns would you have?"
The question wasn't as difficult to answer as he might suppose. When Clay had been describing the competition, Bea was picturing herself as a contender. The pitfalls were endless. "I agree that you don't want to interact with these women in a group, not even at a casual mixer. If they know they're at the party to become better acquainted with you, the more aggressive personalities, ones like Stella's, will get more face time, while the polite women—"
"Like you,"
he interjected. "Like me," she admitted, "will simply blend into the background. Potential for frustration all around." His shoulders slumped under the weight of the decisions he needed to make.
"There's so much to consider."
Bea chewed thoughtfully on her lower lip. "I think the answer lies somewhere between single dates and group activities."
"I'm all ears."
Bea tapped her lips with 2 fingers. "What if you went out with each candidate on one date for the express purpose of becoming better acquainted? Physical intimacy would be strictly prohibited." Bea could easily imagine someone like Stella wanting to hop into bed with Clay to increase her chances. Appearing startled, he raised his brow.
"Not even a goodnight kiss?"
She did her best not to smile as she shook her head. "If the purpose is to get to know each other, even with women you might already know casually, the emphasis should be on determining compatibility." Clay's expression remained doubtful.
"If I'm following what you're suggesting, you're thinking that taking physical intimacy off the table, even kissing, would put the focus on conversation and connection."
"We both know sexual attraction can cloud one's judgment." Bea hesitated for a moment, then decided, what the heck? "The first guy I was ever with was someone who hit all the right buttons. I thought he was gorgeous, and there was this overriding physical attraction. While he was an okay guy character-wise, if I'd taken the time to get to know him better, rather than jumping into bed with him, it would have been best for both of us." Bea didn't add that she'd been a virgin and a sophomore in college when she'd slept with Kaysen on their first and last date.
"He hurt you?"
In sympathy, Clay reached across the table and squeezed her hand. I guess. I didn't love the guy, but I felt used. Maybe he felt used, too. Her lips quirked, though he was the one who never called again. Jerk. The word shot like a bullet from Clay's lips, and she laughed. Pretty much my thoughts at the time. I'm sorry for your experience, but in my mind, there has to be some sort of spark between a couple. His expression turned thoughtful. I've dated women I liked and admired, but the physical attraction just wasn't there. You're right. Bea thought of Jamie. Her relationship with him had been a different kind of mistake. I've been in those situations too, where you wish there could be the slightest bit of heat, but no matter how much you try, it isn't there. I'm still trying to see the point in no goodnight kiss. Even a kiss can muddy the waters. You don't want to make these women feel used. Kissing can come later. She paused. After the individual get-acquainted dates, once you've narrowed the field, I suggest you plan a couples activity with friends or family members. This will give you a chance to observe how each woman interacts with others. That's a good idea. All along the way, you decide which one or ones you want to see again, and they decide if they want to go on more dates with you. It's all transparent, no hard feelings on either side. Clay didn't immediately respond. He picked up his cup and took a sip of coffee, so she did the same. His gaze settled on her. It's amazing how you and I... He didn't have time to finish the thought. The bells over the door sounded a second before Gladys swept into the store. Gladys studied Clay across the battle-scarred table at the back of the bookstore. She'd had her plans well thought out and ready to be implemented. Unfortunately, not long after they'd sat down, Clay had taken control of the conversation. She listened. 97 years of living on this planet had taught her the value of keeping an open mind. I see where you're coming from. Gladys sat back in the rickety wooden chair and wondered why in heaven's name Judy didn't make some upgrades, starting with these ugly and uncomfortable chairs. I admit I didn't consider that it might be disrespectful to the young ladies we're including. You know, this is my first foray into this type of activity. There was no need to mention that she and her companions had achieved much matchmaking success. That, in her estimation, was best kept to herself, since most of those matched had no idea that she was behind their finding true love. I admit it didn't strike me that way initially, Clay admitted. Not until after I gave it more thought. You spoke with Steve, she said, wanting to remind him she'd been listening. Yes. He blew out a breath. But I had another course of action in mind before I spoke with Bea. Gladys straightened in her chair. Bea? Beatrice Appleton? He looked at her as if she'd lost her mind. Who else? Who else, indeed? The country mouse at the counter barely had 2 words to say to her every time she stopped by the shop. Usually she'd come to confer with Judy over some matter, but still, she couldn't imagine the girl, woman, she corrected herself, giving Clay dating advice. Gladys kept her expression inscrutable. Are you and Bea... close? What? Tread carefully, Gladys told herself. Are you close friends? We're friends, Clay said, then appeared to hesitate, as if even that might be assuming too much. Every bone in Gladys's body relaxed. For a second, she'd worried she might have dismissed Bea too quickly as unsuitable. Now, she saw that she'd been correct not to put her on the list of possibilities. What did Miss B suggest? What I told you. No physical intimacy on the first date, and stressing the date is for the specific purpose of getting better acquainted. Then, perhaps, a group activity. I can work with those guidelines. Gladys tapped her Mont Blanc against the wood. We'll start by going through the pictures of the women I sent you. Then I'll need to know all the women in the area you've already dated, so we can take them out of the mix. As they went through the photos and then moved on to the women he'd dated, Gladys was pleased to see a good number of possibilities remained.
I'll put together a list, and we'll get the first date scheduled.
I could give you my input on who I think I should date first. There are... Gladys held up a hand.
It's best I handle things from here. You haven't had the best luck picking on your own.
No argument there. Clay chuckled and leaned back. When do we start?
Immediately.
Gladys met his gaze.
I'll do my job. Yours is to keep every Friday and Saturday night open.
I can do that, Clay agreed, except for events connected to the wedding. The combined bachelor-bachelorette party, for example.
What's the date?
Gladys wrote down the day and time with a flourish.
Excellent suggestion.
Clay frowned. What do you mean?
That party is certain to be a festive affair.
Gladys beamed.
We'll make it one of the group activities.
Clay's jaw sat in a strong tilt. Absolutely not. The force of his vehemence had Gladys blinking.
Excuse me.
The party will not be a group activity. Clay leaned forward across the table. Any of my sister's events, including the wedding and reception, are off limits.
If you insist.
The way Gladys saw it, a wise general knew when, and when not, to push.
I want this to be an enjoyable experience for you, Clay. Try not to look so worried.
I'm not worried. She could tell he was, but he wasn't about to admit it.
At the end of these games, I guarantee you'll know exactly what you're looking for in a girlfriend and wife.
Gladys injected a dazzling display of confidence into her voice and smile.
And I firmly believe, I will have delivered the woman of your dreams right to your doorstep.
Chapter 11. What had he gotten himself into? Lost in thought, Clay remained at the table long after Gladys left the shop. Clay? He looked up, and there was Bea, so familiar in her t-shirt and denim, a hesitant smile on her face. The store is closing. Clay shot a glance at his computer screen and saw the time. He'd sat there for nearly an hour, lost in thoughts and memories. Closing the laptop, he shoved it into his bag. I'm sorry, I'll get out of... A gentle hand on his arm stopped the ramble. Raising his gaze, he found himself drowning in warm, violet eyes. She can be a bit domineering, Bea said, referring to Gladys. But she means well. I know. He blew out a breath. I still have reservations. I'm not sure giving her so much power is wise. You'll have to keep her under control, let her know who's running the show. Bea smiled. From what I overheard, you did just that. As if she suddenly realized she'd admitted to eavesdropping, Bea flushed. I'm sorry. I tried not to listen. Truly, I did, but... Hey. This time, he touched her arm. It's okay. I feel bad. You've no reason to feel bad. Shoving all thoughts of Gladys aside, Clay considered his evening. The last place he wanted to go was home to his empty house. He inclined his head. Are you hungry? I know it's only 5 and lots of people eat later, but if you're asking me to have dinner with you, I accept. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. If I've misread your words, then I'm embarrassed again. Where would you like to go? She studied him for a long moment, then lifted her hands, palms out. I totally understand if you're not interested, but last night I made this whole pan of lasagna. You can imagine how much I have left over. I love lasagna. Well, then, come upstairs and we'll have dinner. Clay followed Bea up the steps at the back of the store. He'd never been to the second floor, had never had any reason to make the trek. The stairwell walls were painted a pale gray, and a bulb burned brightly overhead. He might have noticed more, but his gaze was distracted by the way the denim cupped Bea's backside like a lover's hand, sending his thoughts in directions they had no right to go. Thankfully, it didn't take long to reach the single door at the top. Pulling a key from her pocket, Bea unlocked the door, and he followed her inside. Whatever Clay had expected to find up here, it wasn't a little piece of heaven atop a building whose exterior showed every year of its advanced age. Here, the hardwood floors gleamed, and Clay swore he smelled lemon polish in the air. Lace curtains hung at the windows over shades that could be pulled down in the evening for privacy. An overstuffed sofa was casually arranged with 2 chairs in contrasting colors. "What do you think?" Bea swept one hand wide, taking in not only the living room, but the small kitchenette with a table for 2 clearly visible from where he stood.
It's nice.
Even as he spoke, Clay knew the word didn't do justice to the feel of the small space.
It feels like home.
She smiled brightly, as if he'd just given her a ribbon. "That's exactly the feel I was going for." Her smile slipped. "It will be hard to leave here."
That's right,
He thought with a pang. The loss of the lease didn't just mean the end of the business. It meant Bea would lose the space that she'd made into a home.
Do you have any idea where you'll live?
Lifting one shoulder, Bea let it drop. "I have time to decide."
Not much,
He thought. The end of August would be here before they knew it. "I'm going to whip us up a salad while I put the lasagna and breadsticks in the oven to warm." She arched a brow. "Oil and vinegar okay for the dressing?" Before he could answer, she gave a little laugh. "I don't know why I asked. It's all I have."
It's my favorite,
He told her. Just another thing they had in common. They talked books and current events over the meal, and the topic turned more personal as he helped her clear the table.
How did you learn to cook so well?
Clay thought of his mother, who'd never had any interest in culinary endeavors, which was why they'd employed a cook for as far back as he could remember. "My mom loves to cook and bake. Britt was too busy to spend time in the kitchen, so it became my special time with my mom." Bea stopped to take a last sip of the wine she'd poured. "I think I enjoyed the learning nearly as much as I enjoyed just being with her." Clay tried to recall what he knew about her parents.
They moved for your dad's job?
"That's right. Shortly after Britt and I left for college, my dad got a job in Philadelphia. They were both from that area originally, so it was like going home for them."
Your sister went to college back east.
"She did. She could be at their doorstep after driving for only a couple of hours." Clay rinsed off a plate and handed it to her to put in the dishwasher the size of a postage stamp.
You went to school in Madison.
"I did. UW is a great school."
I went there too.
His gaze fixed on her.
It's amazing our paths didn't cross.
"Not so unusual. It's a big campus. You were probably part of a fraternity." She tilted her head and gazed up at him as if seeking confirmation. He nodded. "I lived off campus. All I did was work and go to class."
Did you like that?
"I've never been all that social." She finished off the wine, stuck the glass beside another in the dishwasher.
Should you put that in there?
"It'll be fine." She grinned. "It's not fine crystal."
Do you like to play ball?
Bea slowly straightened, pushing the door to the dishwasher shut and hitting a few buttons.
Baseball,
He clarified, not ready for the evening to end.
It's a beautiful evening. I need to get in some practice.
Her brows pulled together. "For what?"
The vintage baseball game on the 4th. I'm starting pitcher this year.
Clay's brother had brought success to Good Hope when he'd gotten the nod to pitch a couple of years ago.
It should be fun.
She studied him with those inscrutable blue eyes for several heartbeats.
I'm not very athletic. If I'm remembering correctly, your sister was a standout on the softball team in high school.
Britt and I may resemble each other physically, but I was in the kitchen learning how to bake bread while she and my dad were outside shooting baskets or tossing a ball around.
David and I both enjoyed sports, but he's more naturally gifted. That doesn't mean I don't enjoy playing. My sister had zero skills until Wyatt came along and taught her.
Clay didn't know what had gotten into him. Truly, he didn't. Maybe it was the sense of good food in the air, or the way the space wrapped around him like a favorite sweater. He reached out and took her hand, giving it a swing.
"Come on, Bee. Won't you play with me?"
Clay had meant the words to be light and teasing, but the flare of heat in her eyes matched the simmer in his belly. He took a step closer. For a fraction of a second, she remained where she stood. In another second, his arms would be around her, his lips on hers. Then she turned and wiped down the already spotless counter. "If you keep your expectations low, I wouldn't mind tossing a ball around with you." They strolled side by side to the ball field by the high school and found it hosting a game for 10 or 11-year-olds. They stood there for a moment, watching them play, the gloves Clay had grabbed out of his SUV tucked under his arm. Her job was keeping track of the ball. She gripped it tightly in her hand.
"Way to go, Connor!"
Clay called out when one of Max and Prim Brody's twins hit a home run. How can you tell them apart? From the time Prim and her two sons had moved back to Good Hope after the death of her husband, Bea had seen her and the boys around town. Then Prim had reunited with her high school mathlete partner, and now they were married. A daughter had joined the family when Prim gave birth to Adeline a year or two back.
"They may be identical,"
Clay glanced in her direction,
"but their personalities are very different. Like you and your sister."
Bea nodded. She'd never been able to understand why people got her and Britt mixed up. They were identical in many ways, but Britt's expert use of makeup and her vibrant personality made her the more beautiful twin.
"There's another field on the other side of the school."
Clay put his hand on her arm.
"We should be able to find some space and quiet there."
When they reached the small expanse of grass, Bea saw that he was right. This area was perfect and private. The last thing Bea wanted was for anyone to see her dropping every ball that came her way. They found a spot in the sun. The heat felt good against her face, and the tension in her shoulders eased under the warmth.
"How about we start by tossing the ball back and forth?"
Bea gazed down at the ball, recalling her father laughing and telling her she threw like a girl. He hadn't meant to be hurtful, but the comment had stung. It didn't help that it had come on her single attempt to join him and Britt in one of their after-supper games.
"What's the matter?"
Clay stepped close. The tantalizing scent of his cologne teased her nostrils. Bea's heart rate jumped. She squeezed the ball in her hand and forced herself to concentrate. "I've never been good at this." She waited for him to laugh, fully expected him to laugh, but he studied her thoughtfully.
"Would you mind if I give you a few pointers?"
The tension left her body in a whoosh. "Please do." He flashed that heart-stopping smile.
"It'll be my pleasure."
Taking the ball from her hand, he held it up.
"See the seam?"
She nodded, keeping her eyes glued to the ball, trying to ignore the feelings coursing through her body at his closeness.
"You put your thumb here and your other finger there."
Clay held the ball so she could see the placement, then handed the ball to her.
"You try."
Chewing on her bottom lip, Bea attempted to mimic his hold. He nodded approvingly.
"Almost there."
With her fingers still on the ball, he adjusted her hold.
"See the difference?"
"Now I just have to throw the darn thing." She laughed.
"Here's another tip."
Standing behind her, he grasped her arm and hand and followed through on the throw.
"It may feel awkward at first, but the more you do it, the easier it will get."
With his arm, still around her, she looked up. "Promise?"
"Promise."
He grinned, stepped back.
"I'm going to move several feet away, not too far, until you get the hang. We're just going to toss the ball slow and easy to each other."
"That sounds good to me, but I don't see how that will help you practice."
"Eye-hand coordination,"
was all he said as he moved back several feet.
"Now, toss it to me."
Over the next half hour, she did her best. Though he had to go high or low to catch her throws more times than she could count, he didn't seem to mind. In fact, he seemed pleased by her progress.
"I hope you'll consider playing on the Bloomer Girls team," he said, referring to the women's vintage team that also played during the week of the Independence Day festivities. "You've got a strong arm."
A strong arm? Was he serious? You're kidding, right?
Why would you think that?
To his credit, he sounded truly puzzled. 30 minutes ago, you had to show me how to hold the ball. For some reason, that fact no longer bothered Bea. Maybe it was the blue sky overhead, or the sun's rays warm against her face. Maybe it was because Clay hadn't laughed once, not once, no matter how he'd had to scramble to field her throw.
You catch on quickly. Everyone has to start at the beginning.
She thought back again to her father's offhand comment. He and Britt had been playing ball for several years at that point. The fact that she'd needed to start at the beginning had probably never occurred to him. You can move back. Bea took several steps back. I'm ready for more. Chapter 12. We should do this more often. Marigold picked up a carved wooden squirrel, admired the fine workmanship, then set it back down. I agree. Bea couldn't recall when she'd spent a more enjoyable Saturday. She, Marigold, and Piper had taken the afternoon to attend a craft fair in the town square. I've loved every minute. Piper glanced at a crocheted toilet roll holder. Not the crafts, though I've picked up a few things I absolutely adore. It's just us, spending time together. The sky that had started out cloudy was now a vivid blue. The sun's rays rippled over the water, and birds cawed in the distance. When I was in high school, Bea heard herself say, I convinced myself I didn't want any of this. Puzzlement slid across Piper's face, but Bea saw a look of understanding in Marigold's eyes. Not this gorgeous day, or good hope, but spending time with friends. Impulsively, Bea twirled around, face lifted to the sun, her arms outstretched. The skirt of her blue and white striped summer dress flared out from tanned legs. You had friends in high school, Piper insisted when Bea stopped spinning. They stood in the middle of the open area between two rows of vendors, booths filled with everything from arrangements of dried flowers to, well, carved squirrels. As it was nearing the end of the fair, the crowd had thinned considerably. I had my sister, but we didn't run in the same crowd, Bea recalled. Britt was involved in everything. I honestly think she burnt out on Good Hope. Marigold nodded. It happens. Studies took up most of my time. My parents thought I was brilliant, but not all subjects came easily. It was important for me to do well. Bea waved a dismissive hand. Anyway, that was a long time ago. Since I became an adult, I've gotten to experience all Good Hope has to offer, including spending time with friends. I don't think I'll ever burn out. We wouldn't let you. Marigold's blonde curly hair shimmered in the late afternoon sun. For today's excursion, Marigold had paired navy twill cropped pants with a white shirt. The toes that peeked out from her peep-toed heels showed bright pink polish. With her petite frame and upturned nose, she reminded Bea of a perky sprite. For me, Marigold continued in a tone that seemed too casual, my dyslexia made studying difficult. Bea blinked. I didn't realize you were dyslexic. I didn't either, Piper echoed. Like Marigold, Piper had gone with cropped pants, hers were denim, and a fitted red tee. I hit it well. Marigold lifted one shoulder, let it drop. I'm the only one in my family with it, and I felt less. You must have gotten help for it. Bea didn't mean to pry, but Marigold had opened the door. I did. Now I know the best strategies for learning and managing it. Marigold glanced in the direction of the food trucks. Are either of you interested in eating before they close up shop? 10 minutes later, they sat at a picnic table overlooking the water while vendors struck down their booths and the food trucks drove off. Timed that just right, Bea said as she started on her pita filled with falafel and salad. This hot dog is fabulous. Marigold sighed in contentment. Tacos sounded good to me, especially ones with whitefish. Piper gave a little laugh. When I was little, you couldn't get me to eat fish of any kind. Now it's almost as if I crave food that's good for me. Marigold's gaze grew thoughtful. Your mom was sick back then? Surprise skittered across Piper's face. "How'd you remember that?" Bea thought that would be obvious. Though it was a bit of an exaggeration, everyone in Good Hope knew practically everything that went on inside the town limits. "My own mom died of cancer when I was in middle school." Marigold's eyes grew cloudy. Then, just as the skies had done that morning, they cleared. "I prayed for your mother." Piper cleared her throat, met Marigold's gaze. "Well, it worked. Her cancer went away and never came back." "Where are your parents now?" Even as she asked the question, Bea realized it was odd that she knew so little about Piper, even though they were such good friends. "Georgia." Piper took a long sip of water. "Not far from where Beck's family lives." "That's where you lived, too." Marigold gestured with her hot dog. "When you moved from Good Hope." A shudder dropped across Piper's eyes, but her voice remained easy. "That's right. I was there until I realized this is my home and where I belong." This would be the perfect time to ask about her life in Atlanta, but Bea sensed that Piper still wasn't ready to speak about that time. "I've always known this was where I wanted to live." Bea gave a laugh. Britt, on the other hand, knew she wanted to live anywhere else but here. "We're all different, and that's okay." Marigold lifted the hot dog, then paused. "The way I look at it, we—" "Trouble at 12 o'clock." The words barely had time to register before Gladys strolled up with Oakley. Bea had spotted the two earlier. There was no way she could miss Gladys's eye-popping leopard print or Oakley's fuchsia-striped hair. "Isn't it a little early for dinner?" Oakley asked. Before Bea could respond, Gladys sat on the bench beside her, forcing her to scoot over or be up close and personal. Oakley glanced around. "Where'd you get the food?" "There were 6 or 7 food trucks here," Piper explained. "They just left." Oakley shot Gladys a reproachful glance.
"I thought the trucks would stay longer."
Gladys lifted a bony shoulder, nonplussed.
"My bad."
Bea hid a smile and bit into her sandwich. She wanted to be like Gladys when she grew up.
"Piper, my dear."
Gladys narrowed her gaze on the woman.
"Have you lost even more weight?"
5 pounds, Piper admitted. The bar class at the Y is a real calorie burner.
"You look quite lovely."
Gladys's gaze turned assessing. "What about me and Bea?" Marigold placed a hand on Bea's shoulder, siphoning the older woman's attention from Piper. "Don't we look lovely?"
"You both look ravishing."
The older woman's gaze quickly returned to Piper.
"Would you take a walk with me?"
Piper swallowed her last bite of fish taco. She wiped her mouth with a paper napkin before answering. "Where to?"
"A short walk,"
Gladys said, not answering the question. Sure." Piper slipped out of the other side of the bench. "We'll be here." Marigold shot Piper a steadying glance that said, "We've got your back." "I love falafels." Oakley eyed the one sitting before Bea. "Take this one." Bea pushed the plate across the table toward Oakley. "I don't know what I was thinking ordering 2. Oakley hesitated. "Sure you don't mind?" "Enjoy." The young woman bit into the pita and sighed in pleasure.
"This is so good."
Bea only smiled and sipped her lemonade. "What does Gladys want with Piper?" Marigold pinned Oakley with her gaze. Oakley paused, her second bite of falafel touching her lips. She lowered the sandwich. "What makes you think she wants anything?" Marigold's gaze didn't waver. She didn't say a word, merely continued to fix those pretty blue eyes on Oakley. "Gladys is eager to get started on the Bachelor games." Oakley filled her mouth with falafel. "That doesn't answer my question," Marigold pressed. "It does." The food Bea had eaten formed a lead ball in the pit of her stomach. "She's fixing Piper up with clay." Marigold's gaze darted to Bea. For one horrifying second, Bea thought the hairstylist might say something that would only make the situation worse. "Is Bea right?" Marigold asked Oakley. "Matchmaking is a very sensitive, confidential—" "Cut the crap, Oakley." Marigold's voice cracked like a whip. Answer the question.
Yes.
Okay. Marigold smiled. Enjoy your sandwich. We'll talk more when you're done. Bee had never seen anyone eat a falafel so slowly. Oakley must have chewed each bite 50 times before adding 50 more for good measure. While Oakley ate and Piper and Gladys took their walk, Bee and Marigold discussed fashion and hair. They started out talking books, but that reminded Bee too much of the discussions she had with Clay, so she found a way to switch it to topics Marigold loved. I know you say straight hair is in style, but I think your curls are absolutely lovely. Bee didn't know if it was the cut, but the golden curls bouncing around Marigold's shoulders were striking. When my customers want to know what's stylish, I always tell them we have to find a look that's not dated, but works for them. Marigold glanced at Oakley. Your style and color wouldn't suit Bee, but it's perfect for you, not to mention young and trendy. Oakley grinned. I'm a fashion maven. If you don't believe it, just ask me. The three women burst into laughter. It felt good to laugh under a sunny sky with friends. Then Bee thought of Clay and Piper. Her smile faded. Marigold wiped away the laughter tears that had formed at the edges of her eyes. I needed this. Laughter is good for the soul, Oakley said in a ghoulish tone that had laughter erupting again. No, Marigold said when the laughter ebbed. Being with friends and talking about something other than babies and kids is good. I know what you mean, Bee sighed. So many of our classmates are married, most with kids. Your entire family is bursting at the seams with them. I absolutely adore, my nieces and nephews, Marigold stated, and there was not a single doubt in Bee's mind that she meant every word. But every time the family gathers, before long the talk always, and I mean always, turns to children. It's nice to talk about something else for a change. I bet Clay feels left out too. Oakley's gaze grew thoughtful. He's the last one in the Bloom and Chapin clan who isn't married. You're right. Marigold took another sip of her drink. But I don't think men talk about kids and stuff like that as much as women do. Still, I bet he wants kids. Oakley shrugged. He's getting old. What is he, 30? The laughter was once again rippling across the table when Gladys and Piper strode up. Well, well. Gladys's gaze swept the table. What kind of merriment have we here? As Oakley slid out from the bench, Bee knew Gladys would be interrogating the girl on their way back. Piper didn't say a word until Oakley and Gladys were in the Cadillac and driving away from the nearly empty festival grounds. What's the scoop? Bee asked, relieved her voice came out casual and offhand. Tell us all. Marigold smiled. Don't spare the details. The woman is a force of nature. Piper blew out a breath. She pushes and refuses to take no for an answer. Marigold chuckled. You've lived in Good Hope all these years, and you're just now figuring that out? Piper's gaze shifted to Bee. She wants me to go out with Clay. Though she kept her expression schooled, Bee felt her heart slam against her ribs. What did you say? I told her no. Piper's lips curved. She was shocked. But you know how I feel about the Chapins. Piper stopped abruptly, as if remembering Marigold's dad was married to a Chapin. Relief washed through Bee. Piper had said no. Once again, Piper glanced at Bee. Gladys didn't let up. She stressed this would be simply a get-acquainted meeting, rather than a date. She was stunned when I held my ground. You'd have been his first date in the Bachelor games, Marigold pointed out. Whoopee. Piper circled a finger in the air. But if I'd accepted, which I didn't, I actually would have been the second. Bee exchanged a puzzled glance with Marigold. Who's the first? Piper reached for a fish taco. Jess Tucker. Who? Bee and Marigold spoke in unison. She's a trainer at the Y. Piper paused with the taco just short of her mouth. Does a lot of CrossFit and martial arts. Bee shook her head. I don't think I know. Long platinum hair? Piper considered. Brown eyes? They make a startling contrast. The hair and eyes, I mean. An image came to be of a startlingly pretty woman in her early to mid-20s. Is she from Good Hope? Piper shook her head. Sturgeon, I think. I believe she still lives there. She teaches at our Y 3 days a week. As Bea wasn't into CrossFit or martial arts, it wasn't surprising she didn't know the woman. She wasn't sure if that made the thought of her with Clay easier or more difficult. Where did they go on their date? Marigold made air quotes. Did Gladys say? They haven't gone yet. Tomorrow they'll be running in the Ready, Set, Run race. Clay doesn't run. The comment slipped past Bea's lips before she could stop it. I don't know about that. Piper waved a dismissive hand. That's just what Gladys told me. Marigold's gaze shifted to Bea. Didn't you tell me you registered for that? I did. The race filled up months ago. Bea refocused on Piper. I don't know how Gladys thinks Clay is going to get a spot at this late date, unless he'll just cheer his date on from the sidelines. I've told you all I know. Piper lifted her hands. But seeing how determined Gladys is to push these Bachelor games along, I wouldn't put it past her to pull out all the stops to get Clay into that race. Chapter 13. The day of the Ready, Set, Run event dawned clear and sunny. Another beautiful day in a long string of beautiful days. Clay glanced at the gorgeous blonde beside him performing what he assumed was her pre-race warm-up. When Gladys had advised she'd set him up with one of the trainers from the Y, he'd almost said no. That would have made no sense, considering when she'd described Jessica Tucker to him, he recognized she was the type of woman who would interest him. Pretty and outdoorsy were a potent combination. Stella had the beauty, but she didn't enjoy being outside, or participating in family activities. Is your family in the area? He asked, watching Jess take a sip from a water bottle, then check her laces. She jerked her head up and stared as if he'd asked a question in a language she didn't understand. Your family. Are they from this area? I'm originally from Eau Claire. Now we're scattered across the state. She raised a hand when he opened his mouth. Sorry, I need to do my visualization. Fair enough, Clay thought. While he was running the shorter 5K, she would be doing the half marathon. Both would take them through Peninsula State Park and along the shore of the beautiful waters of Green Bay. The plan was for him to be waiting for her at the finish line. They'd take it from there. Though a race seemed an odd activity for a get-acquainted meet, he'd gone with it because it seemed fairly innocuous. From the brief minutes they'd already had together, Clay had already figured out she wasn't for him. She was 24, she'd told him, and seemed shocked when he'd told her he was 29. He remembered those days of thinking anyone even close to the big 3-0 was over the hill. Still, she seemed nice enough. They lined up, and Clay wondered, for not the first time, why he couldn't have simply met her at the end of the race and gone from there. Still, he'd put himself in Gladys's hands, and she seemed to have gone to considerable work to make this happen. Though a 5K was considered a nothing kind of race to those who did half or full marathons, Clay had no doubt he'd find himself at the back of the pack. While he kept in shape and often ran a mile or two, he preferred team sports and lifting weights to running. He started out slowly, telling himself to enjoy the experience of being outdoors, surrounded by other runners and cheering family members, when a familiar figure sprinted by. "Bea!" he called out. She slowed her pace and fell in beside him, flashing a bright smile. I heard you were running today. Where's your running mate? Though he'd agreed to this meeting with Jess only yesterday morning, it didn't surprise him that word had already gotten around. She's doing the half. My pace is too slow for her. Bea's brows furrowed. How are you going to get acquainted if she's up there and you're back here? We'll connect after the race. That's the plan, anyway. He noticed she wasn't at all winded. He waved her on. Go ahead. When she met his gaze, she had an impudent gleam in her eyes. What's the matter, Chapin? Don't like my company? Where's your running partner? Piper came down with a bit of a stomach bug. She texted her regrets this morning.
I'll slow you down.
It's too beautiful of a day to race through it. She slowed her pace even further, for his benefit, he knew, until they were doing nothing more than a slow jog. "Hi, Uncle Clay!" Bryn waved as she and her friend Zoe Goodhue raced by them. Clay had forgotten that his niece was signed up for the 5K portion of the race.
Seriously, you don't have to.
"Seriously?" Bee said, her violet eyes firm on his. "I'm enjoying this." He was too, Clay realized, especially now that the pace had slowed to a manageable level.
I heard you and Marigold went to the craft fair yesterday.
"And Piper," Bee added. "We had a wonderful time."
That's what Cade told me when I ran into him this morning.
Clay saw no need to mention that Cade had been happy his wife had some friends without kids. He'd confided that, though she loved her sisters and their children, being around them was difficult for her. It was odd, Clay thought, that he and Bee could be surrounded by people, yet their interaction could feel so private and intimate to him. "How's Jess so far?" Clay arched a brow, wondering why she kept bringing up his date. "You mentioned you wanted me to be your confidant, someone you can bounce thoughts off once the dates are over?"
That's right. Seriously, what had he been thinking?
"We met here, exchanged a few words, then she launched into her pre-race routine." Clay had already decided that this would be his and Jess's one and only get-acquainted meeting. Though she was certainly lovely, he felt no connection. Maybe it was because of her age.
She's not even 25.
Her age is an issue? There was no condemnation or censure in Bee's voice, only mild curiosity.
I'm nearly 30.
He glanced at her.
You've passed the quarter-century mark.
She'd pulled her hair back into a ponytail, with the new style it barely qualified as a tail, then slapped on a ball cap. He knew she'd scoff if he told her she looked lovely this morning. Bee inclined her head slightly. "What does my age have to do with it?"
Once you hit the downward slide of your 20s, you've seen a bit more of life.
"You may be ready to move into the grandpa role, but leave me out of that journey." He reached over and gave her short tail a tug.
Brat.
She laughed. "You know it's true."
I'm just saying we understand what's important. At our age, we have a sense of where we're going and what we want.
You? Maybe. I'm still trying to figure it out.
You're talking about the store?
Even though Clay knew many would have simply accepted the offer Judy had made her and run with it, that wasn't Bee's style. She gathered information, analyzed, and assessed. "Something has to change for it to be successful. I worry I'm not the right person to make it happen."
If anyone can make the bookstore a success, it's you,
he told her. "Thanks for that."
For what?
"For believing in me."
I've got your back, Bee. Never forget that.
When they veered off toward what Bee knew would be the end of the race, she experienced a pang of regret. She wasn't ready for her time with Clay to be over. As they approached the finish line, he surprised her by grabbing her hand, and they crossed it with arms stretched high. Bee couldn't help laughing. Though her time in today's 5K wouldn't win any awards, and, in fact, was one of her worst, she didn't care. She'd enjoyed every minute of the run in the beautiful spring day. Fellow runners she knew had constantly passed them and moved out of sight. She'd barely noticed, and certainly had no regrets. She loved talking with Clay and wished the race hadn't ended so soon. But while she might have been able to go farther, he'd definitely reached the end of his endurance. After a few stretches, they headed to a tent offering vitamin water, tart cherry juice, and chewable candies. Clay grabbed a drink for each of them, and Bee picked up a Dixie cup filled with jelly beans. "Good race?" Jackie White stood, with the help of a cane, behind the table of goodies. "The best," Bee answered, before Clay could say something about slowing her down. "Enjoy the rest of your day." "Thanks, Jackie."
Tell Corey and the kids hello, Clay said.
Clay shot Bee a curious look as they walked out of the tent into the sunshine. What? Bea brought her fingers to her cheeks. Do I have something on my face? Had it been there during the entire run? Bea nearly cringed. No wonder Clay had kept staring. No, he laughed. You look great. Obviously, you're not seeing that well this morning. Why do you do that? Do what? Make jokes about your appearance? His brows knit together. Surely you have to know how beautiful you are. A slow trail of heat rose up her neck. I believe you're confusing me with my sister. He made an impatient sound deep in his throat. You and Britt are identical twins. No one had any trouble seeing the differences back in high school. He took her hand and led them down a path she hadn't known existed. Where are you taking me? She asked, curious. Somewhere we can speak privately. A shiver of something Bea couldn't identify traveled up her spine. Dread? Excitement? A combination of both? He stopped when they reached an open area of grass surrounded by tall pines. The sunlight streaming into the clearing turned the color of his hair to spun gold. High school is a difficult time for most kids. His gray eyes were somber and serious. Scars from those times often never quite go away. Indignation surged. If you're talking about me, I don't have any scars. High school may not have been the best years of my life, but I had an okay time. Okay. He surprised her by acquiescing so easily. I just want you to see yourself as I see you. You're an incredibly accomplished and beautiful woman, Bea. She opened her mouth to tell him he had to be thinking of her sister, but closed it without uttering the words again. Knee-jerk, she realized. Deferring to Britt had become an automatic response. Because she wanted him to be honest with her, she needed to be honest with him. Maybe I do sometimes, okay, maybe frequently, feel like Britt has it all. She's back east, tweeting for an NBA team and living life in the fast lane. Is that the kind of life you want? No, heck no. I love Good Hope, the people, the slower way of life. I'm all in on the whole neighbors helping neighbors philosophy. Bea paused, smiled. One of these days, I'm going to live in a real neighborhood, one like yours. I'll have a garden out back and flowers in pots on the porch. When he only stared, she just kept smiling. I know I've said how much I enjoy my place, and I do, but I grew up in a neighborhood. I like sidewalks and trees and backyard cookouts. I'm so totally envious of your family's wacky Wednesday get-togethers. My house is not near as grand as Beck and Amy's. Or, for that matter, David and... She wasn't sure what possessed her to close his mouth with her fingers. His lips were warm and dry and firm. The contact was oddly intimate. Bea told herself to step back, ordered herself to lower her hand, but she couldn't seem to make that part of her body comply. His eyes met hers, a dark gray that reminded her of smoldering clouds just before a storm. He lifted the ball cap off her head, his fingers sliding through her hair and dislodging the band. Silky hair tumbled over his hand and to her shoulders. Bea's heart beat like a bass drum in her chest, and her feet felt rooted in concrete. An ache of longing rose up inside her as their eyes locked. She couldn't have looked away if she'd tried. Didn't want to look away. The hand that cupped her cheek was warm, the pads of his fingers slightly rough. Bea. One word, her name on his lips, spoken with such... The clearing is here somewhere, a young female voice called out, breaking the stillness. We're almost there, I promise. Clay's hand dropped. He took a step back. Struggling to control her erratic heart rate and breath, Bea swiped her cap up from the ground. She'd barely gotten it back on her head when a group of 5 girls burst into the clearing, laughing and giggling. Bea didn't know any of them personally, but she recognized them. High school freshmen, maybe sophomores. Principal Chapin! The leader, a tall girl with laughing blue eyes and hair the color of winter wheat, pulled up short. What are you doing here? The question came from a girl nearly a head shorter than her friend, her dark curly hair framing a face that still held some baby fat. The rest of the troop merely glanced at each other.
"Showing Miss Appleton the clearing."
Clay gestured to Bea.
"We just finished running the 5K.
For a second, Bea thought Clay was going to rattle on, which would make it sound like finding them here was something rather than nothing. Instead, he performed introductions. He knew all of their names, she realized. She bet he knew the names of all the kids in the high school. "It's cool, isn't it? I love it here." The blonde spread her arms wide and twirled around, making her friends laugh. "You're such a dork, Trina," one of them said in an indulgent, teasing tone reserved for good friends.
"We'll leave you girls to enjoy the space."
Clay smiled at Bea. "Good to meet you all." Bea paused. "I manage Book and Cup, and I'd love if you'd stop in sometime." As she and Clay stepped back onto the path, she heard one of the girls say, "I thought I knew her." "That was close," she said to Clay, though the path wasn't wide enough in this part for him to walk beside her. He didn't comment until the narrow lane widened and he could once again stroll beside her. He took her hand. She laced her fingers with his.
"I wish,"
he cleared his throat,
"they'd waited another 10 minutes to show up."
She gave his hand a squeeze, then released it as they stepped out of the woods. "Me too." Bea glanced at the time. 8 o'clock. She wondered how the rest of Clay's date with Jess had gone. Perhaps it was still going. Moving to the window, she glanced at the street dance in full swing below. After Clay had left to go find Jess, she'd spent time soaking in the post-race excitement before heading back to her apartment. She didn't have to work, but she did want to review the figures she and Prim had discussed. So, instead of having dinner with Piper, who was still feeling ill, she grabbed her tablet and headed to the library and another private spot she knew where she could study the figures and not be disturbed. Even after she checked on Piper, then returned to her apartment, she couldn't settle. Bea couldn't stop thinking about the feel of Clay's lips beneath her fingertips. His mouth had been so close to hers, only an inch away before. Didn't matter, she told herself. She should be happy the girls had arrived. How awkward would it have been if he'd kissed her? Very awkward, she assured herself. The problem was, she couldn't still the ache of longing that rose up at the memory. Today had probably been her only chance to kiss him. Gladys would continue to toss women at him until one of them stuck, perhaps even Jess. She chuckled, recalling his comment about how young she was and how old they were. Illustrated by the fact that she was in her apartment alone rather than dancing in the street. Spurred by the thought, Bea checked the temperature on her phone. Still warm enough for the dress she had in mind. Bea paired the brilliant blue dress with the cowboy boots her sister gave her last Christmas. When she'd gotten home after the run, she'd showered and washed her hair, so it didn't look like it had been pulled into a tail and stuffed into a ball cap. Reflecting once again on Clay's aging comment, Bea took several minutes to put on makeup. The eyeshadow, another gift from Britt, had her eyes popping. After adding color to her lips, she spritzed on a tiny bit of perfume, dropped her key into a bag barely big enough to hold her keys, money, and phone, then scampered down the steps. Old indeed, she snorted. There was still a lot of life left in this old girl. Tonight? Well, tonight she would party like she was 21. Chapter 14.
"Hey."
Bea turned, red Solo cup in hand, and found herself face to face with Crew Slattery's friend, J.R. She couldn't remember his last name. It took her a minute. He looked the same as he had the other night, but different. A dark mass of scruff covered his cheeks, and he wore a ball cap. Even his clothes looked different. The jeans and faded t-shirt that hugged his broad shoulders made him look like every other guy on the street. Only those blue eyes, sharp and assessing, were the same. "Bea Appleton." She held out a hand. "We met at Amy and Beck's party."
I remember.
Appearing amused by the gesture, he gave her hand a perfunctory shake. She laughed. I didn't recognize you at first.
That's the idea.
She let the strange comment go. He wasn't the one she was looking for. She wondered if Clay was nearby. Would it be rude to ask JR if he'd seen him? Yes, that would be rude. Or, if not rude, totally inappropriate. Have you been in Good Hope this entire time?
In and out, he said. I'll be heading back to Denver after the wedding.
The wedding?
Greer and Wyatt's?
He flashed a brief smile.
They invited me. I've got business in the area, and decided to stay.
That's nice. She couldn't help it. Her gaze scanned the crowd. Was Clay here with Jess?
Would you like to dance?
Pardon?
You?
He pointed at her, then at himself.
Me? Dance together?
Bea thought for a moment. She was here to have fun, and JR seemed like a nice enough guy. He was no Clay Chapin, but that wasn't his fault. Sure. She swallowed the last of the beer and dropped the solo cup into the trash. Why not? With his palm resting against the small of Bea's back, JR led her into the crowd. It wasn't really dancing, more moving to the beat of a live band whose sound was amplified throughout the streets. He'd come to the event with Crew and Cassie, but they'd been quickly surrounded by friends. He'd taken the opportunity to slip away, determined to make his own fun.
Are you here alone?
He asked. The last thing he wanted was some angry boyfriend punching him. She'd been solo at the cookout, or it had seemed so at the time. He hadn't been interested enough to inquire, and he'd even forgotten her name. But her eyes were distinctive and impossible to forget. My friend and I were going to come together, but she's sick. Bea moved with the beat, a tiny smile lifting her lips as if the movement gave her pleasure. I decided you're never too old to enjoy a party. Too old? JR decided he must have misheard. She couldn't be more than 25. Are you enjoying your time in Good Hope? She asked, nearly shouting over the music. He nodded.
It's a nice community.
That was the extent of the conversation until the band announced they were taking a break. Like salmon swimming upstream, the crowd headed toward the food trucks and booths offering food and beverages.
May I get you something to eat? Or another beer?
Thanks, but I'm fine. He noticed her gaze scanning the crowd.
Looking for someone?
He asked. Not really. She shrugged. Just seeing who all is here.
Have you lived here long?
It was obvious she wasn't interested in him, so he wasn't sure why he bothered. Maybe because he was intrigued by her disinterest. How long had it been since he'd met someone who didn't fawn all over him? So long that he couldn't recall. All my life. She smiled up at him. Except when I went away to college. Then I came back.
And you've been here ever since?
Exactly right. She inclined her head. What about you?
Dangerous territory,
he thought. The last thing he wanted was for her to make a connection and then turn clingy.
I live in Denver now, but I grew up in a small town about 45 miles west of there.
The best of both worlds, she murmured.
I think so.
The fact that she didn't press for more details only confirmed she wasn't interested in him. Still, he was enjoying their conversation.
What is it you do here in Good Hope?
I manage a bookstore. Actually, I own it, I think. He lifted a brow.
You think you own it? That's the kind of comment you have to explain.
For a split second, she looked hesitant, and JR felt guilty for prying. He knew from experience how it felt to have your privacy invaded. I own it. The only question is, can I keep it alive? She gave a little laugh, pointed out book and cup, and told him all about the lease being up, Judy's generous gift, and the building on Wrigley.
You're concerned about the move to a new location.
They'd continued to walk and somehow ended up at a park, gated in black wrought iron and gilded with gold just beyond the lights and activities. When she'd taken a seat on one of the U-shaped swings, JR found himself doing the same. The rent will go up, but that should be offset by decreased utility costs. Her expression grew pensive. Still, the shop is barely making it now. With all the changes in the publishing industry, I don't know how long it can survive.
If I had to venture a guess, I'd say you want to make it work, but can't figure out how.
It wasn't surprising, since she really didn't have experience in such matters, though she was clearly intelligent and passionate about the bookstore. JR considered himself to be a business expert, as evidenced by the growth in his family's wealth since he'd taken over their real estate development operations. Books just don't pay the bills. She went on to explain in more detail than necessary the changes in the industry. If people want a paperback, he held up a hand even as they both continued to swing back and forth.
Old territory.
Her eyes, looking more violet than blue in the dim light, widened. Excuse me?
You've identified the problem. I agree with you. Now it's time to figure out a solution.
He studied her.
Let's brainstorm. The wilder the idea, the better.
Though he had some ideas exactly how this could be done, JR also knew how important it was to feel responsible for your own success. He might not know much about this woman, but he sensed she didn't need anyone to help solve her problems, just someone to help her get moving in the right direction. They batted around several ideas, none of which, he knew, would work, when she hesitated.
Yes?
He offered an encouraging smile.
Remember, no idea is too off the wall.
There are other merchants struggling with space issues. He merely continued to swing and waited. Coming here tonight had been a good move. JR couldn't recall feeling so relaxed. Some, like me, have too much space. Others, like Lindsay Vaughn, her husband owns the Greasy Wrench Automotive Center, don't have enough.
What's her business?
She's a florist. B blew out a breath. She does mostly weddings, but sells some retail too. Right now, she has a small space at Hill's General Store,
The one owned by Kyle and Eliza Kendrick.
Connections, he recalled, were the hallmark of small towns. You know Eliza? Surprise had her voice rising.
I know Kyle.
In fact, that was one of the reasons JR was in good hope. Kendrick Incorporated was the general contractor for Silver Creek, a project in Denver, near and dear to his heart. He'd wanted to have some one-on-one time with the man behind the company. Eliza gave Lindsay space because they're buds, but it isn't enough room. Lindsay brought in several local artists who sell their wares, sort of a gift and flower thing, which uses up even more space. In the last year, she also took over space at Swoon, which was a logical move since Piper does a lot of weddings. JR took a second to sort through the unfamiliar names. The woman was onto something, even if she couldn't yet see it clearly. He saw it, clear as day.
Piper is the one who doesn't want to move to the new location?
She's afraid her customers won't follow her there.
Has she considered that? With all the plans that are in progress, that location will be the new hotspot for business opportunities?
JR's tone remained easy.
Not to mention, locking in a 5-year lease is unheard of in today's business market.
B nodded. That's what Prim told me.
Another name. Amy's sister, accountant, as was her husband, Max. My latest project in Denver involves a building that will have retailers sharing space.
He tossed the words out there.
You seem to be familiar with the concept, since that's what I think you're describing.
He saw it then, all the puzzle pieces falling into place in those luminous eyes. I could talk with other entrepreneurs and figure out how we could share space, support each other, and save on costs. The woman leaped from the swing, excitement blanketing her face. This has possibilities. JR only smiled and rose from the swing.
I think so.
Thank you. She flung her arms around his neck. Out of habit, JR wrapped his arms around her.
B.
JR released her at the same time that her arms dropped from his neck, and she took a step back. Instead of guilt, joy filled her face as she rushed across the park to the man standing there. "Oh, Clay! I'm so glad you're here. I can't wait to tell you what JR and I have been discussing." JR kept his expression impassive. Then, seeing the possessive look in Clay's eye, he shifted his weight onto the balls of his feet. Clay slid his arm around B's waist, but kept his eyes fixed on JR. Finding B hadn't been as easy as he'd hoped. After he and Jess parted ways, he stopped by B's apartment. After all, she'd made it clear she wanted to help him with the wrap-up after his date. When no one had answered his knock, he decided she must be at the street dance. He'd asked around, and Anita Fishback had been eager to tell him she'd seen B walking with a man she didn't recognize in the direction of the park. "I'm so excited. I can't wait to tell you everything." B must have realized she'd been chattering. She stopped, glanced at his stony expression. "What's wrong?" "I was worried about you." It took everything in him to keep his tone even, to let a tiny smile lift his lips. "Anita said she saw you with a stranger." "Not a stranger." She gave a little laugh. "JR. You know JR, don't you, Clay? He was at Amy's party. He's Crew's friend." Clay glanced at JR, who was studying him with an inscrutable expression. Wealthy playboy. Womanizer. Yes, Clay knew JR and men like him. "We've met. It's been fun." JR's attention shifted to B. "Good luck with whatever you decide." Then the man's eyes met Clay's. "Nice to see you again, Chapin." "Thanks again, JR." B practically beamed at the man. "I'm so glad our paths crossed tonight." "The pleasure was all mine." Without another word, JR strolled past B and Clay and out the gate. "What were you thinking?" Clay ground out the words. Confusion furrowed B's brow. "What are you talking about?" "Going somewhere so isolated with a stranger." Clay glanced around the dimly lit park, and just the thought of what could have happened to her had fear clogging his throat. "He isn't a stranger, Clay. We met at Amy's party." "That doesn't mean you know the man, or what he might be like." "Clay, I'm a grown woman. Please don't speak to me like I'm one of your students." Bea relaxed her shoulders and offered Clay a smile. "That said, I appreciate your concern, and I see your point. I only met him the one time. He was nice. I felt safe with him. But you're right that I don't know him, and it could have gone badly." Clay expelled a ragged breath and pulled her to him, needing to reassure himself that she was okay. "I couldn't bear it if anything happened to you." She rested her head against his shoulder for a heartbeat, then pulled back. "I'm glad too. Now, do you want to hear what JR and I discussed? Or should we discuss your date first?" Chapter 15. When Clay's arms had enfolded her, Bea wanted nothing more than to linger, to breathe in the clean, fresh scent of him. The soap that had become so familiar, the shampoo with its fresh nature scent, and the hint of cologne he must have splashed on before his date with Jess. It was that last thought that had Bea stepping back. She knew she'd promised to go over the results of his dates with him, but that was before, well, that was before he'd become so dear to her. Flinging her arms around JR's neck had been an impulsive gesture. She didn't regret the spontaneity, though it had been unwise to come to the park with a virtual stranger. One thing was for certain. When her arms had been around JR's neck and he'd pulled her close, she hadn't felt anything. It had been like hugging her brother, if she'd had a brother, which she didn't. "Let's talk about you first." Clay offered an encouraging smile. "You seem jazzed about whatever it was." "Take a walk with me, and I'll tell you." She didn't want to stay in the park. She didn't want Clay thinking about her in JR's arms, although, really, what did it matter? It wasn't as if she and Clay were dating. "Away from the street dance?" He lifted a brow. "Or toward it?" "Away from it." She gestured with one hand. Less noise and fewer interruptions.
I don't live all that far from here.
He glanced down at her cowboy boots.
The area is well lit.
These boots are made for walking, she quipped and made him laugh. He held out his arm. What the heck? Bea slipped her arm through his. It had been a crazy night. Might as well make it a little crazier. Neither of them said a word until they were well away from the park and strolling down the quiet sidewalk. Well, quiet except for the music of the street dance and all the laughter and sounds drifting on the evening breeze. With each step, the noise gets less and less. Bea nodded with satisfaction. Clay's lips curved.
I like the noise and excitement.
She turned to him in surprise. My sister does too. I'm surprised you don't live in a big city like her.
I like to visit, he admitted. I always have a great time. There's something vibrant and alive in places like New York and Chicago. But as much as I enjoy my time there, I'm always ready to come home. But,
he gave her a wink,
we're not here to talk about me. What's got you excited? Please don't say J.R. Driscoll.
Is that his last name? Bea gave a little laugh. I recalled the J.R. part, but the rest escaped me. Clay opened his mouth, shut it, then said only,
You hugged him.
I was so happy. Bea paused to blink tears from her eyes.
Hey.
Clay stopped in the middle of the sidewalk, which was in a neighborhood of modest homes. It was quiet here, though lights were still on in many of the houses.
If you're so happy, why the tears?
I worried I wasn't going to be able to come up with a solution.
A solution for what?
Bea offered a shaky smile.
For what to do about the bookstore.
The business is struggling. Things need to change if it's going to survive. That's the challenge I'm facing. And I wasn't sure if I could come up with a solution.
His brows furrowed in concern. Why didn't you say something to me?
You have enough on your mind with the Bachelor games. She gave a little laugh. How'd it go with Jess?
We can talk about that later. This conversation, Miss Appleton, is about your discovery.
Bea realized that sometime during this brief interchange, they'd begun walking again. She liked walking. It steadied her, the same way the man at her side steadied her. When he'd stopped and turned to face her, her hand had slipped from around his arm. Impulsively, she took his arm once again. He turned his head, so handsome and striking in profile, and he smiled. She gestured with her head toward her fingers wrapped around his bicep. You don't mind? He shook his head slowly.
Not at all.
Good. She blew out a breath. You're like an anchor, steadying me as I walk this unfamiliar path. He'd likely noticed, he was very observant, that she'd mixed metaphors, but he only smiled and pointed.
That's my house.
Bea glanced in the direction of the Craftsman home, an adorable 1.5-story bungalow. She loved every bit of it, from the sloping roof to the wide covered porch with flowers blooming in pots. It's lovely. You know, you're taking a risk putting out flowers before Memorial Day.
I follow the weather and put the pots in the garage if there's a freeze warning at night.
My mother used to say, no flowers until at least Mother's Day.
A good rule to live by,
Clay agreed.
But the unusually warm weather and a sale at the Garden of Eden was my downfall.
Her gaze lingered on the white lacquered porch swing. It called to her on a visceral level. When I have a house, I'm going to have a porch swing.
You like swings.
She knew he was thinking of her at the park and how close she and J.R. had been to the swing set. Can I sit on yours for a minute?
Great minds.
A smile spread across his face.
I was about to suggest it.
Though all the business thoughts swirled in her head, Bea pushed them aside and simply enjoyed the moment and the lovely spring evening, though she had to admit that once the sun had gone down, the air had taken on a decided chill. When they reached the porch, Clay turned to her.
Can I get you something to drink?
She rubbed her arms to chase away the goosebumps. I'm good.
I'll be right back.
Taking a seat on the swing, she gave it a little push with her foot. A faint creaking sound had her smiling. Their swing at home had once made the same sound. What had her father always said? Nothing a little WD-40 won't cure. She idly wondered if Clay had any WD-40 in the house or garage.
This should make you more comfortable.
Clay wrapped the soft throw in a vivid blue around her shoulders.
Greer gave me this for Christmas, and I've been looking for a chance to use it.
We can share. Bee lifted the corner of the blanket. See? There's plenty for you. Agreeably, he dropped down beside her and expelled a heavy breath.
This is as relaxed as I've felt all day.
Street dances aren't meant to be relaxing. She offered him a teasing smile.
At least they're usually fun.
She cocked her head and shifted slightly in her seat to face him. You didn't have fun? He lifted one shoulder, then let it drop. Let's do the wrap-up on Jess now. Get it out of the way. Then you'll be able to relax and listen intently to all I have to say. She added the last in an effort to stop him from insisting they keep talking business. How did it go?
She's a nice girl. Woman.
Bee could tell he was trying to be diplomatic. Maybe start with what you like about her. Bee offered an encouraging smile, even as the thought of him listing the virtues of another woman set her teeth on edge.
She enjoys sports.
Bee's heart sank. That's what guys had always liked about Britt. Not only did she excel at playing sports, she was knowledgeable about them. She could talk basketball 1-2-2 zone defense and football I formations all day long. Bee didn't even know what most of the terms her sister tossed out meant.
She's pretty.
He gave a little laugh.
I know that sounds shallow.
Bee swallowed hard, but kept her voice light. There has to be attraction, or what's the point?
I said she's pretty.
Clay appeared to be carefully choosing his words.
Not that I'm attracted to her. She's too young, for one thing.
Bee didn't even bother to try to hide her smile. Are we back to age again?
She's 24.
He said the words as if she was still in the schoolroom.
She graduated from high school the year I started teaching.
This time, Bee didn't even try to stop the laughter, and yes, relief welled up inside her. She patted his arm in faux sympathy. Poor old Clay. His gaze locked with hers once again, and her lips began to tingle. She swept her tongue across the sudden dryness, her gaze never leaving his. Even in the near darkness, he hadn't turned on the porch light. His eyes darkened. Why hadn't he turned on the porch light? Then he leaned over and kissed her softly, oh so gently, on her lips. The sweet kiss ended way too soon. Bee looked at him. Why? She stopped herself from asking why he'd stopped. She sensed the kiss, which had sent waves of longing coursing through her body, had had an equally strong effect on him.
Ron Peabody and Bridget.
Who? She asked, even as she heard the low sound of a man whistling a jaunty tune. It was her 7th grade science teacher, the one who'd complimented her science project. He wasn't alone. A low-slung basset hound sniffed the ground in front of Clay's house with such intensity you'd have thought she was searching for bombs. Clay rose to his feet, walking to the rail.
Evening, Ron.
Mr. Peabody turned and stuck his head out like a chicken as he studied the porch.
Oh, Clay, I didn't see you there. What are you doing sitting in the dark?
Just enjoying this beautiful evening. Bee was on her feet now. The warm blanket remained on the swing. Hi, Mr. Peabody.
Why, Bee! How nice to see you. The wife and I have been meaning to stop by the store.
That was one of the things Bee liked about Ron Peabody. He never got her and Britt mixed up. He never said how much more exuberant her sister was, or how much more driven. Of course, that might have been because science and Britt had never been a good combination. Still, Bee hoped that if Mr. Peabody did stop by the store, he'd leave his wife at home. Edna had a sharp tongue and a sour disposition. Last time she'd come in, Bea had given her a complimentary cup of coffee. Edna had complained it tasted burnt. Ron's gaze shifted from Clay to Bea.
You two enjoy your evening.
You as well, Ron. Nice to see you, Bea called out as man and dog continued down the sidewalk.
That could have been awkward,
Clay murmured. Bea's heart sank. He regretted kissing her. She could see it on his face.
Now, where were we?
He said as he sat on the swing. When she took a seat beside him, close but not too close, he wrapped the blanket around her. He's dating other women, not you, she reminded herself. He's already regretting the kiss. The fact that his eyes were warm on hers meant nothing. We'd just finished discussing your date with Jessica, and we're about to move on to my business plan. Clay tried to hide his disappointment. He'd enjoyed the kiss they'd shared. In fact, he'd been about to kiss her again, and he'd sworn she was interested too when he'd heard Ron's familiar whistle. Now she wanted to talk business. Okay, he could pivot. Tell me your plan. It's a work in progress. Bea led with a disclaimer. Are you familiar with the concept of retail space sharing? Clay pulled his gaze from her mouth and did his best to refocus. Where two businesses, or more, she interjected. Or more, he added, share a store. In the articles I've read, which I admit haven't been many, the businesses are similar, like a candy store sharing space with a bakery and ice cream shop. That's most common, Bea agreed. Clay knew this was headed down a specific road, and he was almost there when Bea explained. I'm considering doing something similar in the new space I'm being offered on Wrigley Road. She inclined her head. What do you think? What matters is what you think, he reminded her. But, since you asked, it's an intriguing concept. Have you any idea what businesses you'd ask to go in with you? I haven't formulated a list or anything. She gave a little laugh. The idea just came to me when JR and I were talking. JR. Clay had been stunned to see Bea in the billionaire's arms, shocked and stunned. But some possibilities did come to mind. Excitement filled the air between them. Now, whether they're interested or not is another thing. The suspense is killing me. She laughed and laid her hand on his cheek. I think you'll live. That simple touch, her soft, smooth palm against his cheek, had desire surging. It wasn't the suspense killing him, but his need for her, his desire to... Her hand dropped. I thought I'd begin by approaching Lindsay Vaughn about her floral business. Doesn't she already have space in Swoon? Yes, and I wouldn't want to interfere with the arrangement she has with Piper. Bea spoke earnestly. That's her wedding stuff. What I would like to speak with her about are the flowers and gifts she has for sale at the general store. The gifts Izzy Deschler and other artists create? Bea nodded, as if sensing he was catching her excitement. Local artisans. It's something I'd like to emphasize more in my business. Books by local authors or nonfiction about Door County, even books set in the area by other authors. I believe that could be a draw. I agree. You do? This sounds like a really great idea. Clay took her hand, a casual, friendly gesture. He was finding it difficult to be this close to her and not touch her. Tell me more. For a second, he thought she might pull away. Instead, she curled her fingers around his, and his heart began to beat an unsteady rhythm against his ribs. She paused. That's as far as I've gotten. Clay might be an educator, but he'd grown up in a family of strategic thinkers. He'd also learned the value of encouraging a person whose ideas were running hot. Despite Bea's protest that she'd hit a wall, Clay had his doubts. The look in her eyes told him she had more ideas, but she didn't have the confidence in herself to voice those thoughts. That was something he could help with, since he had plenty of experience listening. To his mother, to his sister, to the students and staff at the high school. Her gaze searched his. What? Why aren't you talking? I'm waiting for you to tell me more. I told you that's all I have. No, he pointed out with a smile. You said that's as far as you've gotten. Do you listen to everyone so closely? I like listening to you. Their gazes met and held. The air between them pulsed. Clay wanted to kiss her again. He held back, knowing this discussion was important to her. Bea expelled a long breath. I envisioned this big space with Swoon Boutique in... I thought Piper was adamant that she won't move. You and I both know that isn't an option. Right, he agreed. That won't be an option. Well, Bea waved a hand in the air. I thought if we rented one large space, we could have Swoon in one area, segueing into Lindsay's floral shop, including all her wedding stuff, then into the gifts, then into my bookstore, and finally into a small coffee shop area. Clay could visualize it. Would there be enough sales for you to pay for your space? I'm considering increasing my online business. You have an online business? How had he not known this? Actually, right now it's relatively small, but it could be more. And that's the point. Bea smiled. I'm the one who developed it in the first place, though Judy never seemed interested in promoting it, which is probably why you, and most people, don't know about it. Still, it provides a big chunk of the store's income. Then why have the retail space at all? Bea's gaze turned pensive. It was as if she'd never asked herself that same question, though surely it had to have crossed her mind. Or maybe it hadn't. After all, the store hadn't been hers. Not everything has to be solely about the profit. She chewed on her lower lip. Good Hope is all about community. I believe our story time and readers groups add to that sense of community. He had to point out the obvious. Playing devil's advocate here, the library could take over story time, and the readers groups could meet at someone's home and order their books off the internet. Bea smiled. He didn't respond to her half-hearted smile. This was serious business. He now understood that, for her, the store was more than a brick-and-mortar building. It was her home, and, in a way, her family, since she no longer had any living in Good Hope. Sure, you can get almost anything off the internet, he said when he realized she was waiting for his response. So, why do you need the bookstore? Bea's expression fell. I guess it's something I need to think about. Thanks for bringing up these additional points for me to consider. He kept his gaze fixed on her face. You're welcome. She took a deep breath and squared her shoulders. I should head home. I've got some heavy thinking to do. Clay hated seeing her sad. She'd been so excited when he'd run into her, so filled with plans. Now she looked defeated. There's a reason, or perhaps many reasons, that you want your business to be a bookstore, that you want it to succeed. He cupped her face with his hand, looked straight into those beautiful eyes fringed with long, dark lashes. Once you figure those out, you'll be able to lead with your strengths. Then you, my dear, will be unstoppable. The words had barely left his mouth when she rose on tiptoes and lightly brushed his mouth with hers. Though her eyes remained serious, a ghost of a smile hovered around the corners of her lips. You're a gem, Clay Chapin. All of those women in your past didn't know what they were missing. I hope Gladys finds you the perfect match. You deserve no less. Emotion welled up inside him. As he gazed into her face, he realized he might have already found that woman, all by himself. Chapter 16. Bea thought for one breathtaking, amazing second that Clay was going to kiss her again. She wanted him to. God knew she wanted that more than breath. Instead, he simply held out a hand, his eyes never leaving her face. I think we should go back to the street dance and enjoy the rest of the evening. They didn't say much on the walk back to downtown. Still, being with him was comfortable, and she found herself relaxing. Then there was music and laughter, and Bea knew there would be no more kissing. At least, not tonight. She glanced at some of the dancers and saw Joe Lyle, a longtime fisherman, doing some strange gyrations to a rock and roll song. His wife's face had a pained expression that made Bea smile. "I'm glad we came back."
Me too.
His gaze dropped briefly to her lips.
Mostly.
She agreed, but didn't voice the thought, and when he extended his arm, she took it. They slid into the dancing horde and found themselves next to Wyatt and Greer. The light was dim, but Bea swore she saw a flicker of surprise skitter across Greer's pretty face before she smiled. "You got a great turnout," Bea had to shout so Greer could hear. "Thanks to Finn and her committee." At least that's what she thought she heard Greer say before the music drowned out her voice. Bea had gone to a couple of school dances, but back then it had been more about looking cool than actually dancing. Now, Bea didn't care if she looked silly or not. She wanted to have fun. Not just have fun, a tiny voice inside her said. Have fun with Clay. The thought that this might be the last time they could be together in this way had her embracing the flow. When some of the others started a conga line, she took Clay's hand and grabbed a spot. The fact he was behind her with his hands on her waist made the moment all the sweeter. Out of breath, she was grateful when the band switched to a slow set. Bea practically fell into Clay's arms. He held her close, but not as close as she'd have liked, as the words and melody of the love song wrapped around her heart. "This is a perfect night." She breathed the words. There was no way he could have heard, yet his arms tightening around her seemed to say he had.
"I'm enjoying every minute."
Bea wanted to close her eyes and simply savor the touch and feel of him, but she kept her eyes open, drinking in the sights and sounds. People she knew surrounded them on all sides. Friends, neighbors, fellow business owners, tourists, and visitors. She wanted to tell the guests that this was only a part of all Good Hope had to offer. Not just the plethora of shops and water sports, not just fish boils and cherry-stuffed everything, but a community that worked together, partied together, and prayed together. There was nowhere on earth she'd rather be, no one's arms she'd rather be in than those of the man who held her now. She was no expert on men's cologne. All she knew was she liked Clay's spicy, citrusy scent more than any other. She liked the strength of his arms, the gentleness of his touch, and oh, yes, the way he kissed. Her lips tingled at the memory of the kiss, which had been way too short. She looked up and found him staring at her mouth. Their eyes locked, and even if she'd wanted to look away, there was no way she could.
"I want to kiss you again."
Had those words really come out of her mouth? Certainly the thought had been circling in her head, but she always carefully considered her words before speaking.
"I feel the same."
Some of the tension in her body released, like the balloons she and Britt used to blow up just to let them go so they could watch them gyrate in the air until they fell to the ground. Some of the tension remained, a pleasant, watchful waiting to see what would come next.
"Not here,"
he said, his gaze never leaving hers. "No," she agreed, "not here."
"Where?"
He was leaving it up to her. This was her chance to back out, maybe make a joke about the moon and the music going to her head. Bea didn't feel like joking. She felt like kissing him. Truth was, she felt like going a whole lot further than kissing tonight. Just the thought of having Clay touch her had everything inside her going on alert, and an ache taking up residence in her lower belly. They'd keep it at just kissing. Her gaze met his. Unless she could convince him to do more. Bea wasn't under any illusions that this, whatever this was between them, was a forever kind of thing. Heck, he'd just started a search for the perfect woman. She wasn't even on the list. She felt like she was standing outside a circle where beautiful women gathered, hoping for a rose. She was a ringer, someone brought into the mix to add intrigue. In the end, she wouldn't get the rose. but she told herself that was okay. All anyone was guaranteed was the here and now. It wasn't the music, but a pulsating energy that filled the air between them, a living thing that told her this was decision time. Then she realized, as always, she was overthinking the whole thing. There were lots of decisions to be made, steps to be taken, and she could stop this game anytime she wanted with one word. No. She didn't want to stop it. Rather, she was eager to see how far this train could make it down the tracks. My place. Surprise flickered for just an instant in his gray eyes. Where had he thought she'd say? Maybe, she considered, he thought she'd simply say, somewhere more private. Back to the park, perhaps, or to the bookstore. As they turned to leave, he didn't take her hand, didn't so much as touch her. For now. She was glad of it, especially when his sister grabbed his arm as they passed. Are you leaving? Greer spoke to her brother, but glanced at Bea. We're going to get a drink. I'll come with you. Before Greer could take a step, Wyatt leaned over and kissed Greer, the mayor, right on the mouth. Stay and dance with me, sweetheart. Wyatt linked his fingers with hers. It's a slow song, and I want to hold you close. I don't know how I got along without you for all those years. Greer's face, normally so serious, softened, making her appear younger and more approachable. I feel the same about you. Enough of this mush. Clay took Bea's arm. We're headed to get something to drink. For a second, Bea thought Greer would still come along, and her heart dropped. Then Greer turned and wove her arms around her soon-to-be husband's neck. I'll leave you to it, she said to Clay. This is the last slow song of the set, and I love having a reason to put my arms around Wyatt in public. I've tried to tell you that you don't ever need a reason. Wyatt's voice was light and teasing, but love mixed with a healthy dose of desire filled his eyes. Enjoy the dance. Clay started walking again without so much as a goodbye, almost as if he, too, was afraid his sister would change her mind and want to go with them, almost as if he was as eager as Bea for what was to come. Which way? He asked when they were out of earshot. Around back. When they reached the alley, he slid his hand down to take hers. She paused at the book and cup door to pull out her key, and when she pushed open the door and motioned him inside, his gaze searched hers. You send me home whenever you want, he said. She closed the door behind him, slid the deadbolt, and gathered her courage. Only then did she turn back to face him. There was a nightlight burning, but other than that measly stream of light, they were enveloped in the darkness. Before she turned on the lights to lead him up the stairs, she needed him to know how she felt. I'd like you to stay the night. She met his gaze, and her entire body quivered with need. But you can go home whenever you want. Chapter 17. When Clay woke the next morning, he was in Bea's bed, her body spooned against his. Her hair held the faint scent of vanilla and was whisper-soft against his face. After planting a kiss on her hair, he set about extricating himself without waking her. She slept soundly, her long lashes forming dark fans against her cheeks. Even in sleep, she had an undeniable sweetness about her. Despite that sweet nature, she was an amazing lover who'd given as much pleasure as she'd taken, which was surprising, because he'd seen by the delight and wonder in her eyes that, while she might have had sex before, she'd never experienced an orgasm this powerful. He was glad that experience was reserved for him. Still, the thought was troubling. Clay considered himself to be someone who thought things through, who didn't act impulsively, but yet, last night, he'd let his emotions, his desire for Bea, take the lead. As he added water and measured coffee into her old-fashioned percolator, he realized he didn't regret what had happened between them last night. He liked Bea, liked talking books with her, liked dancing with her, liked simply being with her. They seemed a perfect match. The thought had his hand stopping as he opened the cupboard in search of coffee mugs. He'd made a promise to Gladys, She'd texted him the day before that she'd finalized one more date and had a third in the wings. If none of these three worked, she'd reassess. "Hey, you." Clay turned and found Bee standing there looking pretty and rumpled in a nightshirt that hit her at mid-thigh. Reaching into the cupboard, Clay pulled out a couple of mugs, held them up. "I made coffee." "Why do you think I'm up?" Her bright smile didn't quite erase the hint of worry in her eyes. This morning after etiquette was always tricky. "I hope you're up because you already miss me." "I have to admit that lying next to you is like having a hot water bottle beside me in bed." Clay chuckled. "That image leaves a lot to be desired." "Pour the coffee," she instructed with a little wave. My first impulse was to say blast furnace, but that seemed a bit extreme. "I like blast furnace." Clay handed her a cup filled with steaming coffee. "It's hot and intense." She wiggled her brows. "If hot and intense was your goal, pal, last night you definitely delivered." Her words pleased him, as did her easy manner. He should have known better than to worry this would be awkward. Things between him and Bee were never awkward. As far as the matches Gladys had planned, if she hadn't already contacted the third woman, he knew who he'd like that woman to be. Instead of picking up the mug of coffee he'd just poured, he lifted the cup from Bee's hands and set it on the counter. "Hey," she protested. "I barely got 2 sips." "First things first." He stepped close and met her questioning gaze. "I seem to recall we ended last night with a kiss. How about we start the day the same way?" Bea pretended to ponder the question. The smile tugging at her lips gave him the answer before she even spoke the words. "I suppose we—" Wrapping his arms around her, Clay pulled her against him, then lowered his head. Her lips tasted faintly of the coffee she'd just sipped, and a sweetness that was totally her. He drank her in, desire surging hot as her mouth opened to his searching tongue. Deepening the kiss brought back memories of last night and how good she'd tasted and felt. His hand slid up her sides, and he was seized by the urge to make love to her again. "Screw the coffee," he murmured. Bea inclined her head. "What did you say?" "I said, screw the coffee. I want to make love to you." She grinned. "Coffee can definitely wait." After experiencing how to read the same book in yet a different way, Bea offered to make breakfast. She fried eggs. He made toast and poured more coffee. After they'd eaten, his gaze met hers across the table. "I need to speak with you about something." His serious tone had Bea setting down her coffee cup. "Sure, fire away." Clay reached across the table and took her hand, lacing his fingers with hers. Holding her breath, Bea offered an encouraging smile. "The Bachelor games." His fingers tightened around hers. Bea stilled. When she spoke, she kept her tone deliberately offhand, not wanting to come across as needy or clingy. "What happened last night and this morning was fun. Don't worry about me having expectations, because I don't." His next words came slowly, cautiously. "I enjoy being with you, Bea. I'd like us to spend more time together, if that's something you'd want." Slipping her hand from his, Bea rose and began to load the tiny dishwasher. "If it works, that'd be nice. I know you'll be busy." She stood to grab another dish and felt his arm slide around her from behind. "Never too busy for you." Seconds later, his warm mouth was against her neck. Expelling a ragged breath, Bea turned in his arms. She didn't want to talk about the future, because she didn't know what it held. Perhaps Clay was simply being gallant in speaking about getting together. Or maybe he was truly interested. Clay seized her hand and pressed a kiss into her palm. Then, after brushing wild strands of hair back from her face, he kissed her with a sweetness that brought tears to her eyes. It was nearly noon by the time Clay walked out the door, whistling. Bea glanced around the spotless kitchen, and a smile quirked her lips. He'd refused to leave until he'd helped clean up. There had been no promises given, no further date set. Bea told herself this wouldn't be a one-night thing. She and Clay had connected, really connected, both intellectually and physically. He'd call, they'd get together, maybe they'd even... The ping of her phone had Bea's heart giving a solid thump against her chest. Clay. When she picked up her phone, she saw the text was from her sister. In Green Bay. See you in 60. Confused, Bea's thumbs flew. I can come get you. Got rental. Leaving now. Her sister was coming to Good Hope? Today? Bea's thoughts raced. Had Britt told her about these plans and she'd spaced out? Surely not. Not about something this important. Britt had mentioned coming to Good Hope, but hadn't given her a firm date for her arrival. Bea hadn't pressed, knowing her sister liked to keep her plans fluid. Britt's middle name could be spontaneous. She'd flown by the seat of her pants since she was small, and obviously saw no reason to change now. For a second, Bea thought about what having her sister staying in her apartment would mean for her and Clay. Her and Clay. She had to stop thinking in those terms. There was no her and Clay. One night sleeping together did not a relationship make. It certainly didn't make them a couple. Bea spent the next hour readying the apartment for her sister's arrival. When the knock sounded, she flew to the door and flung it open. Britt! Bea gave her sister a hug that had them both laughing. Have you been lifting weights? Brittany asked with a smile. Your bear hug is definitely stronger. The hug was a holdover from their childhood, a silly tradition that said anything from welcome to goodbye to everything is okay. I'm pretty buff. Bea made her sister laugh again when she flexed her arm, showing off a sculpted bicep. Impressive! Britt glanced around the apartment as if this was the first time she'd seen it. Very homey. I like it. I like it too. Bea sighed. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to move very soon. Saying the words had the smile slipping from Bea's lips. Pour me some caffeine and tell me all about it. She'd missed this so much, Bea realized an hour later. Quality one-on-one time with her sister. Britt's bag was still in the living room, and the coffee pot was dry when there was a knock at her door. Who could that be? Britt cocked her head. Are you expecting company? No. Bea slowly rose as a second knock sounded. The door to the outside should be locked. The only way to get upstairs would be through the bookstore. Bea knew Judy wouldn't let just anyone go behind the counter and up the stairs. Bea prayed it wasn't Clay. She and Britt had discussed the bookstore, but they hadn't touched on anything personal. Not yet. Maybe because he'd just left her bed that morning, and what they'd shared seemed so special, so personal. Bea wanted to hold all those emotions and feelings close to her heart for just a little while longer before voicing them. She paused with her hand on the knob. Who is it? It's Piper. Bea immediately opened the door, relief making her voice extra hearty. Piper, hi. Come in. I'm feeling better and was thinking about having a late lunch at Muddy Boots and wanted to see... Piper's voice trailed off as she saw the suitcase. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were going somewhere. My sister came to visit. Bea grabbed Piper's hand as her friend backed toward the door. I think you've met. Britt rose from her spot at the dinette table and crossed to Piper. Bea was ready to perform introductions when Brittany extended her hand. Brittany Appleton. I remember you from high school. Please, call me Britt. Piper Ambrose. Same here. Piper's gaze slid from Bea to Britt, then back to Bea. You really are identical. When Britt had appeared at her door, Bea had been hit by the same thought. Maybe it was the hair, she mused. There was no denying the highlights and the cut was uber stylish. Did I hear you mention lunch? Britt's expression brightened. I could eat, if you don't mind if I join you. I'd love it. Piper beamed. It'll give us a chance to get better acquainted, and for me to share some fabulous news. Now I'm intrigued. Picking up her purse from the sofa where she'd tossed it, Britt slipped her arm around Piper's arm and lowered her voice to a conspiratorial whisper that carried throughout the room. You have to promise not to spare the details. Piper laughed. You'll get the entire scoop. She was happy to see her friend and sister hitting it off, Bea told herself as she followed them down the stairs and listened to their easy banter on the short walk to the cafe. Britt was doing what came naturally, what she did best, weaving a web around another person, making Piper feel special. It was no wonder her sister had so many friends. When they reached the door to Muddy Boots, Bea's breakfast sat like a leaden weight in the pit of her stomach. Piper turned back to her as Britt held open the door for them. I'm so glad we could do this. Bea smiled and nodded. Since they'd come after the lunch rush, they were able to get a table without waiting. When the waitress approached, Britt smiled brightly. Hello, Helen. Remember me? Helen's gaze shifted from Bea back to Britt. The Sunny Twin is back in town. For a visit, Britt acknowledged. And this is the first place I came to eat. Good. Do you know what you want? Helen's polite chatter went only so far when she was working. They ordered quickly, with Bea sticking to a granola parfait. I thought for sure you'd get the burger and fries special, Piper teased. I had a big breakfast. Surprise widened Piper's eyes. I thought you told me you never eat breakfast. You always said eggs were best at dinner time, Britt chimed in. Sue me, I was being spontaneous. Bea jerked her head in her sister's direction. I come by that naturally. Britt's delighted laugh had those at nearby tables turning and smiling. I'm glad Britt went for the burger. Britt shot Piper a wink, and Bea was once again seized with the feeling of being the third wheel in this trio. Once Helen delivered their drinks, iced tea all around, Britt leaned forward, her attention fully on Piper. Spill! I can't wait to hear your news! Piper flushed. Her sister had a talent, Bea realized, for making the person she was with feel like they were the most important person in the world. Gladys finally convinced me to accept a date with Clay. She told me that she kept pursuing me because, in Gladys's words, a smart businesswoman is just what Clay needs. Britt arched a brow. Clay Chapin? Piper nodded. That's the one. I remember him. He's a real hottie. Britt took a sip of her tea. Isn't he a teacher or something? He's the principal at the high school, Bea told her sister. You're interested in him? Britt's eyes sparkled with interest as she focused on Piper. Her twin had done something different with her eyeliner, tilting it up at the corners to make her blue eyes look larger and more mysterious. Gladys is doing this thing she calls the Bachelor games. Again, Piper kept her voice low as she explained in detail how it worked. Maybe you can be his date for Greer's wedding, Britt said. From what I've heard, that's the event of the season. I'm already invited. Piper waved a dismissive hand. Greer purchased her dress at my store. I plan to go just in case there are dress issues. It's a professional thing. I'm not supporting the people trying to close my business. Britt's gaze narrowed. It sounds as if you don't care for the Chapins. Would you, if your business was being threatened? Then why did you agree to a date with Clay? Bea didn't even try to hide her puzzlement. That doesn't make any sense. Piper smiled slyly. It does when it gives me one-on-one time with the enemy. I'll have a whole night to persuade Clay to change his family's plan to boost Swoon from its current location. I wish you luck, Britt told her. I bought the cutest dress for the wedding. With being out of a job and all, I really shouldn't have, but I couldn't resist. I'll be seeing people I haven't seen in years and want to look my... Britt sucked in a breath. Oh my God. Bea glanced at the entrance and saw JR walk through the door with Kyle. The two were deep in conversation and didn't even glance in the direction of the dining area. Beck appeared and ushered them to a table at the back of the cafe, effectively putting them out of view of Bea, Britt, and Piper. "That's Kyle Kendrick. He's married to Eliza." Bea frowned. "I guess you haven't been back since—" "I don't care about him." Britt swiped the air with one hand. "It's who he's with that interests me." "JR?" Bea asked. Britt's eyes lit up. "You know J.R. Driscoll?" Bea shifted uncomfortably in her seat. How could she say, without sounding really weird, that she'd had an enjoyable conversation with the guy on a swing set? "We've been introduced." "Perfect! You can introduce me." Brittany started to rise, but Bea grabbed her arm and pulled her down. "Cool your jets. He and Kyle are having a meeting. That's what people do when they sit back there and want privacy as well as food." Bea could see her twin was ready to sprint to the back of the cafe, so she made her voice stern. "You're not going to interrupt them, Britt. That would reflect badly on both of us." Bea could practically see her twin considering her options. With an exasperated huff, she dropped back in her seat just as Helen delivered their food. "For a second, I thought you were going to bolt on me." Helen set a plate of food in front of Britt. Britt gazed down at the large burger and the heaping helping of fries. "The time to bolt would be before I chow down. Once I eat, you'll have to roll me out of here." Helen gave a bark of laughter, then slapped their checks down on the table. "I'll be around in a few minutes with more tea. Can I get you ladies anything else right now?" "I think we're fine for now. Thank you." The woman had barely walked away when Bea realized she'd spoken for the table. She glanced at her two companions. "I'm sorry. Is there anything else either of you need?" Brittany bit into a fry. "Only an introduction to Mr. J.R. Driscoll." "What's the deal?" Bea asked, knowing there was something behind her sister's sudden intense interest in the man. It couldn't be simply his looks. There were plenty of good-looking guys in Good Hope, and Bea had no doubt there were plenty of handsome men back where Brittany lived. "Do you even know who he is?" Britt's tone held a hint of incredulity. It was the same tone she used when Bea didn't know about a popular band or a reference to something that was trending in Britt's world. "Of course I know who he is." Bea kept hold of her temper with both hands. She'd been feeling out of sorts ever since Piper had sprung the news about her date with Clay. Not Piper's fault, or Clay's, but the knowledge Clay would be going out with her friend left a sour taste on her tongue. "Who is he then?" Britt pressed. "He's a friend of Crew Slattery's. He lives in Denver. Kyle's company is overseeing the construction of a large building in Denver that's nearing completion." Bea added the last bit with a flourish, then dug her spoon into the parfait. "Is that all?" Britt prompted. "Isn't it enough?" "He was at the street dance last night," Piper added, then slanted a glance at Bea. "You were there too, right?" "For a while," Bea acknowledged, sensing by Piper's comment that she hadn't seen her walking off with JR or dancing with Clay. "I should have come in yesterday." Britt added a mound of ketchup to her plate, swirled a fry back and forth, a pensive look on her face. "What's the deal with JR?" Piper asked before taking a bite of her massive Angus burger. "The Driscoll family is like Denver royalty," Britt said. "The grandfather has been in the news a lot because he's dying." "Oh, no." Though JR hadn't spoken much about his family, Bea had sensed they were close-knit. "Anyway," Brittany waved her sister silent, "JR's dad, John Ross, owns the Colorado Grizzlies." At Bea's blank look, Brittany huffed out a breath. "It's an NFL football team." "Oh," Bea said, noting that her lack of interest in sport still infuriated her sister. "Like the Packers." "Exactly." Brittany glanced in the direction where the two men had gone before returning her attention to her companions. Her gaze slid to Piper. As B probably told you, I was doing social media for an NBA team out of Philly when they had to cut staff. I'm in the process of looking for a new position. I've always wanted to live in Colorado. Since when? B gave a laugh. You didn't like the snow in Good Hope. That's why you left. I left Good Hope for many reasons. As for snow, Philly gets plenty. Brittany ate another ketchup-soaked fry. I adore mountains, and I can see myself working for the Grizzlies organization. Put in an application. Brittany rolled her eyes. Even you aren't so naive to think that's how you get a job in this day and age. How do you get a job? By making connections. Brittany's smile reminded Bea of a Cheshire cat's. And getting the team owner's son to vouch for me would be pure Colorado gold. Chapter 18. What do you mean you already have the other 2 dates scheduled? Clay stared at the woman who'd insisted on meeting him at Rake's farm. It had been a trek, but after his night with Bea, Clay was in a good mood and would have agreed to nearly anything. Besides, he saw this as his opportunity to inform Gladys that he was pursuing a relationship with Bea so she could back off on the games. It's a lovely day. Ignoring his question, Gladys lifted her hand to the sky, the light breeze catching the sleeve of her caftan and fluttering the blue and silver fabric. I'm glad we decided to meet here. Jeremy and Finn have a nice place here. Clay's eyes were drawn not to the sky as much as to the massive 3-story structure sitting high atop the hill. Bea would love the porch that wrapped halfway around the home, as well as the leaded glass above each window. Personally, the turret made out of copper was his favorite feature of the Victorian-era home. He wondered if she'd like the exterior colors of salmon, green, and yellow. They were different, but true to when the house had been built. Ruby came for a visit? In setting up the meeting and demanding it be held here, Gladys had mentioned she'd promised to ride with her friend out to Rake's farm. She hadn't said why they were coming, but this had once been Ruby's home. Now it belonged to her grandson Jeremy and his wife Finn. Gladys's lips curved. It's a celebration of sorts. Clay only nodded. He thought they'd carried on the celebrating of the birth of Eddie a little long. But then, what did he know? He didn't have children. He thought of Bea. She'd make a good mother. Calm and patient, yet with a sense of humor that would help a parent get through the often rough teenage years. The fact that he could imagine having a child with Bea sometime in the distant future only solidified his decision to tell Gladys his participation in the games was off. I have 2 more dates in the hopper, Gladys began. Gladys. Clay interrupted, something he normally considered the height of rudeness. In this instance, it seemed kinder to stop her before this went further. The games need to end. Clay hesitated before going on. Now that the time was at hand, he realized he didn't know exactly how much to tell her. The knowledge that anything he said to her would be all over Good Hope by nightfall had him choosing his next words carefully. This matchmaking isn't working for me. Clay didn't want to disappoint the older woman. After all, he knew Gladys had his best interests at heart and was certainly fulfilling her part of the bargain. But he had to be honest. I appreciate your efforts, but this seems a good time to call it quits. Gladys's pale blue eyes grew sharp as she searched his face like a detective digging for clues. I realize things with Jessica flopped. Scheduling that first date for the Ready, Set, Run event was likely a mistake. Jess is a wonderful woman, Clay said, meaning every word. But a little young for me. That's what I told Oakley. Gladys pointed a finger at him. You need someone more settled, someone closer to your own age. Clay thought of Bea and smiled. She was close to his own age. I don't know what I was thinking when I agreed to the matchmaking. I'm very capable of finding someone on my own. And he'd already found that special someone, he thought. I don't want to be blunt. Gladys's expression remained serious. But I call it like I see it.
The reason you agreed to work with me is that while you might find women, you pick the wrong ones. When he opened his mouth, she waved him silent with a swift swipe of her hand. That's a fact, Clay. Borne out time and time again. You go into a relationship with a woman you're convinced is the one, only to discover months later, after the shine has worn off, that the two of you are ill-suited. Unexpected compassion filled her eyes. There's a good reason the adage, if you do what you've always done, you'll get what you've always gotten, is so popular. I realize I haven't had much success, and you've been a miserable failure. Sorry for speaking so bluntly, but I believe in honesty.
Gladys leaned forward, and her pale blue eyes blazed.
How many times have you put your heart out there?
She didn't give him a chance to respond, to counter her argument, before she continued.
Too many times to count. That's how many. You're always so into these women. You convince yourself they feel the same way about you.
The truth punched like a fist, but she wasn't through yet.
You can't see the truth, so you waste precious months believing this woman cares about you. Even when she tries to back away, you can't see it. You're so sure she cares, maybe even loves you.
Gladys softened her tone.
It's been your M.O. up until now. It's why you were willing to agree to the Bachelor games.
Clay lowered his gaze to the top of the weathered picnic table where they sat. Jeremy was going to have to stain and seal it before the wood rotted, Clay thought idly.
That's the way it's been. The odds are that's what will happen again.
As if sensing she still hadn't convinced him, Gladys paused and studied him for a long moment.
I see a lot of your Uncle Donnie in you.
Donnie? Really? We don't look anything alike. Clay adored his uncle, who was his mother's junior by a dozen years. Donnie, a commercial airline pilot, had always seemed more like an older cousin than an uncle.
I'm not speaking of looks,
Gladys insisted.
I'm speaking of relationships.
Clay wasn't sure that was a compliment. Over the years, the unmarried Donnie had enjoyed relationships with a variety of women, several of whom he'd lived with for a number of years.
Donnie's career makes it difficult for him to settle. There are many pilots who are married, many who juggle family and career.
Gladys's voice grew soft.
I've known Donnie since he was a small boy. I want him to be truly happy, to find that special someone.
He's got Stephanie, Clay pointed out.
5 will get you 10. She won't be with him when he comes to Greer's wedding.
That was a bet Clay didn't take. Stephanie, with whom Donnie had been madly in love when they'd stopped briefly in Good Hope last summer, was a flight attendant. Though she was 10 years younger than Donnie, they'd seemed deliriously happy. Of course, he'd seemed happy with Olivia, and with Sandy, and with other women he'd brought home for visits. Was he like his uncle?
There are reasons matchmakers were so popular in the 1800s, reasons they're still used in other cultures today.
Gladys's gaze remained steady on his.
It's easier to see the mismatch from the outside, rather than when you're in the throes of what feels like love, but is often no more than lust.
Clay blinked. Had Gladys Berthoff just said lust? As if reading his thoughts, she smiled.
You young people don't have a lock on physical attraction.
I suppose not, he acknowledged.
I'll admit I messed up with Jessica. You need to give me a chance to redeem myself, to show you what I and my friends can accomplish.
Her tone turned persuasive.
I think you're really going to like the next 2 dates I have planned for you.
When he said nothing, she frowned.
What do you have to lose? It's not as if you're in the midst of a relationship. Stella is long gone.
Stella. Dear God, in a matter of weeks, he'd forgotten all about her. Yet, not that long ago, he'd been convinced she was the one. Would it be the same with Bea? He couldn't imagine that, but then again, he'd never imagined everything falling apart with Stella. Was he like Donnie, doomed to always pick the wrong woman? How could Bea possibly be the wrong woman when she felt so right? He expelled a breath. "You promised you'd give this a shot," Gladys reminded him. "One date, one match is not a shot." Steve's voice echoed in his head. You gave her your word. As a Chapin, his word was his bond. How many times had he heard his parents say that a handshake was as binding as a written contract? His one worry was Bea. Would she understand that he was only fulfilling an obligation? Then again, perhaps he was making too much of their night together. Maybe he was the only one who wanted more. "Okay, I'll meet the two you've already arranged, then we'll reassess our agreement," he said with a resigned sigh. "Who are the possibilities?" "You don't need to know the name of the second. Knowing it might cause you to look ahead instead of concentrating on your current match." Clay saw the logic, but something about the gleam in Gladys's eyes made him uneasy. "Okay, who's the first one? And where are we going?" Piper Ambrose. Not only had Gladys set him up with Bea's best friend, she'd set the date for the mini golf course in town, where they'd be seen by everyone. Of course, he preferred that to a quiet, intimate dinner at some swanky restaurant, but still. The second Clay left Rake's farm, he headed over to Bea's place. He would explain to her that these dates had been set up prior to their... To their what? He asked himself. To their relationship? Did they have a relationship? They'd made love, but he knew that did not a relationship make. Still, he believed Bea cared for him. Well, he suspected he was falling in love with her. Clay stopped short. Falling in love? They hadn't been out together on an official date. They'd slept together only one time. Okay, they'd made love multiple times, but they'd been together for only one night. Was Gladys right? Did he lead with his heart rather than his head? Still, he needed to see Bea. He pushed open the door to Book and Cup, expecting to see her behind the counter. Instead, Judy stood there, ringing up a customer. Clay waited until the woman, not anyone he recognized and likely a tourist, left the shop. "Is Bea around?" "She took the day off." Judy smiled pleasantly. "Is there anything I can help you find?" The door jingled open, and several women stepped inside. Judy smiled and called out, "Welcome to Book and Cup. Is there anything I can help you find?" The question was obviously standard with her, but this time the women had specifics for her. When Judy stepped around the counter to help them, Clay rounded that same counter and headed up the back steps. Was Bea ill? The thought had him taking the steps two at a time. He rapped on the door, but there was no answer. He tried a second knock with the same response. Nothing. "Bea?" he called out. "It's Clay." Still nothing. She'd been fine yesterday. Better than fine. As he trudged down the stairs and out the back door, he decided she probably had simply taken the day off. Gladys had been right, he realized, as he stepped outside. It really was a beautiful day, one he'd like to spend with Bea. He paused on the sidewalk and pulled out his phone to text her. Perhaps she'd be interested in going kayaking today, or they could take out the family sailboat. Did she like to sail? He didn't know if she even liked the water. No matter. If she didn't, that was the nice thing about where they lived. There were so many choices. The phone was in his hand when he saw her with her sister. Had she mentioned Brittany was coming for a visit? It wasn't that she was with her sister that had his heart stopping. Bea and Brittany had stepped out of muddy boots with organic farmer Adam Vogel and psychologist Liam Gallagher. The four could have been an advertisement for Singles Life and Good Hope. Four attractive young people laughing on the sidewalk, the banner on the light pole touting "Hello, Spring" as it fluttered in the breeze. The sight of Bea resting her hand on Adam's arm and laughing at something he said was a punch to the gut. Clay shoved his phone back into his pocket. Corralling his rioting emotions, he casually strolled down the sidewalk. He'd nearly reached the group when Piper stepped out of muddy boots to join the foursome. When Piper saw him, her lips widened into a smile, and she gave a little wave. Bea turned, and the smile on her lips froze.
"Hey,"
Clay said, sounding more like the kids at the high school than their principal.
"Nice day."
Yes, he had stellar conversational skills. His parents would be so proud.
"Clay,"
Liam shot out a hand.
"I was telling Trinity last week that I hadn't seen you around."
He gave a chuckle.
"She told me I need to get out more. Claims I spend too much time at Connections."
Connections, a psychological counseling center, was owned by Liam and Trinity Goodhue, Wyatt's sister.
"It's good to see you."
Clay shifted his focus to Adam and then to Brittany.
"The rest of you as well."
Don't think for a second I'm going to let you get away with that boring greeting. Without warning, Brittany flung her arms around him and enfolded Clay in a bear hug. He returned the squeeze, then stepped back.
To what do I owe that greeting?
The men appeared amused by Brittany's move. Piper's and Bea's gazes were watchful. It's been forever. Brittany turned suddenly at the sound of her name. A broad smile lifted her lips. Mrs. Berthoff! This is my lucky day, seeing all my favorite people. Gladys's gaze shifted from Brittany to Clay, then back again to Bea's twin.
"Please, call me Gladys. Mrs. Berthoff reminds me too much of my mother-in-law."
The cackle she let out had them all smiling, but Clay found his gaze moving to Bea. Their eyes locked, and he felt it like a physical connection. She stood beside Brittany, and he wondered how, in the name of everything that was holy, could he have thought of her sister as more beautiful all those years ago. Brittany was attractive, there was no denying that, but there was a goodness, a sweetness about Bea that shone through. Of course, he might be a bit biased. He shifted his gaze from the twins to find Gladys staring. Her eyes darted in Piper's direction. Clay didn't have a chance to say anything before Bea spoke. I understand you and Piper are going on an adventure. Her tone was light, the smile she directed in her friend's direction warm and approving.
"You and Piper are dating?"
Adam rubbed his chin. The farmer was tall and rangy, with thick black hair.
"That's news to me. I thought you were with some woman from Sturgeon Bay."
Bea waved a hand. Old news.
"Yeah, Vogel, keep up. Even I heard she and Stella were no longer together."
Liam's tone was teasing, and there was no malice in his hazel eyes. Sounds like you've become quite the ladies' man. Brittany gazed up at him through lowered lashes.
"Not really."
Clay spoke firmly.
"I just haven't found the right one."
The second the words left his lips, Clay wished he could call them back. The light in Bea's eyes dimmed, though he doubted anyone but him noticed. The comment had hurt her, but he sensed trying to explain further could quickly become a quagmire. We need to go. Brittany linked her arms with her sister's and motioned to Piper. Piper is going to help Bea find a dress for Greer's wedding. She's going as my +1. Clay had planned to ask Bea to go as his guest. It appeared there was no need for that now. Later. He sent the word in his head across the short space separating them. Her eyelashes flickered ever so slightly. He hoped that meant she had gotten the message. Though it would be more difficult to find some alone time now that her sister was with her, Clay was determined to make it happen. He wasn't sure the exact words he'd use, but he wanted her to know how much she meant to him, and that he wanted to see where their relationship would go. At this moment, there was only one woman he wanted to date. The funny thing was, she wasn't even in the game. Chapter 19. So many dresses, in so many styles and colors, and Bea couldn't decide which one to choose. All she could think about was Clay, and Piper, and the fact that the Bachelor games were continuing and she was still in the outfield. Bea stripped off the silky sheath. I don't care. If you think this is the one, let's go with it. You want to look your best, her sister insisted. You just haven't found the one. Bea said nothing. Back in a sec with more. Britt swept out of the large dressing room, the one normally reserved for brides, leaving Bee and Piper hanging up dresses that weren't the one. She's wrong. Piper adjusted a red silk on a hanger. You have found the one. Confused, Bee turned, the dress she'd just lifted from the posh velvet chair in her hands. Not the dress. Piper's gaze never left Bee's face. The man. You and Clay? Bee hung the rejected dress on a hook and cleared her throat. What are you talking about? Piper's gaze softened. I saw how he looked at you outside Muddy Boots. I also saw the way you looked at him. The others, they didn't notice. Piper shook her head. Even Britt didn't notice. Don't tell her. Bee spoke in a hushed whisper. Confusion furrowed Piper's brow. Why not? I like him so much. Bee glanced at the door before continuing in the same low tone. We slept together. Piper's eyes grew wide. You did? Last night. After slanting a quick glance at the door, Bee refocused on Piper. After the street dance, it just kind of happened. Concern flooded Piper's eyes. You don't seem happy. And I still don't understand why you don't want your sister to know about you and Clay. Because there really is no me and Clay. Not yet. But you slept with him, Piper reminded Bee. I want to be sure where things stand before I say anything to Britt. My sister has much more experience with men. I'm not ready to hear it's not going to work, and I'm only going to get hurt. Britt is very protective. The argument sounded weak, even to Bee's ears. By the skeptical look in her eyes, Piper thought so too. But Bee knew exactly what her sister would say if she voiced that she was head over heels for Clay Chapin. These feelings are new and shiny. Bee offered up a little laugh. I want to hold them close just a little while longer. I'm happy for you, Bee. I know you don't like him. That's not true. I just don't like what his family is doing. Piper gripped her hand. But anyone who can make you smile that way is good in my book. Thank you for that. I only agreed to go out with him to talk about the shop, but I won't go out with him now. Piper gave Bee's hand a squeeze. It'd be weird to go on a date with someone my best friend likes. Not that I think he should be going out with anyone, since he's sleeping with you. You have to keep the date. Bee spoke quickly, knowing her sister could return any second. I'd rather have you go out with him than have Gladys match him with someone else. Seriously? Bee nodded. Okay, then I'll do it. Piper grinned. But I won't promise not to bring up business. I don't want to spend my Friday afternoon mini-golfing, Britt wailed the words as Bee pulled onto the highway. I went shopping with you on Tuesday, Bee reminded her sister. To look for a dress for you, Britt shot back. The second Bee had pulled on the silk dress the color of ripe eggplant, she'd fallen in love. The way it lay so soft and smooth against her skin reminded her of how Clay's hands had felt when he'd stroked and caressed. The color was good, too. The length was just a little shorter than she usually considered for herself. It is gorgeous and the perfect color. Britt flopped back against the seat as they sped toward the mini golf course between Good Hope and Egg Harbor. Admit it. If it wasn't for me, you'd be wearing something old and dowdy. I won't admit it, because it isn't true. Bee stiffened. I have several perfectly lovely dresses in my closet that I could have worn. For whatever reason, it was important she not let Britt make her feel, well, second-rate. Feeling that way was her issue. She'd finally come to the realization that nobody could make you feel inferior without your permission. Well, any permission she'd once given was now rescinded. She was a strong, capable woman who lived her life on her own terms. Forget the dresses. Brittany fixed her gaze on Bee. Why mini-golf? I told you this morning. Bee huffed out an exasperated breath. It's a fundraiser for the Giving Tree. The beloved organization had started as a Christmas gift project sponsored by the Rotary. Over the years, it had grown into so much more. Not a charity, but a year-round organization to help neighbors in need. "Oh," was Britt's only response. "Sometimes I wonder if you even listen to me." "Did this conversation take place before coffee or after?" Bea thought back to the morning. Before. My brain is a sieve until it gets its first jolt of caffeine. That was something Bea should have remembered. She would have, but this whole Clay thing had her stomach bunched into knots. If she weren't driving, if Britt weren't in the car, she'd have pulled out her phone and reread the text he'd sent her last night. "Thinking of you." That was all it said, but it was enough to send her heart fluttering. She hadn't been sure what to text back. Since Britt was in the room, she'd just texted a heart emoji. Had that been too much? She wondered. If only she was as adept as her sister at smart, quippy responses. Still, she hoped seeing the heart had made him smile. Britt punched her shoulder. "What are you so happy about?" "Are you saying I can't smile around you?" "Not that kind of smile." "I'm happy." Bea slanted a quick glance in her sister's direction before refocusing on the road. "You're here. That makes me very happy. Judy gave me the day off. Another reason to rejoice. You and I are going to pad the coffers of a wonderful organization and do it under clear blue skies." Britt studied her for a long moment. "Have you always been this perky?" "Sue me." Britt burst out laughing. "Wherever this spunk has come from, I like it." "I wish you could stay." "Not going to happen." Britt's decisive tone left no room for doubt. "I will say that if I loved small-town life, I'd settle here, close to you and all our friends. Maybe someday." Turning off the highway, Bea pulled into a graveled lot. Britt's eyes widened at the sight of all the cars. "Tell me you reserved a time." "No reservations today." Bea kept her tone upbeat, even as her heart sank. Her sister didn't want to be here in the first place. How was she going to keep Britt happy during the long wait? "I don't—" "Looks like everyone in Good Hope is here." Bea rolled right over what she knew would be a request to leave. "The Chapin family is out in force. Looks like they even got JR and crew and his family to come along. It's like a holiday." She didn't spot Clay and Piper among the group, but she knew he had to be here somewhere. With anticipation fueling her movements, Bea reached for the door handle. Britt's hand pulled her back. "Not so fast. We need to freshen our lipstick." Bea settled back as Britt popped open the vanity mirror and pulled a tube of red from her tiny bag. Running a tongue across her lips, Bea realized she hadn't put on any lipstick this morning. She rummaged through her own bag and came up empty. "I must have left mine at home." "Use this one." Britt shoved the tube into her hand, then smiled. "I guarantee it will look fabulous on you." "Because it looks fabulous on you?" Bea asked, carefully applying the red to her lips. "Exactly." Britt fluffed her hair with her fingers, then reached for the door. "You're in a hurry all of a sudden." Once out of the car, Bea had to scurry to keep up with her sister as they crossed the lot. "Like you said, it's a beautiful day and we'll be surrounded by all sorts of interesting people." Though that wasn't exactly what she'd said, Bea increased her pace and fell into step beside Britt. When Gladys had told him his date with Piper would be mini-golfing at the Giving Tree fundraiser on Friday, he'd nearly asked her to reschedule. Though school had just finished for the year, he was still on the clock. Although principals worked year-round, not having students in the building gave Clay flexibility. Besides, this was a Giving Tree fundraiser. Supporting it was in his blood and in his heart. Neighbors helping neighbors, he thought as he walked with Piper to the small building resembling a gnome's cottage to check in. "Looks busy." Piper's gaze scanned the crowd. She hadn't said much on the drive over, but then neither had he. Oh, they'd talked about the nice weather, but that topic soon went dry. He'd asked how her business was going before realizing that was a loaded topic. They'd segued into upcoming events. The well had run dry when he pulled into the lot. She was a lovely woman, and he liked so many things about her. It wasn't her fault he wished he was with Bea. B. Clay jerked his attention back to the woman at his side.
B?
He repeated. Piper's smile was indulgent. I was just saying that I think the move will be good for Bee's business. She has lots of good ideas, many still percolating, on changes she wants to make. You should ask her about them the next time you see her. Clay didn't respond immediately. He was too busy considering how much Piper knew about his involvement with Bee. But if she knew how deep that involvement went, would she have agreed to go on a date with him? No, most certainly not, which meant he needed to tread carefully. Repeating her own words seemed a safe bet.
Next time I see her?
Piper smiled up at him. Don't you usually stop by Book and Cup several times a week?
Yes. Yes, I do.
That wouldn't be as easy to do once the store relocated to Wrigley Road. Now it was just a short walk to the school. He'd have to drive to get to Wrigley. A thought struck him.
Are you worried about foot traffic to your store after the move?
Somehow, despite vowing not to go down this road with her, he found himself on it anyway. Tourists, especially, walk the streets of downtown Good Hope. They don't know they're in the market for a dress or a shirt or any of the items I carry until they walk past and see it in the window. Piper's gaze grew pensive. I've put my heart and soul into this business. I'm scared, Clay. Scared if I move to Wrigley, my business won't survive. When Piper gripped his arm, there were tears in her eyes. I realize this isn't the time or place to ask, but I'll ask anyway. Can you speak to your family again about my situation?
It won't make a difference.
The pain in her eyes had him taking her hand in his.
You're saying the request will fall on deaf ears?
Pretty much. He shot her a quizzical gaze.
Where did you hear that expression?
She grinned suddenly. From my grandpa. Clay burst into laughter, and Piper joined in, the day suddenly turning brighter. Even though he didn't feel any desire for her, he could see why Bee considered her a good friend.
Good morning.
The words, sung in a sultry soprano, had both of them turning. Gladys and her friends swooped in, surrounding them. It's a lovely day for mini-golf. Ruby Rakes, Jeremy's grandmother, smiled. You two look like you're already having fun. It probably had looked that way, Clay realized, as both he and Piper dropped their hands at the same time. Enjoy your outing! Oakley, the youngest of the four by nearly 6 decades, cast a sly glance in Clay's direction. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Gladys let out a cackle and then motioned for her friends to follow her. Leader of the pack. Piper's tone held a fondness that surprised Clay. You like Gladys? Don't you? Piper cocked her head. Sure, though sometimes she can be a bit overpowering. She has a good heart. Piper's expression grew soft with memories. I worked on her stage crew back in high school. When I returned to Good Hope after being away for so long, she was one of the first to reach out to me. Clay hadn't realized that Gladys and Piper had that connection. After putting their names on the wait list for mini-golf, he returned to Piper's side. I'm surprised she hasn't tried to match you before. Clay instantly regretted the comment. The last thing he wanted to discuss with Piper was their date. She's too busy trying to match you. Piper smiled. Corey and Jackie White walked up at that moment, so Clay was spared the need to respond. Where are the kids? Piper asked, glancing around. We got a sitter, Jackie explained. They love this course, but I thought it'd be busy, and they get antsy waiting. It's gratifying to see so many come out to support the Giving Tree. Corey rested a hand on his wife's shoulder. Jackie and I have a soft spot in our heart for the organization, and we do everything we can to support its mission. The people of Good Hope were there for us when we needed them most. We want to help see others get the help they need. Clay recalled the fundraisers and the help the Whites received, first during Corey's battle with leukemia, and then after Jackie's MS diagnosis. Neighbors helping neighbors. Piper breathed the words. One of the best things about this community is how everyone cares about and for each other. A rarity in today's world, Corey agreed with a nod for emphasis. They chatted with the couple for a few minutes more before Jackie pointed to an open seat on a nearby bench. It's been lovely, but I need to rest before hitting the course. Clay watched them leave, Jackie leaning on her cane, Corey at her side, a steady presence. They're lucky. He glanced at Piper, surprised by her comment. Lucky was hardly the word he'd used to describe the couple. They have each other, 3 adorable kids, and a community that stepped up when they needed it. Piper let out a breath. There is nothing worse than being in a bad situation and feeling completely alone. There was a story there, Clay thought. He kept his tone deliberately light. Sounds as if you speak from personal experience. I'd say most of us don't get to this age without a trial or two tossed our way. Piper cocked her head. I believe I just heard them call your name. Clay found Piper to be a worthy adversary on the course, but the moment he spotted Bee and her sister, his concentration disappeared in a puff of smoke. Tell me you did not hit the side of the dragon for the 3rd time, Piper said with a laugh in her voice. Clay pulled his gaze from Bee to the ball on the green that should have been on the other side of the dragon. Afraid so. It's difficult to concentrate with so many distractions. Her teasing tone had him studying her carefully. Did she suspect there was something between him and Bee? The more he thought about her behavior today, not the slightest bit flirtatious, he realized that if Piper didn't know for certain, she suspected. You're a good friend. Piper narrowed her gaze. Can I be honest? I wish you would. I didn't have the best motivation for this date. Mostly, I wanted time to persuade you to help me change your family's mind about the amount of rent I'd be charged. I realized it was a long shot, but nothing ventured, right? Clay scanned her face. This at least made sense. He'd never thought she liked him much and wondered why she'd agreed to the date. But I want you to know that I think you're a good guy, and you deserve to be with a great woman. Not me, but someone great. Really? Clay gave a little laugh. I didn't think you thought much of me at all. Oh, I didn't. But while talking to a friend recently, I started seeing you differently. Isn't it funny how that can happen? How you can see someone in one way for so long, and then suddenly you view them in an entirely different light? Almost like magic. Clay found his gaze settling on Bee. His lips curved up in a smile. Piper was right. That's exactly how it had happened. Almost like magic. Piper offered him a ball, along with a knowing smile. It's your game, Clay. Don't screw it up. Chapter 20. They seem to be getting along splendidly. Gladys slanted another glance in the direction of Clay and Piper. Though Catherine and Ruby nodded, Oakley shook her head. Always a naysayer. Gladys gave Oakley a speculative look. I've been watching them. Oakley lifted her chin. Clay's gaze is on Bee and her sister 90% of the time, not on his date. 2 additional lines formed between Gladys's already wrinkled brow. Good work, Detective Marshall. Oakley grinned at the praise. I haven't been able to determine which one has captured his interest. Piper mentioned Clay already had his eye on someone, but I thought she was spouting nonsense. Gladys sharpened her focus. I hope it's Bee. Ruby's eyes softened. She's such a lovely girl. It's Brittany. Gladys waved a dismissive hand. She's the new girl in town. I believe she'll be his next lucky lady. Catherine inclined her head. I thought Izzy Deschler was up next. She backed out. Gladys pursed her lips. You know how flaky artists can be. The woman didn't even give me a reason, simply told me she decided she didn't want to participate. Good that she decided before you set up the date with Clay and got him all excited, Ruby said, always the optimist. I never thought the 2 of them would mesh. Catherine cast a pointed glance in Gladys's direction. Clay and Izzy have worked on numerous projects involving Good Hope Youth.
I never spotted the slightest spark. There's enough sparks flying between those three to start a forest fire. Oakley tilted her head, and the pink streaks in her hair glistened in the late morning sun. Gladys shifted her attention first to Clay, then to Bea and Brittany. Oakley was correct. There was definite interest on Clay's part. I'll set him up with Brittany. Wrong move. Again. Gladys narrowed icy blue eyes on Catherine. Catherine, never one to be cowed, met Gladys's gaze with a raised brow. As I moved to Tucson when the twins were in high school, I don't know Brittany well. I do know she hasn't lived here in many years. Clay is settled in Good Hope. How does it make sense to match them? Bea would be the better choice. Gladys clamped down on the impulse to snap. She didn't like being second-guessed, even when the one doing the second-guessing made good sense. We don't know what Brittany's plans are, do we? Perhaps she's moving back. I heard she lost her job in Philadelphia. Oakley, always Gladys's ally, chimed in. Gladys shot her a grateful glance. There, you see? For all we know, she may have decided to move back here for good. Bea is a better choice. The stubborn tilt to Catherine's chin told Gladys her friend was convinced. If one twin doesn't work out, I may give the other a shot. Gladys had no such plans to do that, but it was a bone she willingly tossed. But Bea would never be my first choice. Bea tried not to look at Clay. Truly she did. But each time Britt took her time preparing for her next shot, she found her gaze straying. Each time, she found him staring at her. Their gazes would lock, and a tingling would fill her body. Britt gave her ball a solid thwack. We're not around anyone interesting. Bea blinked. We're surrounded by interesting people. I'm talking single guys. The comment was so typically Britt that Bea chuckled aloud. You haven't changed a bit. Britt's gaze narrowed. What do you mean by that? You've always been boy crazy. She knew that would get a rise out of her sister. Just as Bea had anticipated, Britt laughed. Actually, I'm on a sexual fast right now. Bea glanced quickly around, relieved to see no children were in earshot. Seriously? Why? Britt gave her ball another hit, softer this time. It rimmed the cup and plopped in. Put me down for 2. Bea penciled in the score and took 3 shots to sink her own ball before they moved to the next hole. As it had been since they arrived, there was another group in front of them waiting to go. Taking several steps back, Bea made sure she and Britt stood far enough back not to be overheard. Why the fast? First, don't think I was sleeping with every guy I met. It wasn't like that at all. Britt's tone was matter-of-fact, though Bea noticed her gaze was everywhere but on Bea's face. The last one kind of shook me. When Bea opened her mouth to ask more questions, Britt lifted a hand. Now isn't the time or the place. Let's leave it that I'm not ready for another guy. Not right now. I understand. Bea gave her sister a quick hug. I'm sorry he hurt you. If he was here, I'd punch his lights out. The goofy remark had her sister chuckling and swiping away tears. I'm not sure which of us was hurt the most, but I appreciate you being in my corner. I'll always be in your corner, Bea assured her sister. For a second, before Britt had told her of her foiled romance, she'd considered telling her about Clay. Talking about her burgeoning romance now might be akin to pouring salt into an open wound. Besides, what was the rush? Hopefully Britt would stay a while, and there would be better opportunities for long sisterly chats. This is turning into a real snooze fest. Britt pulled out her phone, and her thumbs flew across the screen. You're posting about the fundraiser. Bea smiled. She had no doubt Finn Rakes and her Good Hope PR team would be doing their part, but extra efforts were always appreciated. That's cool. Britt turned to her and blinked. What? No, I'm commenting on some friends' posts. Oh. Bea reminded herself that her sister's online friends likely didn't even live in this area. Besides, who was she to chide Britt over not posting about the event when she herself hadn't done it? How long can you stay? I hope forever. You're sweet.
A tiny smile lifted Britt's lips, and she gave Bee's arm a squeeze. I'm not sure. I've got some leads on positions that I'm pursuing, so if any of them hit, you're in the wind. I wouldn't put it quite that way, but yeah, I'll be in the wind. Britt's eyes shifted. Like a hunting dog that had just spotted its prey, her twin's entire body went on alert. Excuse me for a minute. You can't, Bee blustered. We're up next. Britt slanted an unconcerned glance at the group ahead of them, who'd just gotten up to putt. It'll take them a while. I'll be back. Bee watched her hurry off without a backward glance. With a sigh, she pulled out her phone to check for any texts. Britt couldn't believe it when she saw JR walking to the snack shack alone. This was her chance, and she was ready to take full advantage of the moment. She was nearly to him when a tall figure stepped into her path. Britt didn't take her eyes off him. She had a brief impression of a tall, thin woman in white pants and a wildly patterned top before she stepped to the right, like a linebacker intent on evading a tackle. The figure also moved to the right. With a huff of frustration, Britt shifted left. When the figure moved left, Britt had enough of the game. Would you get out of my way? Irritation had her voice turning sharp. She might have phrased it as a question, but that made it no less of a command. In a second, she was going to push past the person. I most certainly will not. I need to speak with you. Now. Britt finally pulled her gaze from JR, who'd gotten his drink in record time and was headed back to his group. When her furious gaze shifted, Britt realized she'd been up against a formidable foe, one who wouldn't step aside, one she couldn't shove aside. She had too much respect for Gladys to do any of those things. In Britt's mind, the woman embodied the essence of a strong, confident female. Britt's mom, for all her wonderful qualities, had always deferred to her husband's wishes. Gladys. Britt tried not to sigh the name when she saw JR pause to speak with Clay and Piper. I should have known you'd be out here supporting the Giving Tree. Gladys's eyes softened. I'm extremely happy to have you back in Good Hope. The sentiment was like a warm blanket being tossed around her shoulders, the kind hospitals gave you when you couldn't stop shaking. The analogy hit too close to home, and Britt shoved it aside. Think of the job, she told herself, and stole another quick glance in JR's direction. He was still with Clay and Piper. Britt must not have been as subtle as she'd thought, or maybe age hadn't dimmed Gladys's sharp eyes one iota, because Gladys chuckled. I told my friends you were interested. I believe they thought I was seeing things. Britt kept her face carefully expressionless. She couldn't believe Gladys had noticed her interest in JR. That wouldn't do. Wouldn't do at all. Fix you up with him. The rush of emotion that pumped through Britt was a mixture of gratitude and shock. Gladys had no way of knowing she didn't want to be fixed up with JR. She simply wanted a chance to sell him on her credentials and ask him to put in a good word with the front office. Maybe allow her to put him down as a reference. Obviously, your sister hasn't had a chance to tell you that my friends and I have become quite successful matchmakers. Pride filled Gladys's voice and was reflected in her smug smile. For a time, we tried to hide our efforts, but they're out in the open now. Congratulations. Britt fought a frown, trying to figure out why she should care. I've seen you watching him. Gladys's pale blue eyes twinkled. He's quite the hottie. Hearing those words coming from someone in her mid-90s had Britt grinning. There was no use denying that JR was a fine specimen of a man. He is indeed. Would you like to go out on a date with him? Britt hesitated. A date? Yes, to dinner, or perhaps I could arrange for you to be his date for Greer's combined bachelor-bachelorette party at the Ding-a-ling next Friday. Gladys's brows pulled together for a moment before her expression cleared. I may need to do a little finagling to make that happen. Though it's a family event, I'm very skilled at making the impossible happen. Wouldn't a bar be kind of noisy for a first date? Actually, Britt was surprised that JR would be invited to the party in the first place. Then again, he was Denver's most eligible bachelor. Gladys gave a nod of approval at the response.
Yes, but there would be time before, private time, for the two of you to talk and get reacquainted.
Reacquainted? Didn't Gladys realize she'd never even spoken to JR? This is sounding good, Britt spoke slowly, wondering why she wasn't jumping at the chance. Perhaps it was the word date. She didn't want to date anyone, not for a long while.
I sense hesitation. Are you concerned there may be an expectation of physical intimacy?
Britt blinked. Just when she'd thought the conversation couldn't get any stranger.
I want to assure you that the focus on this initial meeting is on getting acquainted, heavy on conversation, an opportunity for the two of you to see if you're interested in going out on a second date.
Gladys's tone turned persuasive.
If the conversation prior to the party is a dud, though I don't think it will be, it should be easy for the two of you to go your separate ways.
Britt envisioned the evening in her head. She'd insist on meeting him somewhere safe, neutral, first. She'd make her pitch, he'd agree, and they'd go their separate ways.
Sounds good.
Gladys's eyes lit up.
You'll do it?
I will.
Let's shake on it.
Gladys smiled.
There's nothing like an old-fashioned handshake to seal a deal.
Britt extended her hand and found it soon encased in a firm, bony grip.
You and Clay will have such a marvelous evening.
Gladys beamed.
I feel it in my bones.
For a second, all Britt could do was stare. Had Gladys misspoken when she'd said the wrong name? It happened to Britt all the time. But when Gladys gazed pointedly in Clay and Piper's direction, JR now nowhere in sight, a sick feeling filled Britt's stomach. He's with Piper, was the best Britt could sputter.
The date isn't going well.
Gladys offered a dismissive wave.
He hasn't been able to keep his eyes off you since he got here.
That was definitely weird, Britt thought. She hadn't given Clay a thought since high school. Perhaps, and she knew she was grasping at straws here, she was jumping to all sorts of conclusions. At the time she and Gladys had shaken hands, she'd been certain, absolutely certain, Gladys was setting her up with JR. You're saying the principal and I, she emphasized his position so there could be no misunderstanding, will go on this initial date for the purposes of getting better acquainted.
Exactly right.
Gladys gave a decisive nod.
But I believe referring to him as the principal is too formal for a man you're about to date. Just call him Clay.
Just call me stupid, Britt muttered. She didn't realize she'd spoken aloud until Gladys touched her arm, her expression quizzical.
You're not stupid, my dear. We are all looking for love. Lucky for us, there are so many ways nowadays for us to find it.
Clay knew Piper wasn't the slightest bit interested in him. That took any pressure off his time with her. He wasn't proud of the fact that he couldn't keep his gaze from snaking over to wherever Bea was and wishing he was with her.
I've an idea,
he said to Piper when her ball sank into the last hole.
The retail area on Wrigley is nearly finished, at least on the outside. Why don't I ask Bea and her sister if they'd like to meet us there? I can get the keys from David, and you can check out the space.
Piper smiled. You want to spend time with Bea? He searched her gaze, saw that she understood. Clay lifted his hands.
Guilty as charged. But I believe you'll like the space, Piper, once you get a closer look at it.
Sure. Piper gave a little shrug. I took myself off the work schedule today, so this is a good time. Clay glanced over to where Bea and her sister played the final hole on the adjacent course. He only hoped the time worked for them as well. Chapter 21. They drove to Wrigley in one vehicle. It made sense, considering Clay's pilot was right there, and he had the room. Piper had glanced questioningly at Bee when they approached the vehicle. Bee had answered the question in her friend's eyes by taking a seat in the back with her sister. When Clay had asked her and Britt if they wanted to check out the new building, Bee had jumped at the chance. She welcomed the opportunity to focus on business rather than personal issues. So many possibilities still swirled in her head. She knew she'd eventually figure out the right moves, but for now, all balls were still in the air. "Shall we take a look inside?" Clay stood between her and Piper. Right in the middle, Bee thought, where Gladys had put him. The building was brick-edged with stone, giving it a modern feel with a historical edge. A large covered porch ran the length of the building. Inside, everything was large and open and empty. "There aren't any walls." Bee swept a hand. "Except that one." "That separates the space rented by echoes of yesterday from the rest." Clay's eyes met hers, then shifted to Piper. "This other part is up for grabs." "How long do they have to decide?" Though Britt had been wandering the space, she'd also apparently been listening. "End of the month," Bee informed her sister. "Then David will start looking for other tenants." "I believe," Piper glanced at Clay, who kept his face impassive, "he already has several interested parties." Bee studied her friend. "When did you hear that?" "He said something about it to me last month. I'm certain he told Judy the same. Obviously, she didn't relay that information to you." Bee shook her head. "Don't let it put any additional pressure on you." Concern had Clay's brow furrowing. "It isn't your fault Judy delayed acting on this for so long." Bee heaved a sigh. "You should go with me!" Britt punctuated the offer with an enticing smile. "I'll find a job and get an apartment, and we can share." Bee was touched, but not the slightest bit tempted. "What would I do in this yet unnamed city?" "Whatever you'd like." Britt spread her arms. "You're young and unattached. Right now, nothing is tying you to Good Hope." Bee avoided looking in Clay's direction. "The thing is, I love Good Hope. If I can figure out a way to make staying here work, that's what I want to do." Britt's gaze narrowed. "I can't imagine a bookstore being a good investment of your time and money." "I've been doing a lot of research. Independent bookstores are thriving right now." Bee had found herself both heartened and intrigued by the articles she'd read. "What are they doing to promote their business?" Piper asked. "The commonality seems to be focusing on fostering a sense of community. It can't be just a bookstore. It has to be a destination. You have to offer customers an experience that makes it worth their time to come in rather than order a book online." Bee's enthusiasm rose as the information in the articles she'd read dropped like puzzle pieces finding their home. Britt studied her sister. "I don't think I've ever seen you this excited about anything." "I am excited." Bee brushed aside a surge of embarrassment at the subtle reminder that she'd been meandering through life. Her twin, on the other hand, had been in damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead mode. "No more." Bee slanted a glance at Clay and promised herself, regardless of the outcome, she would meander no more. She turned in a slow circle in the center of the room. Several of the articles talked about serving wine. "You already have a bar practically on your front porch," Britt pointed out. "It's a honky-tonk, a country bar." Bee waved a dismissive hand. "You bring up a good point, but it isn't relevant to the clientele I hope to attract." Hope to attract. Bee hadn't realized until this second that she was all in. She was going to make this venture a success. "I'm thinking wine and craft beer. I'll have to get a liquor license, but that shouldn't be a problem. We'll still serve coffee, but in a space that will feel like a living room. Millennials are drinking less alcohol. You might want to consider adding alcohol-free cocktails to the mix," Britt said. "Are you talking about mocktails?" Piper asked. "Not at all." Britt wrinkled her nose. "There's this little place outside Philly my friends and I like to frequent. They served this fabulous latte made of golden oat milk, turmeric, and ginger. There was another place that served what they called botanical bubbly sodas. You could even buy bottles of the stuff for special occasions and gifts.
I remember reading an article about that. Bea let the excitement surge. This felt so right.
What about the books? Clay asked, a smile on his lips, and she knew he sensed her enthusiasm. Any idea how to push sales?
Absolutely. Bea had so many ideas, she didn't know which to mention first. We need to be more selective about our inventory. I've been studying the shop's sales history to see what sells best. I think it would be good to grow our local and regional titles section and our children's section. The layout needs to change. As much as I love the nooks and crannies of the old store, I can see how crowded shelves could be overwhelming to readers used to just doing a search online. Clay offered an encouraging smile. The books need to be accessible, easy to find. At the same time, I want welcoming spaces so people feel like they can linger inside or meet with their book clubs, during which they'll order our coffee and wine. Britt rubbed her arms.
I'm getting goosebumps.
I have other ideas, too. Ones that are a little more outside the box. Bea glanced at Piper. If there was a chance Piper could keep her store open where it was, Bea would move heaven and earth to help her. But she knew, as well as Piper did, that there were only two choices open to her: move or close down.
I think Swoon could be bigger and better at this location. I've thought more about the retail space sharing you mentioned to me.
Piper chewed on her lower lip.
I'm going to speak with Lindsay, see if she'd want to bring her entire floral space out here, as well as the gift items from local artisans. That won't help you without the tourists walking by, Britt pointed out.
No, but now that I see the size of the building Wyatt and Jeremy are constructing, we're going to get a lot of tourists coming here for the jams and jellies and all the other fruit options. Piper glanced at Bea.
Plus, if your store ends up being as vibrant and exciting as it sounds, it could become a destination all on its own.
It sounds as if you two are onto something here, Clay said. I'm excited. Bea knew if they'd been alone, he'd have pulled her into his arms. But he was still technically on his date with Piper, so when he shoved his hands into his pockets, Bea took a step back. Still, she couldn't help but grin. When he grinned back, joy arrowed straight to her heart. Later that night, before Clay left to meet Gladys, he sent Bea a message. I know you're with Brittany, so I didn't stop over. I'm meeting Gladys tonight to call off the Bachelor games. There's no point. I can't think of anyone I'd rather spend time with than you. Clay's hand was on the door to the daily grind when his phone pinged. Dropping his hand, he took a step back, pulled out his phone, and read Bea's response. Heart, heart, heart. A slow smile spread across his face and remained on his lips as he shoved the phone in his pocket and entered the coffee shop. Gladys's request to meet couldn't have come at a better time. What he'd had to say was best said in person. Clay spotted Gladys sitting alone at a table by the window. She looked up when he approached, her gaze shifting to his empty hands. Don't you want something to drink? I'm not in the mood right now. The truth was, Clay felt like a racehorse kept too long at the starting gate. He was ready, eager, in fact, to see his relationship with Bea move forward. He gestured to the empty chair. May I? Her lips twitched. Sit. Conversations are so awkward when only one is standing. Once he was seated, she studied him over the rim of her cappuccino. First, tell me how your date with Piper went. So he wasn't the only one who wanted to get right down to business. Piper is a nice person. Any sparks? None. Clay relaxed against the back of his chair. On her part or on mine. That's what they thought, Gladys mused, taking a sip of the frothy liquid. Clay frowned. They? My crew. No matter. She waved a dismissive hand. My motto is, if at first you don't succeed, try again. I've already secured contestant number 3. Clay thought of Bea, the only woman he wanted for his next date, and all the dates to come.
Their friendship, the intimacy they shared, and the strong connection between them warmed his heart. Whenever she was near, he felt an unbreakable bond each time his eyes met hers.
"The date is set for next Friday night."
Gladys's voice jolted him from his reverie. Clay pulled his brows together.
"That's Greer and Wyatt's party. A perfect opportunity to see how this woman fits in with the family."
He saw no point in reminding her that he'd already told her these events were off limits.
"I'm not taking one of your matches to my sister's party. In fact, I'm done with the dates."
The tilt of her jaw and the flash of heat in her pale blue eyes came as no surprise. He'd known this wouldn't be easy, but it had to be done.
"You're turning me down without all the facts?"
To his surprise, humor replaced the heat in Gladys's gaze.
"What if I told you this young woman is the same one you couldn't take your eyes off of at the golf course?"
Clay blinked.
"You noticed? Please." Her smile widened. "A blind woman would have seen the sizzle." "You and Piper?" Gladys flicked her fingers. "Zero connection. Now, you and the lovely Miss Appleton?"
She's as lovely on the inside as out. Eager to regale Gladys with all of Bee's virtues, Clay opened his mouth just as the older woman held up a hand.
"I agree. She's a gem. That's why you need to snap her up before she leaves town."
For a second, Clay was taken aback. Bee leave Good Hope? Then he realized Gladys must not have heard that Judy had given the store to Bee.
"She won't be going anywhere." "Not if you have anything to say about it."
Gladys shot him a wink.
"You need to sweep her off her feet, pull out all the stops, take her to your sister's party, show her a good time."
Now that Clay thought about it, taking Bee to the party would be the perfect way to publicly show her, and his family, how much she meant to him.
"She deserves to be swept off her feet." "Indeed she does."
Gladys's gaze narrowed.
"Just to be clear, you'll take her to the party?"
Clay cocked a brow.
"Do you want me to write it in blood?" "Not necessary. I can take your word to the bank."
She chuckled at her own joke.
"Wonderful. It's settled."
She stood. When she began to walk away, he reached out and touched her arm.
"Thank you."
Turning, Gladys arched a dark brow.
"For what?" "For setting me up with the woman I already know is perfect for me."
Gladys's expression softened, and for a second Clay swore there were tears in her eyes.
"Matchmaking isn't simply a hobby for me, Clay. It's a calling."
Would he and Bee have found each other if not for all their talk of the Bachelor games? He liked to think so. Clay meant what he'd said to Gladys. He believed he and Bee were destined to be together.
"Seeing those I care about find true love is worth the effort,"
Gladys added.
"If you ever need a reference, you can send them to me."
Gladys tapped a bony finger against his chest.
"I'll hold you to that promise."
Bee was the first thing on Clay's mind when he woke Saturday morning. He couldn't wait to find out what she thought about Gladys's matchmaking. Did she find it as heartwarming as he did? Also, Gladys hadn't mentioned how she'd approached Bee, and Clay was eager to hear the details. Instead of contacting her, Clay forced himself to get his household chores out of the way. He reminded himself that Brittany rarely visited Good Hope. Since Bee worked during the week, the weekends were her opportunity to spend quality time with her sister. He told himself Bee would text if she found herself with some time on her hands. He finished his lunch and was cleaning up the dishes when 3 sharp raps sounded at the front door.
"Bee."
Clay couldn't stop the grin. Obviously, she was as eager to see him as he was to see her. He wondered if both sisters had stopped by or if Bee had come alone. That wouldn't surprise him. Brittany had many friends in Good Hope, and it was likely she'd want to see some of them while she was in town. He hurried to the door, crossing the shiny hardwood of the foyer in several long strides. His smile momentarily faltered when he saw it wasn't Bee who stood on the other side of the screen door, but Marigold.
I thought you'd be working.
Pushing open the door, Clay motioned her inside.
Everything okay?
There were clouds in her blue eyes and lines of strain around her mouth. He knew Saturday was her busy day at the salon. His heart clenched.
Has something happened? Is it my mom?
Lynn is fine. The family is all fine, Marigold assured him in a clipped tone as she whirled and jabbed a finger at his chest. It's you who's in trouble. Startled, Clay could only stare. He'd never seen Marigold this agitated.
Me? What did I do?
Her eyes sparked blue fire. Why are you taking Brittany Appleton to Greer's engagement party?
I'm not.
Why? Marigold paused, cocked her head. You're not?
I'm taking Bee. Gladys fixed us up. I would have asked her myself anyway.
Taking Marigold's arm, Clay propelled her into the living room.
I'm crazy about Bee.
That's what I thought, Marigold murmured, dropping down onto the sofa. Clay sat in a chair, facing her.
Now, tell me what this is about.
Marigold blew out a breath. You're not taking Britt to the party.
I've already told you I'm not. Whatever gave you the idea I was taking Brittany?
Not what? Who? Marigold blew out another breath. Gladys.
Gladys?
Marigold nodded. She came in this morning to get her hair done. We got to talking, and she mentioned you were taking Britt to the party. Clay relaxed against the back of his chair.
She probably just said the wrong name.
No. Marigold shook her head. She said she hoped you'd convince Britt to stay in Good Hope. Said she knew Bee would like having her sister close by. The realization slammed into him like a punch to the gut.
I was the one who got it wrong.
Clay raked a hand through his hair.
Gladys said she would fix me up with the lovely Miss Appleton. I assumed she meant Bee. That's the only reason I agreed to continue with the games.
It appears you assumed wrong. Heaving a breath, Marigold rose. I need to get back to the shop. My noon appointment canceled, but I've got someone coming in at 1.
Did Gladys already speak with Britt?
Sounded that way. Clay muttered an expletive.
Thanks for letting me know.
Curiosity filled Marigold's eyes. What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to track down Bee and clear this up.
Clay ushered Marigold to the door.
Then I'll have a talk with Gladys.
Chapter 22. On Saturday, Bee and Britt went to the Garden of Eden to pick up flowers for the store. Although Book and Cup wasn't yet officially hers, Bee wanted to spruce up the frontage with a little color. Leaning over, Bee inspected a large pot containing a mixture of striped geraniums and red petunias. Geraniums are hardy. What do you think of these? Britt dropped her phone back into her purse. Sure. What's up with you? Bee straightened. You've been distracted all day. Just thinking. Britt shifted from one foot to the other. Do you have feelings for Clay Chapin? What? Bee squeaked out the word. She gave a little laugh. Why do you ask? Brittany's gaze remained fixed on her face. Do you? Bee didn't want to lie to her sister, neither did she want to share her feelings for Clay. Yesterday's text might have said she was the only one he wanted to spend time with, but she hadn't heard from him since his meeting with Gladys. Perhaps he was simply giving her time with her sister, or perhaps Gladys had come up with a match he couldn't refuse. Bee remembered back in high school when she'd had a crush on Dexter Woodard. She'd been absolutely convinced he felt the same and was certain he was going to ask her to homecoming. Bee had confided in her sister. She could still recall the waves of humiliation that had rolled over her when Britt broke the news that Dexter already had a date for the dance. That experience had reinforced a vital lesson. Never give away your feelings until you were absolutely, positively certain they were reciprocated. Clay and I are friends. Bee could have cheered when the words came out casual and offhand, just as she intended. He comes into the store a couple of times a week, and we talk books. He's got an inquisitive mind. Not to mention an amazing body, she thought, and had to stifle a smile. Snooze fest. Sounds like he's changed a lot since high school, and not for the better. Her sister wrinkled her nose and expelled a heavy sigh. I suppose I can put up with him for one night. Bee's smile froze. What are you talking about? Gladys fixed me up with him. Brittany waved her hand with its hot pink nails in the air. He's taking me to his sister's party Friday night. For several seconds, Bee had to concentrate on breathing. In and out. In and out. Really? She finally managed to force out a word. Gladys thinks we'd make a great couple. Britt tossed the words like a handful of confetti, and Bee watched them fall to her feet. Apparently, Clay agrees. Keeping her gaze focused on anything other than her sister helped Bee steady. What do you think? He's not my type. Britt lowered her voice to a confidential whisper. I only said I'd do it because I wanted the party invitation. Greer and Wyatt's combined bachelor-bachelorette party. Britt was going with Clay. Why do you want to go so badly? Bee had thought Clay might ask her to go with him. Silly, foolish girl. JR will be there. At least, he better be there. Bee blinked. J.R. Driscoll? Britt rolled her eyes. He's the only J.R. in Good Hope. Bee thought about mentioning J.D. Dudlinger, an elderly gentleman who sang tenor in the church choir. She let it go. You're hoping J.R. will recommend you for the job with his father's team. It's the family's team, but yes, I'd love to have his support. Britt's face took on the bulldog look Bee had seen frequently during their youth. I not only want it, I'll get it. Wouldn't it be simpler to just walk up to him sometime this week and ask? Bee glanced down at another pot, this one overflowing with purple and white petunias. If it was that easy, I'd have done it. Britt whirled and flung out her hands, her face a mask of frustration. The man is always with someone. It should have been me with him at the street dance, not you. I'd have made so much better use of the time. That makes it sound as if your sole purpose in getting to know him is to use him. Bee kept her tone light. He's hot, but I'm not in the market for a boyfriend, especially not the son of a team owner. Been there, done that. Ended badly. Britt's tone held a brittle edge. What I am in the market for is a job. I have mad skills. I'd definitely be an asset to the Grizzlies organization. I just need a chance. So Clay is your ticket to JR. This time, Bee couldn't quite keep the censure from her tone. You're using both him and JR. Oh, come on, Bee. Grow up. Britt huffed out a breath. The principal is no more interested in me than I am in him. He may think he is, but with guys like him, it's all about the chase. Everything in Bee went cold. She placed her hand on a flat of annuals to steady herself. Guys like him? I'm well acquainted with the type. Heck, Bree gave a harsh little laugh. My last boyfriend was cut from the same cloth. The laugh and light tone didn't jibe with the flash of pain in her sister's eyes. Still, Bee had to hand it to her sister. She doubted anyone but her would have seen anything other than a casual disregard. Mars was like Clay. He wanted something until he got it. Britt feigned intense interest in an oversized hanging fern. Is that what happened? Bee kept her voice as casual as Britt's had been seconds earlier. Once Mars discovered you loved him, he dumped you? Britt shifted her gaze to Bee and expelled a breath. I should have seen it coming. I'd seen him with other women. It always ended with them getting their heart broken and him moving on to the next shiny object. I don't know why I thought it'd be different with me. Bee wondered why this was the first she was hearing about all this. She and her twin were close. They FaceTimed once or twice a week. They knew everything there was to know about each other's lives. But Britt hadn't told her about Mars. And Bee hadn't told Britt about Clay. Let's get some air. Britt grabbed her arm. With quick steps, she propelled Bea out of the building and into the warm sunshine. They ended up in the section of bald and burlapped trees. As most buyers waited for Father's Day, when if you bought a tree, the nursery planted it for free, the area was deserted. "Did he break your heart?" Bea asked her sister. Only cracked it." Britt shrugged. "It was more a blow to the ego. You know what it's like. A guy is all about you until all of a sudden he's not." "I'm sorry." Bea wrapped her arms around Britt's shoulders and found them stiff and unyielding. "Well, this is a nice surprise." The familiar voice came from behind them. When Bea turned and saw Clay smiling at her, her heart stopped. Then she remembered her sister's experience and realized how easy it was to misunderstand intentions. Clay may have said he wanted to be with her, Bea thought, but that was before he'd gotten an offer he couldn't refuse from Gladys. "There's my date." Britt offered a feline smile. "I'm looking forward to partying the night away with you. It'll be just like old times." She was referring, Bea knew, to the bonfires on the beach and the parties in the woods where alcohol had flowed freely. As part of the popular crowd, Britt had gone to them all, though Bea didn't think she'd participated in the drinking. Or, if she had, it hadn't been much. Britt liked being in control too much to let alcohol dull her senses. "That was a long time ago." Though Clay's pleasant smile was directed at Britt, his eyes sought Bea's. Determined to not appear weak or needy, she kept her expression nonchalant. "I have no doubt you two will have fun together." Surprise skittered across his face before he frowned. "You don't mind?" Bea offered a careless shrug. "Why should I?" He slanted a glance at Britt, who'd apparently grown bored with the conversation and was chatting up a salesgirl. He kept his voice low when he answered. "Because of us." "We're friends." This time, it was Bea who lowered her voice. "Just because well, that was fun. It meant nothing." Puzzlement crossed his face. "Nothing?" Bea wanted to weep, but steeled herself against the emotion rising inside her. He'd had plenty of time to end these Bachelor games if he'd wanted to end them. Despite knowing how she envied Britt, he'd agreed to a date with her. Bea understood Britt's motives, but how could Clay think that her seeing him with her sister wouldn't hurt? There could only be one answer. He didn't care. Despite sleeping with her, he didn't consider her his girlfriend. Finding his perfect match was, after all, the reason for the games. She remembered the pics Clay had shown her. Britt fit his type of woman to a T. "Greer and Wyatt's party should be a fun time." She pasted a faux smile on her lips. "Now, I have some shopping to do, so—" His strong hand closed around her arm. "What's going on here?" Bea stared into those smoky gray eyes. Had he ever cared for her? Loved her? She'd been silly to read so much into their conversations, their walks, their love-making. "I'm afraid I don't know what you mean." Her voice came out sharper than she'd intended, but the tightness in her chest told her she needed to get away now. Right now, before the tears pushing at the backs of her lids fell. "Anyway, thanks again for all the help you gave me in figuring out what to do about the store. You were a huge help when I needed it." "That's what this was all about, then?" Clay released her arm and took a step back, his gray eyes betraying no emotion. A cryptic comment that Bea was too weary to even attempt to decipher. The time had come to walk away, with her dignity and pride intact. Normally, Clay didn't make it to the gym every day. This week was the exception. Each morning before he headed to his office, he stopped by the Y. Swimming laps, punching the bag until his arms ached, and lifting weights helped take the edge off so he could function. His brother had mentioned that Book and Cup as well as Swoon had confirmed they'd be moving to the new location in September. Clay had nodded and smiled. His date with Brittany loomed like a dark cloud on the horizon. It was clear by the way Brittany greeted him on the street this past week when their paths crossed that she was unaware of any strain between him and her sister, which meant that how Bea had acted when he'd seen her at the Garden of Eden was how she felt. She didn't care. He gave the punching bag another solid hit. How could he have been so wrong? Again.
You're always more into them than they are into you.
He hit the bag again with a ferocity that had it swinging wildly.
You're going to knock it loose if you keep that up.
Clay pulled off a glove and wiped his face with a towel as he smiled at his uncle.
If I knew you were coming here, I could have swung by and picked you up. I didn't decide until the last minute.
Donald Northcott, his mom's baby brother, had a full head of dark hair and an affable smile. Women always flocked around the handsome pilot.
I was surprised you didn't bring Stephanie to Good Hope with you.
Clay pictured the vivacious brunette Donnie had brought with him at Christmas. They hadn't stayed long, but Clay had enjoyed visiting with the flight attendant.
We called it quits in March,
Donnie told him, then grinned.
Another one bites the dust.
Clay stepped away from the bag.
I'm sorry to hear that. I liked Steph. What happened?
Donnie shrugged.
I guess I enjoy the chase more than the being together. You and I are alike that way.
That might have been true in his early to mid-20s, Clay thought, but it wasn't true for him now. He dated a lot, sure, but he didn't just like the chase. He wanted to find that special someone.
These Bachelor games of yours has the whole town talking,
Donnie continued without waiting for Clay's response.
I heard you're bringing one of the women to Greer's party. What's she like?
Pretty, smart. I've known her all my life. Clay murmured the words, but his mind was on Bea, not on Britt.
I can't wait to meet her.
Donnie glanced at the bag.
Mind if I borrow your gloves and have a go?
As Clay watched Donnie hit the bag, thoughts of Bea grabbed him and wouldn't let go. How could he have so completely misread the situation? Though they'd never spoken of feelings, he'd been confident he knew how Bea felt. Had she simply been using him to bounce ideas off about her business? The more he thought about that, the more ridiculous the notion seemed. Bea had plenty of friends in town able to provide that kind of assistance. They needed to talk. He needed to make sure he'd read the situation correctly. Then he thought about Stella and all the others before her. It was a pattern with him. He never saw what was right in front of him. He wouldn't go to Bea. He wouldn't make things any more awkward between them than they were already. The time to talk had passed. She was done with him. He needed to accept that and move on. Chapter 23. Clay was history. Bea reminded herself of that for what felt like the 1000th time as she sat on the bed and watched her sister get ready for her date. I'd never have thought of putting a leather bustier over that white eyelet dress. Bea cocked her head. Are you sure you don't want to wear my cowboy boots? Brittany wrinkled her nose. They're cute and probably perfect for a party in a honky-tonk, but they're not my style. Her sister lifted one foot and gazed admiringly at her shiny red Louboutin heels. I feel much more like myself in these. Big city all the way, Bea thought, without the slightest pang of envy. She'd found her place in Good Hope, while Britt was still searching. Are you really going to move to Denver? That depends on how tonight goes. In response to Bea's inquiring look, Britt smiled. If JR and I hit it off and I feel like I have an in, then I'll go to Denver. The Grizzlies have a good social media team now, but I know I can make it better. Confident much? Bea teased. Her sister's supreme confidence, her willingness to take risks, was something Bea had always admired about her. Britt flashed a smile. Always. Striding to the mirror, her sister pulled out a tube of lipstick from her party purse. The bright red, the same shade Britt had worn when they'd golfed, emphasized her sister's full lips. Staring at herself in the mirror, Britt blew a kiss. You've got this. The familiar marketing slogan had Bea chuckling. Do you say that to yourself each time you go out? As a matter of fact, I do. Britt spoke without embarrassment. Tell me, dear sister, exactly what are you planning to do tonight? Bee's tone remained light. She reminded herself that Britt had no designs on Clay. Still, she hoped whatever Britt had planned would have zero to do with him. Be bold, unapologetic. Britt turned from the mirror and rested her back against the edge of the dresser. I know what I want, and I don't believe being able to list him as a reference is too much to ask. I'm qualified, but I have to secure the interview. If I don't get that face-to-face, I can't sell my skills. Bea wondered if her uber-confident sister ever felt unsure. Does being bold come easy for you? Usually. Not always. Britt flashed a smile that didn't linger. You know, Mom and Dad. Bold isn't a word in their vocabulary, especially if you're talking about girls. I sometimes find myself hesitating, not wanting to ask for what I want, what I deserve. Looking at you, I'd never know that. When I feel unsure, I ask myself, what's the worst that could happen? Tonight, it's that J.R. Driscoll will blow me off. The best? He agrees to be a reference. Brittany slung the chain of her tiny bag over her shoulder. What will you do if he says no? Bea studied her poised, confident, and incredibly lovely sister. That depends on... The two women both jumped when a knock sounded at the door. Clay. Bea breathed his name. Be a sweetie and answer the door. Will you be? Why? Even though this isn't a date, not in a true sense, it's never good to appear eager. Could this be any more awkward? Bea thought as she trudged to the door in her yoga pants and oversized tee. Earlier, for one brief moment, she'd considered dressing up just for this possibility. But there was only one tiny bathroom in the apartment, and Brittany's needs took priority. After all, her sister was the one with the date. Bea only hoped she wouldn't have to entertain Clay for long. Pulling open the door, she pasted on a bright smile and waved him inside. Britt is almost ready. She shouldn't be long. When he strode past her, the tangy scent of the cologne that always sent her insides quivering wrapped around her. You look nice. Surprise had her eyes meeting his. I'm serious. Well, then, thank you. She gestured toward the sofa. Make yourself comfortable. Bea wished she could pretend to have business elsewhere, but the apartment was so small there was nowhere for her to go. The bedroom was the only private place, and Britt had already staked her claim on that room. So when Clay sat in the chair, she perched on the arm of the sofa and feigned nonchalance. He looked a little dressed up for the ding-a-ling on a normal night, but this wasn't a normal evening. This was a party for his sister and her fiancé. The sport coat, gray twill pants, and cotton shirt were so familiar, her heart lurched. When the silence lengthened, she pointed to his chest and forced a teasing tone. You're not fully dressed without a cartoon tie. He chuckled, but instead of her joke lightening the tension in the air, it turned suffocating. I considered one with horse heads. It seemed appropriate for the venue, but it didn't feel right. Bea nodded and picked at a snag in the sofa fabric. Clay blew out a breath. How have you been? Good. I've been good. Her eyes never left his. You? Miserable. Her heart gave a solid thump against her rib cage. Really? He leaned forward, resting his forearms on his thighs, his gaze riveted to her. Sorry to keep you waiting. Britt swept into the room, all smiles and apologies. I know you said you wanted to be there by 7, so we better scoot. I have to go. Clay slowly rose to his feet, his gaze still firmly fixed on Bea. Bea swallowed hard. I understand. I don't think you do. Clay glanced at Britt. Her sister had pulled out her phone and was texting or posting or something. Whatever she was doing, for these few seconds, the phone appeared to have her entire attention. The party is upstairs, but we'll be in the bar most of the evening. His gaze locked on Bea's. You should stop by. I don't know about that. She shook her head. You should stop by. he repeated, then glanced at Britt.
Ready?
She dropped the phone into her bag. I've been waiting on you. On her way out the door, Britt blew Bea a kiss. Don't do anything I wouldn't do this evening. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Her sister's words circled in Bea's head, along with another mantra. Be bold, unapologetic. Bea recalled the look in Clay's eyes, his invitation. It had been an invitation, she assured herself. She hadn't misread the signals this time. He wanted to see her tonight. The question was, why? Hadn't they already said all there was to say? As she pulled on her favorite cherry red dress and cowboy boots Britt had eschewed in favor of heels, Bea knew she would do it. She would tell Clay how she felt about him. There would be no more wondering. She'd let the chips fall where they might. Their relationship had already become awkward, their friendship non-existent. The way she saw it, she had nothing to lose and everything to gain. Butterflies swarmed Bea's stomach an hour later when she strode into the ding-a-ling. The bar was a true honky-tonk, with a local country music singer gracing the small stage and karaoke in a far corner. There was the zing of darts and the resounding crack of balls on a pool table. The noise, so much noise, had Bea wanting to cover her ears with her hands. Still, her insides quivered with excitement. She ordered herself to loosen up, to embrace the atmosphere and the evening. Piper had agreed to come and have her back, then disappear when the time came. 10 minutes later, Piper still hadn't made an appearance. Bea frowned. It wasn't like Piper to stand her up. Not until she pulled out her phone to call her did Bea see the text from her friend. I'm coming, I swear. Bea expelled a breath and decided to grab a drink while she waited for Piper. On her way to the bar, she spotted Oakley working the karaoke stage. Ted, the heavily tattooed guy serving drinks, smiled as she approached. Ted had worked at the Flying Crane, a popular waterfront bar, until he'd been lured to the ding-a-ling. After ordering a beer, Bea casually scanned the crowd, looking for anyone from the wedding party. Her fingers had just curved around the Pilsner glass Ted slid across the shiny bar when a proprietary hand settled on her arm. Bea's heart leaped. Then she turned and nearly groaned aloud when she saw the hand belonged to Mitch Peskin. Mitch had grown up in Good Hope, paunchy and balding and a good number of years older than her. He was a supervisor with the city parks department. Though he'd never been anything but pleasant, something about him made her skin crawl.
Care to dance?
He jerked his head in the direction of the small hardwood dance floor. Not now. Thanks anyway. She turned to move away when his fingers tightened.
Why not?
Be bold. That wasn't simply her sister's mantra tonight. It was hers as well. Bea glanced pointedly at his hand, then met his gaze. Because I don't want to.
Everything okay here?
Ethan Shaw, brother to Eliza and one of the bar's owners, appeared out of nowhere. He smiled pleasantly. He was a handsome man with dark hair and serious eyes.
All is good?
Mitch offered them both an oily smile and slipped away. Ethan frowned.
Was he bothering you?
He asked me to dance. Bea shrugged. I said no.
You'll let me know if he...
I'll let you know. She waved a hand. He's always given me the creeps. Ethan nodded, his eyes scanning the patrons, and Bea knew he'd be keeping an eye on Mitch for the rest of the evening.
Have fun.
Bea nodded, not sure if fun was on the agenda, but she'd try her best. With the beer still in one hand, she began to mingle. Piper finally showed up, all apologetic, and Bea felt herself relax. Piper stayed close until Liam and Adam strode up. When Liam asked Piper to dance, Bea and Adam discussed Book and Cup's move to Wrigley. His suggestion to use organic ingredients in the non-alcoholic cocktails she'd be offering had her mind alive with possibilities. They were concluding their conversation when Greer and Wyatt appeared at the top of the stairs. Cheers, hoots, and a whole lot of clapping erupted from the patrons as the mayor and her entourage made their way down the steps and into the bar. Greer smiled brightly and waved with her free hand. Her other remained firmly clasped in Wyatt's. No one was surprised when the mayor and her fiancé headed straight for the karaoke stage. Greer's fondness for singing karaoke was well known in Good Hope. Bee's heart gave a leap at the sight of Clay. She was surprised to see Britt still at his side, especially since she spotted JR a little farther back in the group. Britt was obviously biding her time before approaching JR, not wanting to crowd him, or perhaps they'd already spoken and he'd agreed to her simple request. As her gaze lingered on the group, her eyes caught with JR's. He smiled slightly, and Bee smiled back. He was a nice guy. She was confident, given the opportunity, he would help her sister. A touch on her shoulder had her whirling. If Creepy Mitch thought... Ryder Goodhue, owner of the Daily Grind coffee chain, stood there. She wasn't surprised to see him dressed in all black. It was kind of like his trademark. "Ryder, hello. I realize this isn't the time or the place to talk business, but I'd like to find some time in the next week." "About?" Bee handed her empty glass to a passing server and inclined her head. Ryder's gaze met hers. "I'd like to provide the coffee service for your new store." Bee hadn't even looked at that possibility. And why hadn't she? "Sounds like something worth discussing. I'll be in touch." Ryder gave her arm a squeeze, glanced around. "Now, where did my wife disappear to?" "Trinity is over with Clay and my sister, by the dartboards." He shifted his gaze in that direction and smiled. "Thanks." Bee hadn't been able to keep from tracking Clay's every move, which was ridiculous. Either the opportunity to approach him would happen, or it wouldn't. Striding over to Adam, Bee forced an offhand tone. "Care to dance?" A smile lifted his lips as he glanced down. "Those cowboy boots have you in a boot-scootin' mood?" Bee laughed, lifted one booted foot, and wiggled it. "You bet." His laughter mingled with hers as he took her arm and led her onto the small dance floor. Even if she'd known some, there was no room to do any fancy steps. Despite her resolve to go with the flow, she discovered dancing made it easier to keep her eyes on Clay without being obvious. "You should speak with him." For a second, Bee thought she'd imagined the words coming out of Adam's mouth. The serious look in his eyes told her she hadn't been mistaken. "With who?" Though his expression remained serious, his lips curved ever so slightly. She didn't know Adam's story, other than he'd come to Good Hope a decade earlier to start an organic farm. Oh, and his taste usually ran to older women. He'd even dated Max Brody's mother several years back. "You want to be with Clay?" Adam's mouth lingered close to her ear. "So be with him." She danced the rest of the set with Adam, the beat of the music fueling her rioting emotions. Only seconds after Adam left to speak to Vanessa Eden, Clay approached her. An aching rose inside her, a longing so intense it nearly stole her breath. The band was moving into a slow set. Oh, how she wanted to feel his strong arms wrap around her and hold her close, to feel his lips brush against her hair and his body press to hers, like it had the night they'd made love. But it hadn't been love between them. Not for him. She'd come here to bare her soul, but for what purpose? To make herself feel even more like a fool than she already did? No matter how she tried to convince herself there might be a future for her with Clay, facts said otherwise. Maybe boldness wasn't the answer. Not in this case. "Come on." Clay's tone was gently teasing as he held out a hand. "Dance with me." Or perhaps a different kind of boldness was needed. "I'm sorry." Bee flashed a smile, then grabbed a man walking past. "I'm already taken." With a strength she hadn't known she possessed, Bee jerked the unsuspecting passerby to her. "This dance is already promised." JR stared down at her in astonishment, his gaze flickering to Clay, then back to her. For a second, she thought he was going to refuse. or maybe laugh at her audacious behavior, but something in her eyes must have convinced him to play along.
"You don't mind?"
He asked Clay. "He's here with my sister," B reminded JR.
"Okay, then."
JR took her arm, and they wound their way to the dance floor. He didn't stop there, just continued until they were on the far side where it was quieter, more private. She cocked her head, offered a smile. "Don't you want to dance?"
"Not any more than you do."
His enigmatic smile told her nothing of what he was thinking. She stared up at him, hoping the dim lighting hid her flush. He was a handsome man. She could see why women fell all over him. Yet he wasn't a restful man, not like Clay. There was an edge of danger. No, she thought, that wasn't quite the word. An edge of darkness that some might find intriguing.
"What's going on, B?"
She hesitated. "Clay asked me to dance. I wanted an out." He inclined his head.
"Why didn't you simply say no?"
"Because I wanted to dance with him?" Understanding filled JR's blue eyes.
"You like him?"
She nodded.
"Yet he escorted your sister to the party tonight."
His lips tightened.
"That doesn't speak well of either of them."
"You don't understand." Too agitated to stand still, she turned and walked out the door. He followed. She stopped at the end of the porch. Placing her hands on the rail that edged the porch, Bea took a shaky breath. She didn't want to talk about her feelings for Clay, certainly not to this stranger. For a split second, Bea considered asking if Britt had spoken to him about the position in Denver. She immediately shoved the impulse aside, worried it might make her sister appear calculating rather than bold. "My sister doesn't know that I like Clay."
"Why not?"
Bea blinked.
"Why doesn't she know?"
His dark brows drew together like two thunderstorms.
"Unless the two of you aren't close."
"We are close," Bea insisted. "We're best friends."
"If one of my brothers liked a woman that I was thinking of asking out, I'd hope he'd say something to me."
"There's no point." Bea heaved out a breath. "Clay doesn't think of me in that way."
"You think of him as more."
Though it was a statement, not a question, Bea nodded.
"Turn the tables. If your sister liked a guy, would you want to know?"
Bea swallowed against the lump forming in her throat. "Yes?"
"Would you go out with him, even if he didn't return her feelings?"
She shook her head.
"Give her the same courtesy."
His gaze searched hers.
"You need to be bold."
"Have you been speaking with my sister?" Puzzlement blanketed his face at what he obviously saw as an abrupt change of subject.
"We've barely exchanged 5 words. Why?"
Bea's lips lifted. "Be bold" is kind of her mantra.
"In this situation, it seems a good course of action."
She touched his arm and gazed into his intense blue eyes. "You're really a nice guy." He grinned suddenly.
"You'll ruin my reputation with that kind of talk."
She laughed, and the tension that had held her in a stranglehold for most of the evening eased.
"It's time to go back inside."
JR took her hand in a firm hold.
"Before the man who doesn't care about you comes looking."
Chapter 24. Clay never came looking. By the time the evening drew to a close, Bea had a headache. She was grateful her drive home was short. As she unlocked the door, wavering lines filled her field of vision, and a throb had set up over her left eye. She downed some ibuprofen and half a cup of cola before stripping off her clothes and boots and tumbling into bed. It felt like only seconds later that the bedroom lights flashed on. "What are you doing in bed? It's barely midnight." Then her sister saw her face. Flipping off the light, Britt rushed across the room. "Migraine?" "Just a little one." Bea kept her hat on the pillow and her eyes closed. "Any nausea?" As Britt also suffered from the headaches, she knew what to expect. "Not this time." Britt gently took Bea's hand, wrapping her fingers around it. "If I'd known you weren't feeling well, I'd have come home sooner."
It's okay. I wanted you to enjoy your evening.
Bee slowly opened her eyes.
Did you speak with JR?
Britt pressed her lips together. There was zero opportunity upstairs.
I'm sorry it didn't work out.
Downstairs, he was always with someone. Britt narrowed her gaze. Including you. Where did you two disappear to?
We went outside for a few minutes.
Britt expelled a breath. I'd have killed for that opportunity.
Then I'd have to visit you in prison.
The chuckle Britt emitted turned to laughter of relief. You must be feeling better. You're getting your spunk back. Bold. Spunk. Words never used to describe her. Bee thought of her sister's earlier comments about going after what you wanted. She thought of JR's advice on being honest with yourself and your siblings.
I'm in love with Clay Chapin.
Britt stopped fussing with the covers, and her gaze shot straight to Bee's face. What?
I'm in love with Clay.
Confusion filled her sister's eyes. Did you just figure that out tonight? Bee started to shake her head, but a stab of pain had her stopping.
I've known for a while now.
I didn't even realize you two had dated.
We've been at some events together.
Bee was determined to be completely honest.
Though I'm not sure they could be called dates.
And? Britt prompted when Bee faltered. Don't stop now, honeybee. The childish nickname brought tears to Bee's eyes.
We slept together. Just once.
Then he dumped you? Britt's mouth formed a hard line. Her eyes, a dark, angry violet, flashed.
Well, I thought we were moving forward, but then he agreed to take Piper golfing.
She went out with him, knowing how you feel?
Piper didn't know it when she agreed to the date,
Bee said, rising to her friend's defense. It struck Britt then, and the realization dawned in her eyes. I didn't know it either.
You didn't.
If you expect me to apologize, you're out of luck. Britt's gaze narrowed on Bee's face, sharp as a laser. You should have told me. Why didn't you?
You were so excited about the chance to be around JR, and...
Bee's voice trailed off. She swallowed hard.
Gladys obviously thought you'd be a better match.
That's a bunch of bull. Brittany's voice shook with emotion. I thought we were best friends, that we told each other everything. I told you about Mars, yet you didn't say word one about your feelings for Clay. You let me go on a date with someone you want, someone you love. How could you do that to me? Why would you do that to me? More importantly, why would you do that to yourself? Britt was on her feet now. She paced the small bedroom, her breath coming in short, angry puffs. Thankfully, the ibuprofen and cola had worked their magic. Only a dull ache over her left eye lingered. That pain was nothing compared to the ache in Bee's heart.
Clay has dated a lot of women. It seems like they're getting along great. Then it's over. He's never once told me how he feels, Britt. Not really. Never asked me out on a date. Tears stung the backs of Bee's eyes, but she blinked them back. Even after he slept with me, he agreed to dates with first Piper and then you. Would a man in love do that? What did he say when you asked him? I didn't ask. He told me I was the only one he wanted, but then he agreed to go out with you. Bee lifted her chin. When her sister continued to stare, she pushed herself up to her elbows. I didn't feel I had the right to ask him not to go. Her sister's own jaw jutted up. If he slept with you, you had a right to ask. Bee tried to reply, but Britt held up her hand. I said ask, not demand. Sex isn't the same as commitment. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you have the right to ask for what you really want, especially from someone you're sleeping with. Bee lay back on the pillows, utterly exhausted. You still haven't answered my other question. Brittany's voice went soft. When Bee slowly turned her head, she saw the hurt in her sister's eyes exactly like her own. Why didn't you tell me before about your feelings for him?
The hurt in her sister's voice only added to Bee's pain.
So many reasons, none of which are good enough.
Go on.
Bee licked her lips. I felt foolish for loving a man who doesn't love me. Besides, this might have been your only chance to speak with JR.
Once again, I call bull. That's really lame from someone as smart as you.
Britt stared.
Do better.
Bee sat up. Sit down. I don't like having to look up at you. I've been in that position my whole life, and I'm sick of it.
Brittany dropped down on the bed and studied her sister. Now we're getting somewhere.
I'm not like you.
The words poured out of Bee, unfiltered and raw.
Oh, we may look alike, may even share some similar gestures, but I'm not like you. You're the athletic one, the fun one, the popular one. Oh, and let's not forget, the bold one who sees what she wants and goes after it.
You resent me.
Brittany's tone remained even, her expression inscrutable. I love you with my whole heart, Bee cried out, bringing a clenched fist to her chest. Don't you see? It's me I don't always like. Britt moved to her then, wrapping her arms around Bee in a hold that managed to be both fierce and gentle. Even though neither of them said a word, unspoken words passed between them. Lowering her face to her sister's shoulder, Britt was the first to break the silence. I love you, honey bee. I would never, ever have gone out with Clay if I'd known how you feel about him. Nothing and no one is as important to me as you are. Bee tightened her hold on her sister. I wanted you to get what— Stop it, Brittany ordered, her voice thick with emotion. I'd have figured out another way to get to JR. Letting me go out with Clay was your way of pushing him even further away. Maybe, Bee finally acknowledged. Why did you come to the ding-a-ling? I was going to be bold and confess my feelings to him. Bee gave a watery laugh. Disentangling herself from Britt's embrace, she reached for a tissue and blew her nose. That didn't happen. Why did you change your mind? I decided it would be pointless. If you didn't have a headache, I'd shake you right now. Britt's voice was stern, and her eyes blazed. Let's try this again. You went to the bar to speak with Clay. You changed your mind. Why? Bee blew out a breath. I got scared and chickened out. Good. Britt nodded. You have to quit telling yourself lies. I don't understand. Mom and Dad didn't do us any favors by constantly comparing us to each other. Britt spoke matter-of-factly. From an early age, we were labeled. I was the athletic one, you were the smart one. I struggle with not feeling as intelligent as others. But you are. Just as you are athletic. Britt's smile flashed. As much as you want to be, anyway. Clay and I tossed a ball around. He said I have a powerful throw. A smile hovered at the edges of Britt's lips. Did he? I agreed to play in the Bloomer girls' game over the 4th. I'm glad to hear it. Britt patted her hand. You and I have our own particular strengths and weaknesses, just like everyone else. Despite what our parents say, we're very much alike. Bee silently absorbed her sister's words. Could Britt be right? Had she boxed herself into behaving a certain way because of her own low expectations? I'm not going to tell you what to do about your feelings for Clay. Britt's gaze remained fixed on Bee's face. You're the smart one, after all. Britt laughed. Then they were hugging, and old hurts and resentments were washed away by their tears. Bee squeezed her sister tight. I'm glad you came back to Good Hope. I am too. Britt squeezed her back. Just don't get used to me being here. Like Mom says, I'm the Rolling Stone. They laughed again. Chapter 25. Clay managed to keep a smile on his face until he dropped off Brittany. When Bee had blown him off to walk away with JR, he'd been angry, until he'd reminded himself he was the one there with a date, a woman who also happened to be her sister. It was a real muddle, and one of his own making.
He kept himself busy on Saturday, then dragged himself up for church on Sunday. He was surprised to see Brittany there with Bea. The shy smile Bea gave him as he walked to the pew where his family waited left him only more confused. Clay navigated most of the service on autopilot, standing when his family stood, sitting down, folding his hands, and picking up a hymnal, all the while resisting the urge to look back at Bea. Relief surged when Pastor Dan Marshall stepped behind the pulpit for the sermon. Now he could let his mind wander and figure out his next step. He could...
Franklin D. Roosevelt once said, "Courage is not the absence of fear, but rather the assessment that something else is more important than fear."
The quote struck him, and he found himself listening. By the time the service ended, Clay realized he needn't have worried what he'd say to Bea. He should have simply gathered his courage and spoken from the heart. But by the time Clay made his way out of the pew, Bea and her sister had disappeared. He looked for Bea at Muddy Boots and came up empty there, too. By the time Sunday dinner at his mother's house rolled around that evening, Clay still hadn't made things right with Bea. Everyone gathered about the elegant table was in high spirits, filled with anticipation of Greer's wedding, now less than a week away. If only Bea were sitting beside him now, Clay thought. She would have enjoyed the food, the conversation, and his family. Beside him, Amy continued speaking in low tones with Finn.
"Word is, you have to,"
was all he heard.
"I have to tell Marigold and Prim first."
Finn's voice held a steely edge. Clay took another bite of dessert as the tinkling of a spoon against crystal interrupted the nearby conversation. "May I please have everyone's attention?" His mother smiled warmly when all eyes settled on her. "I've heard rumors. We're going to have another baby in the family by the end of the year. Anyone care to share their news now so I don't have to learn about it in the open door?" Laughter rippled around the table. Clay found his attention shifting to Marigold and Cade. His weren't the only eyes on the couple. Probably, like most at the table, Clay wondered why the two had kept the happy news under wraps. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Amy glance at Finn. Something about the look, along with the snippet of conversation he'd overheard, had his heart sinking. "I don't know why you're all looking at me." Marigold's voice trembled slightly as she lifted a hand to brush back a curl. "If Kate and I had that kind of news to share, we'd be shouting it from the top of Eagle Tower. Heck, we'd probably spring for a full-page ad in the open door." Cade's hand closed over Marigold's trembling one.
"When that happens, and it will happen."
Cade's steady gaze met Marigold's before shifting his focus to Lynn.
"You won't have to ask."
Two bright splotches of pink cut a swath across Lynn's ivory cheeks.
"I'm sorry. I must have—"
"It's not Marigold who's pregnant. It's me." Finn shot her youngest sister an apologetic glance. "Jeremy and I were waiting until—" "You?" Marigold's shocked gaze pinned Finn. "You just had a baby. Eddie is barely 3 months old. How can you be pregnant again?"
"I wanted to tell you and the rest of the family privately before news got out. I should have acted sooner."
Finn glanced at Amy.
"Amy heard the same rumor as Lynn. The Good Hope gossip mill must have somehow gotten wind that one of the Bloom sisters purchased a pregnancy test last week at the general store."
"Last week?"
Marigold's voice rose as she shook off Cade's staying hand.
"You've known since last week?"
"Cut her some slack, Marigold."
Jeremy's tone held a warning.
"The idea of having two babies so close together came as quite a shock. But we're very excited."
Finn's gaze swept to the bassinet where Eddie slept, and her lips curved in a soft, maternal smile.
"We're thrilled."
Jeremy spoke firmly once again when Marigold opened her mouth.
"We hope you share our joy."
Compassion filled Finn's eyes when a tear slid down Marigold's cheek.
"Congratulations, Finn and Jeremy."
Steve broke the uncomfortable silence by lifting his wine glass.
"A toast to new beginnings."
Everyone lifted their glasses, and well wishes soon flowed as generously as the wine. Marigold added her best wishes to the mix, but her bright blue eyes had gone dark. Clay didn't have a chance to speak with Marigold privately for several hours. Each time he saw her, she was with someone, starting with Finn and Jeremy. Cade stayed close, a hand resting on her shoulder or an arm around her waist, a supportive presence at his wife's side. When talk in the living room appeared stuck on last-minute wedding details, Clay made his escape. Opening the door to the terrace, he ran into Marigold, who was coming in as he was going out. For once, she was alone. Sympathy swelled. He could only imagine how he'd feel if he was sitting at a dinner table and Bea announced she was engaged to another man. "How are you doing?" Clay kept his tone light. "The news came as a surprise, that's all. I'm happy for Jeremy and Finn." She shrugged. "Okay, and a little envious. You know how it is. Sometimes it feels as if everyone around you has the one thing you want most." Stopping short of offering a meaningless platitude, Clay only nodded. He and Marigold were both realistic enough to know that wanting something was no guarantee you'd get it. "Your mom feels horrible, but it was a logical assumption." She gestured with one hand toward the living room. "I better get back, or Cade will send out a search party." Clay assumed Cade had been on the terrace with his wife. "You may be the one to call out the dogs. I haven't seen him lately. I thought he was with you." Marigold shook her head, the movement sending blonde curls tumbling over her shoulders. "He stepped out front to take a call from someone. Not sure who, but it seemed important. I saw the chance for some alone time with my dad and seized it." Clay's gaze swept the terrace. Steve sat alone at the far end, his gaze focused on the brilliance of the setting sun. Apparently he and Marigold weren't the only ones needing a break. Marigold's lips curved in a soft smile. "He's the best." "I miss my dad." Clay didn't realize he'd spoken aloud until Marigold touched his arm. Her blue eyes met his. "Borrow mine." Clay considered Marigold's suggestion as he crossed the terrace to where Steve sat in a white lacquered rocker. The old man smiled in welcome when Clay drew close. "I was hoping for more company." "That's good, because that empty rocking chair is calling my name." Clay took a seat, relaxed against the woven wicker, and gathered his thoughts. "Something troubling you?" "Remember our talk about the Bachelor games?" Steve's gaze searched Clay's face. "I do." "Well, I set the guidelines, and Gladys has followed them, but I still regret letting her matchmake." Clay's chuckle held no humor. "I don't know what I was thinking." Steve slanted a glance at him. "If I'm remembering correctly, it was because you hoped to find that special someone. I found her on my own." Surprise skittered across Steve's face. "I didn't realize... who is she?" "Bea Appleton." "A lovely young woman." Steve inclined his head. "I had no idea you and Bea were even friends. This is good news. Will you bring her to the wedding?" Clay expelled a breath. "Things are rocky right now." "I'm sorry to hear that." "I was ready to tell Gladys I was done with the games when there was a mix-up. I thought Gladys had fixed me up with Bea." Clay raked a hand through his hair and surged to his feet. "Then I discovered the lovely Miss Appleton she referred to was Brittany. Bea and her sister are sensible young women." Steve's brows pulled together. "I think they'd understand the mistake, and Gladys as well. That's what I thought. But when I went to Bea, it didn't seem to bother her that I'd be going out with her sister." "You didn't tell her it was a mistake?" "I wondered if I only imagined the connection." Clay blew out a breath. "I didn't want to make things awkward by confessing my feelings. Not until I was certain those feelings were returned." It sounds to me as if uncertainty is something you two share." Clay cocked his head, not following. "Neither of you are sure how the other feels." Could Bea have been fearful of revealing her true feelings to him? Clay hadn't considered that possibility.
You haven't asked my advice, but I'll give it anyway, just like I would if you were my own son.
Steve's gaze, firm and direct, settled on Clay.
Tell Bea how you feel. Ask her to be honest about what she feels, or doesn't feel, for you. Once she does, you'll know. No more guessing.
Clay rubbed his chin.
You make it sound so simple. It is simple, but you'll be putting your heart out there.
Steve's expression turned serious.
That will take courage.
Courage is not the absence of fear. The FDR quote Dan had shared that morning from the pulpit circled in Clay's mind. Steve relaxed against the back of the rocker.
Tell me about this woman you've fallen in love with. What do you want to know? What kind of man will make her happy?
Clay smiled. He knew exactly the kind of man who'd make her happy.
Bea wants someone she can count on, someone who'll love her without reservation.
Clay dropped back into the chair and thought about their spirited discussions.
A man she can discuss literature or business with, but one who will also encourage her to take time out for fun. Sometimes she can be too serious. A picture is starting to form.
Steve motioned with one hand.
Go on. She wants to stay in Good Hope, as do you.
Though it was a comment, Clay nodded.
Family is important to her, but her parents are far away and busy with their own lives. Her sister is still searching for her home.
Steve's encouraging smile had Clay continuing.
I believe she'd like it if the man she marries is part of a large family.
Clay's lips curved.
She really enjoyed Wacky Wednesdays.
Emotion had Clay's heart filling as he met Steve's placid gaze.
I'm perfect for her. God knows she's perfect for me. Which is exactly why you must tell her how you feel.
Steve removed his glasses and polished the lenses with the tail of his shirt.
I'm worried it's too late. Haven't you heard the saying, it isn't over until the final rose is given?
Clay lifted his brows.
When Gladys started calling her matchmaking efforts the Bachelor games, your mother got up in arms.
Steve grinned, shaking his head at the memory.
We had to pull up that show, The Bachelor, and watch it, which only upset her more. Lynn had visions of 9 or 10 beauties clustered around you, wearing bikinis and heels.
Clay laughed at the image, then sobered.
There's only one beauty I want.
Steve smiled, his gaze lifting to the sky awash in color.
This day is over, but the sun will come up tomorrow and bring a new day, along with opportunities.
Clay understood. There was no need for Steve to say more. The opportunity to make things right between him and Bea was before him. The next move was his. Chapter 26. How many days could a person who'd grown up in Wisconsin spend in Milwaukee? Clay had been shocked when he strode into Book and Cup Monday morning to find Judy behind the counter. With a smile, she'd informed him Bea had taken the entire week off. Judy thought Bea and her sister were in Milwaukee, but she'd said she might be mistaken. Not wanting to have such a monumental discussion over the phone or by text, Clay saw no choice but to wait for her return. He threw himself into his school duties and helped run whatever errands Greer and Wyatt needed as the wedding day approached. On Friday, Greer told him she'd seen Bea that morning at Bloom's bake shop grabbing a scone. According to his sister, Bea mentioned she was going out to Wrigley to do some measuring. Clay headed straight there. His heart hammered as he parked beside her Buick. When he reached the store window, he paused and glanced inside. Relief flooded him when he saw only Bea in the cavernous space. He narrowed his gaze, wondering what she was doing kneeling on the floor and making marks with tape. He pushed the thought aside as of no consequence. Taking a deep breath, Clay eased open the unlocked door and stepped inside.
Bea?
She turned and offered a tentative smile. Clay. Hello. That was quick. Ignoring the odd remark, he crossed to her. Before he reached her, she scrambled to her feet, dusting her hands off against her jeans. She looked so familiar, so dear, in denim and a shirt that proclaimed, "Hold on, let me overthink this," that he found himself grinning. The sentiment seemed fitting, considering he'd spent the past 4 days doing just that, in anticipation of this meeting.
Welcome back. Judy mentioned you and Britt took a road trip. Where'd you go?
Milwaukee. Bea brushed back a strand of hair, depositing a thin layer of sawdust in the process. I can't recall the last time we spent 4 whole days together.
Get to the point, the impatient voice in his head urged. Tell her how you feel and ask if she feels the same.
Clay resisted the impulse. This discussion wasn't something that could be rushed. After all, he couldn't just walk up to Bea and blurt, "I love you." When the yearning to reach out to her nearly overwhelmed him, Clay shoved his hands into his pockets.
Did you have a nice time?
A wary look now filled her eyes. We did.
What did you do?
Clay made an effort to keep his tone conversational. Britt loves ballet, so we went to a performance of Coppelia at Eline Hall. It was really well done. Her voice trembled slightly. She blew out a breath and appeared to steady herself. We shopped and ate at a place called Odd Duck.
Your sister's choice?
How'd you guess? Bea chuckled. She called it broadening my palate. We had Moroccan spiced lamb. Have you ever had it?
No, but I like lamb.
We should... you should check it out sometime. He met her gaze.
We should go there. Milwaukee isn't that far. We could make a weekend of it.
Bea's unexpected smile arrowed straight to his heart and sent hope soaring. We also checked out a couple independent bookstores and took in a Thursday night baseball game at Miller Park.
Your lips are pink.
The comment just slipped out.
I like the color.
Her laugh sounded breathless as she brought a finger to her mouth. It was a gift from Britt. The color is called Manhattan Rose.
She has good taste.
He glanced around the empty space.
Where's she?
Spending the day with some friends. Bea smiled. After the wedding, she'll be heading to Denver, so this might be her only chance to reconnect.
She's moving to Denver.
If she gets a position doing social media for the Grizzlies. Bea held up crossed fingers.
That's the team owned by the Driscolls.
It is, and they have a position open. Britt would be a great asset to the Grizzlies organization. She's very good at what she does. They'd be lucky to have her.
Did she get a chance to tell JR about her interest in a position before he left?
Clay tried to recall when he'd heard JR had flown back to Denver. Had that been Sunday or Monday? She didn't. Bea heaved a resigned breath. She was hoping to speak with him at Greer's wedding reception. Then we heard his grandfather was taken to the hospital, and he was gone.
This doesn't seem like the best time to approach him about a job, not with his grandfather being so ill.
She won't be leaving until after Greer's wedding, but hopefully the position will still be open. 2 lines formed between Bea's brows. I know she already sent them her resume. She didn't think she could wait to apply.
That was smart.
Bea met his gaze. Sometimes getting what you want is simply a matter of being in the right place at the right time.
I'm hoping I'm in the right place at the right time.
She offered a tentative smile. You got my text.
Text?
The one I sent asking you to meet me? Her smile wavered. I assumed that's why you're here. Clay pulled out his phone, saw he did indeed have a new message.
I must have missed the ding.
Bea inclined her head. Then how'd you know I was here?
Greer, she ran into you at Bloom's.
He searched her eyes.
I wanted to speak with you privately.
He glanced around the empty room. Just you and me and the sawdust, she quipped, though her eyes remained solemn.
There's so much I want to say.
Clay cleared his throat.
I'll begin by saying I'm sorry. Sincerely sorry.
A wary look filled those beautiful violet eyes. For
For starters, for not explaining why I took your sister to the party. It was just a silly mix-up. I thought Gladys was setting me up with you.
Clay ran a hand through his hair and closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again and fixing his warm gaze on Bee.
But mostly, I want to apologize for not making it clear how I feel about you.
Clay fought an almost overwhelming urge to take her hand.
I love you, Bee. I should have told you that long before now.
Her eyes, large and luminous, searched his. Why didn't you? Clay blew out a breath.
I was scared it might be one-sided. Sometimes I felt sure you returned my feelings. Other times, I wasn't so sure.
His heart dropped when she spun around and walked away. Clay forced himself to wait. It was the longest 5 seconds of his life. Finally, blessedly, she turned back to face him. The tears in her eyes had his heart stopping and breath catching in his throat. I also didn't want to assume that, just because I felt this intense connection, you felt it too. Bee made a sound that fell somewhere between a chuckle and a sob. We make quite the pair.
I think we make a terrific pair.
A couple fat tears slid down her cheeks.
You do?
He nodded.
I meant what I said. I love you, Bee.
I love you too. In 2 long strides, Clay closed the distance between them. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her close, breathing in the clean, fresh, familiar scent of her. She rested her head against his shoulder and sighed. I love just being with you, holding you, kissing you. He brushed a kiss across her hair. Lifting her head, she gazed at him through lowered lashes. I really like making love with you. He chuckled.
Ditto, to all of it.
Ditto? She laughed. Anyone ever tell you that you have a charming way with words? At her teasing tone, the last of the tension gripping his shoulders disappeared. He kissed her on the nose, making her giggle. Then he steered the conversation back to the serious.
When I think of you, Bee Appleton, I think of forever. I know we fell hard and fast, but when it's right, it's right.
Her nod of agreement gave him the courage to continue.
I can't imagine spending the rest of my life with anyone but you, having children with anyone but you, growing old with anyone but you.
He gripped both of her hands in his.
If I had a ring with me, I'd get down on one knee and propose to you right now, right here.
I don't need a ring. Her voice thickened with emotion as her eyes met his. Still holding her hands, Clay dropped to one knee before her.
Will you marry me, Bee?
The smile she gave him could have lit up the entire town. I will. He rose, and his mouth closed over hers in a kiss filled with love and promises.
I can't imagine waiting a year for you to be my wife, to start making our life together a reality. It worked for Greer and Wyatt, but...
She held up a hand. Once again, we're on the same page. I don't want that either. But as eager as he was to start their life together, Clay could wait.
If you've dreamed of a certain type of wedding, one that will take longer to plan, say the word. I'm not going anywhere.
I've never been one of those women who dreams of an elaborate wedding. Though her eyes shone, Bee's tone remained matter-of-fact. If I had any dreams, it was of all that comes after the big day. Having a husband who's also my best friend, going on outings with him, talking about books or just the day-to-day, waking up every morning next to this man I love and raising children together. That's my dream.
I love your dream.
Clay leaned forward and rested his chin on the top of her head.
We'll make that dream a reality, Bee. You and me. Every day for the rest of our lives.
The sheer opulence of Greer and Wyatt's wedding reception had Bee's jaw dropping. Twinkling lights, gauzy fabric, and hanging flowers created a romantic mood inside the reception tent. The abundance of linen-clad tables and scores of servers circulating with food and drink on silver trays kept guests happy. Bee didn't think she could be any more impressed, but when she stepped into the adjacent tent, the one designated for dancing, her breath caught. Potted cherry blossom trees around the tent's perimeter, an obvious nod to Wyatt's business, added a touch of whimsy. A working chandelier hanging from the draped fabric ceiling adorned with twinkle lights added glamour. After a lovely ceremony and an amazing meal, Bee was eager to dance the night away. Beside her, Britt gave her arm a nudge. "Did you see the confab between Gladys, Greer, and Wyatt a few minutes ago?" "No. When?" "Right after the dinner ended." Britt flashed a teasing smile. "You were probably too busy making moon eyes at Clay to notice." "Guilty." Bee's heart had melted when she'd learned Greer had rearranged the seating so Bee could sit beside Clay at the reception. "What do you think they were discussing?" "No idea. Britt stopped as a hush fell over the crowd. "Here they come!" Bee clapped and hooted along with the rest of the attendees as Greer and Wyatt appeared. From their positions at the edge of the dance floor, Bee, Piper, and Britt could watch the requisite dances between family members and the bridal party. She smiled when Wyatt's father and mother took the dance floor. Bee had met them last night at the prenuptial dinner and had enjoyed speaking with them. When Clay danced by with his sister, Bee's heart rose into her throat. He looked so blond and handsome in his tux, gliding effortlessly across the dance floor. He caught her eye and shot her a wink. "This wonderful man is mine," she thought, the realization making her insides all warm and gooey. Once Clay finished dancing with the last bridesmaid, he crossed the floor to her. Piper elbowed Bee. "Gladys has a microphone." Bee shifted her gaze. Gladys was impossible to miss in her cream-colored silk caftan and matching turban studded with jewels. Piper was right. The woman had confiscated a microphone from the DJ, who'd been flown in from Los Angeles. "Before everyone hits the dance floor, I have an announcement to make." Gladys's voice commanded attention, and she got it. Bee glanced at Greer, who stood nearby. "Do you know what this is about?" Greer, who'd finished dancing with Wyatt's brother moments earlier, only shrugged and smiled. Bee figured Greer had probably smiled more today than she had in her entire life. Wyatt leaned down and brushed a kiss across his wife's curved lips. Greer sighed in pleasure. "The only thing that would make this day even more wonderful is if we had a karaoke machine waiting in the wings." Wyatt winked at her. "Who says we don't?" "Seriously?" Greer's voice rose in excitement. "Shh." Lynn, standing on the other side of the bride and groom, leaned forward. "I want to hear what Gladys is saying." The warning wasn't necessary because of the microphone. Even without it, Gladys's years on stage had made her a master of projection. "As many of you know, I've been involved in coordinating what was termed the Bachelor Games here in Good Hope." Bee looked at Clay, who'd stiffened beside her. "What is she doing?" A muscle in his jaw jumped. "No idea." "The games have come to a very satisfactory conclusion, and Greer and Wyatt have given me permission to share the results with you now." Gladys's gaze swept the crowd and settled on Clay. "There he is. Come over here, Clay. Mr. Clay Chapin, our own Good Hope Bachelor." Clay shook his head. "I'm not going out there." "You have to." Greer gave her brother a shove. Wyatt shot him a sympathetic glance. "She won't give up until you do." After giving Bee's hand a squeeze, Clay strode across the hardwood and stopped beside Gladys in the center of the dance floor. "What are you doing?" Clay spoke the words through gritted teeth, all the while keeping a smile pasted on his lips. Instead of answering, Gladys motioned to Oakley. The young woman brought her one long-stemmed red rose, then disappeared back into the crowd. Gladys held out the rose.
Mr. Chapin, I think I speak for everyone here. We're all eager to know who has captured your heart. Which lovely woman will receive this rose?
Clay shifted his gaze to where Bee stood with his family. He'd wanted the world to know how much she meant to him. Now Gladys, in her desire for drama and the spotlight, had provided him the opportunity.
Beatrice Appleton.
When he called out her name, a ripple of excitement ran through the crowd.
Will you come here, please?
For a second, he thought Bee might refuse to step into the spotlight. He'd underestimated her. She crossed the floor to him. The pleasure dancing in her eyes reassured him. Clay held out the rose.
Will you accept this rose as a token of my love?
Her fingers curved around the stem.
I will.
Clay didn't let her finish. He took her hand, dropped to one knee, and pulled out the diamond ring he'd planned to give her later tonight. The ring, rose gold with a vine pattern wrapping around the large, sparkly diamond, had belonged to his great-grandmother. It had spent years in a safe deposit box because none of the women in the family had small enough fingers. That was, until Bee.
Bee Appleton, I love you. My life will never be complete without you beside me to share it. Will you marry me?
She'd already accepted his proposal, but the slight hesitation had Clay's heart skipping a beat. Then a radiant smile blossomed on her face.
I will.
He slipped the ring on her finger, then stood. She was in his arms in a heartbeat. As his mouth closed over hers, Clay heard the applause and the cheers. The flower slipped from her fingers as her hands wrapped around his neck. Gladys snatched the rose up before it hit the floor and beamed. She'd be needing it again soon. This has been Bachelor Games in Good Hope, a Good Hope novel, Book 12, written by Cindy Kirk, narrated by Amy McFadden, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2020 by Cynthia Rutledge. Production copyright 2020 by Cynthia Rutledge.